you 7 times out of 10, well, if I take one team fight, that could be one of the 3. But if I take 10 team fights, I'm probably going to win, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So it should be a really, really exciting match. I want to talk a little bit about Vuocade. You guys obviously played each other in the finals, and I'm sure you would be hungry to get a rematch with them. But we have the FlyQuest match first. FlyQuest obviously, has been, I think, to most people, looked at as the best team in the West over the last couple of years. They took Gen G to 5 games last year at Worlds. They took BLG to 5 games this year at MSI. Have been dominating Europe. They 3-0'd G2, etc.
I kind of feel like that's stretching the narrative a bit.
No?
Because last year I think I was on top of the world.
Okay,
but
okay.
This year for sure. This year I'll agree for sure.
Very sure. Well, okay, at least I will say from Worlds last year till now.
Okay.
That's mostly what people have been talking about. But they are playing without Bwipo, right? They're going to be playing with Gatghost. So, how confident are you guys feeling going up against FlyQuest?
Honestly, I'm a little bit unsure because, as you said, they're playing with a different roster. And I think Bwipo is a really important part of the team. I think all players are really, really good. But I think he's also a really important piece on shot calling and deciding things. And honestly, we're somewhat confident, but we respect them a lot. Like the whole year we watch them play, we always watch as a team, like their VODs and stuff. So it's for sure going to be a really nice experience for us. I think they're by far the best team in NA, to be honest, right now. I'm sorry. But
I'm 6th place. Man.
Okay,
5 people ahead of me.
Ending you.
I'm just really respectful. Just kidding. But yeah, I think they're a really, really strong team, and we're for sure going to learn a lot with this series, even if we lose. But we think we can beat them. It's going to be hard, but we're confident, I think.
I mean, personally, I think, from my end, it feels like Gatghost has struggled when he's come in, and I feel like Quad's kind of up and down. Had a bad series, had a good series in playoffs. So it's I feel like if you guys were to win, since it's only Gatghost, that's how you guys can do it. You can win through the solo lanes, whether it's you get red side, go R5, get a nice counter pick, or you just have strong comfort picks that you're willing to play.
Yeah, I don't know what you expect about mid lane, but I think my mid laner is extremely good. He's a really important part of our team also, so I think he can also be a really good win condition for us. I don't know how it's going to be the matchup against Quad, but I think it's possibly a win condition for us. So I think solo lanes can be really important this
that's where I would put the 2 weak points of FlyQuest right now. Of course, I still think Inspired's a great player.
Yeah.
I think Busio has been having honestly the best split of his career so far.
Yeah.
I think they're the 2 best players in the league by far.
So
right now.
I think those 2 players have been smurfing.
Yeah.
And then
for the North.
Quad's inconsistency, and then I mean, I don't think Gatghost is all that good. I'll be completely honest. So I think that's where you can look to exploit.
Yeah, I think Boost is also playing really well, and it's good that we have Trimby. He's a really experienced player. He played Worlds many times, and I think he's going to help us a lot on this match also because he's our main shot caller most games. So I think we can match them to their strengths. It's going to be hard, but I think we can win. I think we can do it.
Do you think? So you've played against both Miru and Quad, right?
Yeah.
So what's your opinion on mid lane matchup then? Because it's interesting. I know you were saying you think, oh, Quad is kind of struggling right now, and that we had an episode of Pros where we had coaches, and all the coaches were kind of saying, oh, FlyQuest is really beatable, but then right after that they kind of crushed in the next couple of series, right? And Bwipo kind of took exception to it and was saying, oh, well, these teams are kind of just saying stuff based off scrims, but that doesn't matter. You have to beat us on stage and. So do you think that they are vulnerable, or do you think maybe it's a bit overblown based on scrim stuff? Because it seems to be a lot of kind of scrim drama. It seems like the split.
I don't even know if it's from scrims. I feel like on stage as well. Of course they 3-0'd me from the upper bracket, but even those games, it's I don't know if you recall, but my game 2, my Ziggs game versus them,
super winnable,
it's Quad's down 4,000, 5,000 gold. That's a massive, massive gap. So I just don't think he's had the best playoffs display. I know he smurfed versus Palafox, but come on, anyone could smurf versus Palafox right now.
That's brutal. Yeah, no, I mean I agree. I tend to agree. Quad didn't have nearly as good a split as compared to last summer.
Last summer I think he was gapping me.
Yeah.
He was crushing me, and he was the best mid laner last summer. And then I've seen the games that Gatghost has played, of course. He played the one game for Shopify, lost. They're only lose to Shopify, and all of his other games he's been
He's played 2 games, right? Yeah, they played I think the 2 Rumble games, the one where he did win, but he got solo killed once or twice, and then the one that they lost where he got caught a couple times. So
I'm like, that's my 2 worries about the FlyQuest team right now. Like, of course, like I'm still an NA stan. I still want NA to win.
Yeah.
But like, you hear so much about FlyQuest, you kind of want them to lose just a little bit.
Yeah, we feel this like as a pressure, I would say, because it's for sure the biggest challenge for Brazil, in my opinion. I mean, of course, if they had Buipo, it would be harder. But I think it's going to be like a really good accomplishment for our region if we win, even without Buipo. So we're really excited for this match. I think it's going to be like really, really like hard, but we can win.
have you watched much of Gakkos' games or anything like that since you found out that he'd be playing?
Yeah, I watched the games that he played, and the last time I came to LA, like 3 months ago, I scrimed against him, I think once or twice. Okay. And I think he's good individually. He is for sure like going to be good in the future, I think. I don't know how he's performing right now, like macro-wise and communication and stuff, but I think he can for sure be good in the next years and stuff. And we even spoke a little bit after our scrims. We talked about matchups and stuff. So it's going to be nice. I think we have a good shot against them. And yeah, we're studying the new FlyQuest without Buipo.
How do you feel about like top laners converting from solo queue to pro play? Because a lot of pros I talk to say that that's like the hardest role to translate because they feel like you're in these really weird spots, you're lane swapped on, you have to really know how to play weak side. So do you think that like is a pretty big advantage for you, having more experience, being able to play against Gakkos?
Yeah, I think so. Also because I used to be a little bit like this, like the solo queue top laner, and then I think
Sorellia.
Yeah, I used to be known for like Irelia and stuff.
Yeah.
And I think this year I changed a lot my approach to the game, to scrims, and even stage games. So I think now I'm a lot better and different, and I'm really confident, to be honest. I think that's a good job.
That's a big factor that we're also not talking about too much, is just experience. Like he's played, what, he said 3 games, I think?
2.
Yeah.
2 games, and then like the 1 game in playoffs he did play, it was a lose.
Yep.
Like honestly, kind of because of him.
Yep.
So like, he just doesn't have any of the experience that you have, like going through your playoff bracket, like that FlyQuest of course had going through their playoff bracket.
Yeah.
So
it's a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah, it's so much pressure because
like if they lose, everyone is going to blame him,
gonna
right?
like point
fair or not, people are going to say it's because there wasn't Buipo. Yeah, which does make it tough for sure. I'm curious, what do you guys think about like the current meta right now, right? Because I don't know how you feel, like different pros feel different ways about Fearless, but I love watching Fearless. I think it's a lot of fun. And I do like the idea of rewarding players who are more flexible and can, bring out champions that they can really excel on in Game 5. How do you feel about it from kind of the South POV? Are you enjoying Fearless a lot?
For me, I really like Fearless because, as you say, that I like to play some crazy champions, so it makes the game more funnier to me. This year you had I don't know, you had Vladimir, you had Zed, champions that before didn't even appear in the League of Legends.
So when you played Zed even, right?
Yeah,
this year? Yeah, exactly.
I really like, so I think it's really funnier for the pro players and for the audience as well. I think it's a really good improvement to the scene.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun. Like I remember, like last summer when it was ADC mid meta, it's like game 1 you play Tristana, enemy mid plays Corki, then you swap sides, go game 2, then you play Corki into Tristana, then you go game 3, oh you're back on Tristana playing into Corki. So it's like, like as much fun as the ADCs mid were, it's like you can only get so much of Tristana Corki, Tristana Corki, Tristana Corki.
Yeah, I feel the same. I think even in scrims, it helps a lot you to practice different stuff. Because in the past, even for top lane, it would be like, oh, game 1, you play Rumble, Gwen. Game 2, you play Rumble, Sion. Game 3, Sion, Gwen. It would always be the same, like Cassante, that's always strong. And I think now it's much better, and you can practice a lot more different champions and different playstyles. And on stage, I think it's much better for the audience as well. I think people enjoy watching different champions and different comps overall. So I think it's a really, really big change.
Yeah. The problem I have with Fearless is when you want to try something, then your team ends, and you don't have the rest of the day.
Yeah, you need to wait another day.
Yeah. Like it's all the fault
the
of
worst.
Zed.
You take a pocket pick and a little Clud mid action, and then it's like the game's over at 15 minutes.
Yeah.
What can you do?
It's just team gap. Do you think that Fearless could be somewhere where you can maybe punish FlyQuest? Because I know famously, Game 5, people talk a lot about against Gen G, even though FlyQuest is really flexible. Game 5 versus Gen G, there was the Smolder versus Yone game where FlyQuest, they said in interviews that they kind of like forgot about that matchup and they went Yone, and then Chovy answered with the Smolder and kind of destroyed them. And then also Game 5 versus BLG, in the press conference afterwards, they said that they kind of just like ran out of mid lane picks, and Quad went Zillion and then got solo killed at what, level 2, level 3 by Galio.
Yeah.
And so like those were kind of like famous kind of Game 5 finishers. Is that something where you guys think maybe FlyQuest could be punished potentially?
I kind of think Quad's champion pool is big. I think like.
What do you think went wrong in those then?
This is from like the outside perspective, but I think like, for example, the Zillion one, I feel like that was like pushed on him, because it was like counterpicking the Galio if I recall correctly. It's like, I don't know. I don't really want to play Zillion into Galio. That sounds like such a trash matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know much about other players, the champion pool and stuff, but me and Trimby especially, we like to try different picks all the time. I think we're by far the two that tried most often picks in the scrims and stage. And honestly, I don't know much about Geckos also because he didn't play many games on stage, so I don't know much about his champion pool. But I think on mid, it can be something. I'm not sure about the entirety of Quad champion pool, but Miru likes to play different things, and he's really good with multiple playstyles. So I think it can be a good factor for us. And for support also, I don't know much about Bucio, but Trimby has some really good pocket picks that can be interesting and a little bit freaky sometimes. But it's going to be, for sure, something that we can use to our favor.
That's cool. How much do you guys feel like it's important when you're playing to represent, LTA South and Brazil well, versus just like, hey, I want to win? Because this is the first major best of 5 that Brazil has won internationally since I don't even know when. Like it was back way back. I saw some people posting that maybe something around like 2013, 2014, 2015, something like that. It's been forever, right? Yeah. So like, does that feel like a huge accomplishment for you, or are you kind of just like, nah, I just like wanted to win?
Oh, for me it was like, I'm happy because it's the first of this year too. So I was just thinking about that. But the most I was thinking I just want to win. So just for me and for my team, I don't really care about that much because as I said, I'm not Brazilian.
Yeah.
But I really like Brazilian community, so I was really happy. And I'm just thinking about to win for myself because I wanna go worse, I wanna do well, I wanna go to the other leagues and be the best player I can be.
Yeah, for me, it's also important to think about the fact that if we win against North American teams, we're showing the entire world that South American players are also good and can be like invested. And I think for me, that's the biggest thing because I think the dream of many players is to play in better leagues and go to other countries. And I think that's really important. I think if we manage to play well against North American teams or at Worlds, I think it's really important that we show that there's a lot of talent in Brazil and South America overall. And I think that's the biggest motivation for me, of course, besides winning normally. But I personally, I've always wanted to play in another league. So I think that's really important.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we have seen that development throughout the year from the LTA South. I mean, when you look at Split 1, it was pretty one-sided when the North came down to the South. It was 8-1 overall.
Yeah. My bad.
There you go.
Yeah.
Could have been 8-0. Thanks,
My
APA.
bad. My bad.
Against Miru.
Yeah.
Against Miru.
And then, we look at MSI, and Furia almost beat G2. A lot of people felt like they should have beaten G2, but that went 5 games.
The boot camp, the Furia that went to wars and then they came back. They crushed everyone in the screen when they came back. So I think everyone is improving the league in general. So I think we are getting closer to NA. I think it's a pretty long way to FlyQuest as an example, but I think we are getting closer.
Yeah, I agree. I think in the beginning of the year, we were not playing well as a region, but throughout this entire year, I felt like we were constantly improving as a region, I think. And now I feel like we're pretty close to NA, as you said, except FlyQuest maybe. Hopefully we can change this, but I think now it's much closer, the region.
It's hard to not respect FlyQuest because, when you are in the West, you are like, FlyQuest your role model, You are watching his game to replicate some things, so it's hard to not respect their journey.
Yeah. Is there like, is it inspired for you guys on FlyQuest that mostly, you look at, or is it?
I think so. For example, my younger, he likes a lot of Spirits. He watches him a lot and he watches his speak. So it's like inspiration.
Yeah, my jungler also likes Inspired.
I think a lot of junglers like Inspired these days.
Yeah, I think Whip was also a really good player. I think he has a different approach to the game, and it's really cool to watch him play in a different style than most people. And you for sure can learn a lot with him. And I think it's also really good to see it like this.
I don't know if you guys know, but there's this year, instead of individual conference MVPs, there's the Key Player of the Year for all of the LTA.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it's for all of the LTA, and it is not for just this split. It's for the whole year, right? So it includes international performances and everything. If you guys, quickly off the top of your head, because you didn't know that, who would you say you would be voting for?
LTA Player of the Year.
Yeah,
for
so it's for both conferences and the whole year.
Kind of easy, no?
I think I will vote Inspired.
Yeah, me too. I would say Inspired.
I mean, like, he went to MSI, had a solid MSI.
Yeah.
Like, won 2 of the 3 splits this year. His name should definitely be like minimum top 3 in that contest.
What do you think about players from the South then?
From the South? It's a little bit weird because, for example, in the first split, I think Pain was pretty dominant.
Yeah.
And in the second split, Fury was really dominant.
Yeah.
And for example, Pain in the third split, they didn't play well. And Fury went 0-6 in playoffs. So I feel like most teams were constantly in a roller coaster. And it's a little bit hard to say. I think Titan is a really solid player. I think he had a good year overall, even though they didn't perform well recently. I think some players from Fury also had a really good job this year. And from Cade, my team, I think our first 2 splits were not so good, so it's hard to say. But the third split, I think, especially my jungler and mid, they had a really, really good performance. I think Miru is like our MVP on these playoffs, but the whole team played really well.
What do you think?
I think just talking about the whole year, I will choose. It's hard to know about Titan. I think he had a strong year, and after that, I will choose both Tatu. I think they are the most valuable player of the South. I think Tatu did really well in the Messiah and WLC. I think I will vote them for sure.
Yeah, I think it's these 2 and Miru, I would say. I think they're the 3 most solid. Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. So it's going to be interesting to see who the votes are for, because I know that there is
Actually, now that he brings it up, I think Miru actually can be in that contest because he was like first place winter.
Yeah.
First place summer.
because he swapped teams.
Yeah,
He's
he
one
was
of the
in
few
his
Brazilian players that's like actually stayed at the top.
If I'm counting LTA South, like I don't know, not foreign age, no, not Korean. I will say both 2, and if I'm counting Koreans too, I will choose Miru because he was consistent, the best probably.
He's probably consistently like the highest placed.
Yeah, that's cool.
I agree.
No, that's a good point. And I mean, I know that for the voting, they're going to have like some of the fans are voting, and there's people from the South and the North, that are going to vote. So it's going to be people from different leagues and stuff like that. So it'll be interesting to see who does end up winning. But thank you all so much for coming in, and congratulations again. I thought you absolutely smurfed it today. So a well-deserved win. Next Saturday is going to be your debut here. We're going to have FlyQuest versus Vivo Kid. That's going to be really, really exciting. And then, of course, on Sunday, we're going to see you playing once again against 100 Thieves. And then, if you win, you'll be going to Texas, and we'll be getting to play in that venue there, which should be a lot of fun. You're already guaranteed to go.
Yeah, I'm going anyway, so I'm excited to go to Texas. But yeah, I hope we manage to do a great match against FlyQuest. And yeah, we're looking forward to it.
And if not, maybe you'll get a second chance. If you win in the lower bracket, you still get 2 chances. That's the benefit of being the first seed.
It's OP.
I need to win everything.
Hey, 100 Thieves and you guys. 100 Thieves had their lower bracket run. Maybe you guys are going to have your lower bracket
Actually,
run.
we had almost the same run. We both went to 5 games. Then we 3-0 next. And in the finals, they win 1 game. We didn't.
There you go. We got the 100 Thieves of the North versus the 100 Thieves of the South. That's going to be on Sunday. That should be a lot of fun. I'm really excited for you to match up against Squid. I think that's going to be a banger. Thanks again, everyone, for joining us. Thank you, APA. Hung out all day. APA was on the analyst desk with us, watching your games. Hung out for pros. Appreciate it. Even casted. There you go. We're making them work hard. But we will see you all next weekend. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, the problem I have with Fearless is when you want to try something, then your team ends.
Take a pocket pick, a little clud mid action, and then it's like the game's over at 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this week's episode of Pros. Today, I'm going to be joined by APA, the victorious Kaze, as well as Boal. We got to start with the series that just finished, 5-game banger, Shopify versus Red. Kaze, I'll come to you first. How do you feel coming off that series? Because I thought you were crushing Palafox in the mid lane.
Actually, I'm really happy that we managed to win. I thought we will more easily, but for me, it's a win. It's a win. We are just proving everyone wrong because nobody actually believed in us, even in the LTA South. So I'm really happy and just looking forward to the series versus 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice to watch today because it honestly felt like 5 games in a row. Like, regardless of win or lose, you're just winning lane. And then, like, I don't know, me and Isaiah were talking. We're just talking about, like, how Palafox is getting first blood every game by you and Doom. It was just like the stats at the end. It's like you're up 15 or so CS and like 500 gold at the end of 5 games, and I don't know. It was just complete gap today.
Yeah, actually, I think they were not. I think they didn't know too much about us. I think they were like putting themselves in a matchups they didn't like too much because at the end, I don't think even in the game 1 he was not that comfortable because. I'm known for play melees, so when he locked in Yon, I thought, what the fuck is this guy doing? I was thinking he doesn't know anything about me, so he was kind of disrespecting me, I think.
Did you feel that you guys had better prep then than Shopify?
I don't really know because we didn't have that much time.
Yeah.
We had to play like 3 series in a row. Then I got later on the week because I didn't have visa. So we didn't have that much prep, but we were confident anyway that we can win and we were the better team. So it was just an adaptation in the series because actually we didn't know them too. Mm-hmm. We didn't play against them. So for me, the series in this cross conference will be more of who adapts more and better.
Yeah. Why were you so confident then if you didn't feel like you were that familiar with the team?
I think I just see the Palafox lane and I was saying I think I can win versus him, but I was not like disrespecting him. I just thought, okay, I can win, but I will not disrespect him because I didn't play versus him.
Yep.
And after the game 1, I thought, okay, I'm feeling well. I feel I can win versus him, and I just focus on that.
What did you think coming into this series? Like, what were your expectations, honestly, coming in, right? I know the LTA South casters, you were saying a lot of people didn't believe in you, but I was talking to them. They were predicting you guys 3-0 even before the series, so they were definitely believing.
Yeah, before the last week on the playoffs in Brazil, honestly, I was not believing that Red could go this far. But the last week, they improved a lot in the last week.
Yeah.
So I kind of knew that they were going to play well today. I was not expecting 5 games, to be honest. I thought like 3-1, Red would win.
Okay.
But I was confident that they could put a good game. And on scrims also, I think they're doing a good job. And it's nice to see Brazil performing as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, like when you just watch like the lanes, a lot of the lanes were just like, FMB stomping top, you're stomping mid, and like bowling was kind of even, except the games 4 and 5, which was like a smash depending on the way. It was just like, honestly, just solid laning from you guys.
Yeah. I was really surprised also, because as I said, before the last week, I thought you guys would never make finals, but you guys improved a lot, so it's nice to see this. Yeah.
Yeah, I think before the playoff start, we were like too much anxiety, so we weren't playing that good in Scrim. So when we win versus Loud on the Friday, we just take the weight off because we were going to cross conference. So after that, we just improve and play it better.
How do you feel then? Because you got promoted up from tier 2, right? Not that long ago. 3 of you did, in fact, which is kind of crazy. So to be, within the last year, you're in Tier 2. Now you are one series away from going to Worlds. Like, has that sunk in for you yet? That like that dream for most pro players, that is the dream, right? To go to Worlds, to play against Chovy or Faker or whoever your idol is. Like, that's so close.
Yeah, actually, it's my dream too. So I'm kind of happy because, as you say, that I was in Tier 2 this year. And before this year, I was in Tier 1, but I didn't even reach finals any time. So I'm pretty happy that I came along to this tournament. I'm happy that even when I was in Tier 2, I can prove wrong everyone because I got Tier 1 again. I proved myself too because I was kind of sad after not getting to LTA. So I'm just focusing in the next series because I want to go Worlds. I want to my team goes to that World because I have some old players like FNB. He's trying like 5 years to go to Worlds. So I'm trying my best just for him.
I mean, I know from my experience, like when I made Worlds in 2023, I was like cheesing for like a week straight. Like,
do you guys know that expression, cheesing?
Yeah.
A week straight, I was just non-stop smiling just because I was like, man, I'm a Worlds mid laner now.
Yeah, it's funny because also in the end of last year, I don't know if you remember, we were talking about what we were going to do because I was somewhat retired and he was without a team. And we were talking like, I don't know if we're going to Tier 1 this split or maybe we can play together because we know each other for some time already. And we were talking about maybe playing like Tier 2 or something like that. But it's really nice to see that we made it here.
How does it feel then? Because it feels like sometimes, League is such a team game, right?
Yeah.
It's very hard to carry as an individual. So sometimes you are kind of a victim of your circumstances, right? Maybe you're in a team that is somewhat dysfunctional or the roster isn't working as well as it had been. Obviously, you guys were pretty public about that for this split, that things, weren't kind of going that way. So how does it feel to be able to get an opportunity for both of you where you're saying you weren't really sure if you were even going to be able to play in Tier 1? Are we going to retire? What are we going to do? And now to go from that to feel like, hey, now I really got a chance to prove like how good of a player I am.
Yeah, honestly, I feel extremely lucky because I met my coach, Sil, in a random event in Brazil last year. And then we started talking, and I still tell him that he's kind of crazy for like calling me to the team because I was retired for 2 years almost. And then he watched my games, watched my POVs that I sent him, and he thought I was worth the shot. So I feel really lucky because I think he's a really good like coach and manager overall. He deals really well with people. And I think my team is also really, really good. So I feel extremely lucky. And it's really different when you have a good environment, a good team. So I'm really, really happy.
Yeah, so about me, I feel extremely lucky too because actually I'm not Brazilian, so
You're Argentinian, right?
Yeah. I was kind of just having a hard time because I was not known in the Brazilian scene, and in the Latam teams they were not giving opportunity. So when they say they called me to Red Academy, I should say yes in the moment because I thought it was the only opportunity to go back. So I feel extremely lucky to the situation, the circumstances, and that it's going good now.
I mean, you're kind of going through like the downside of it right now, a bit, right? Like,
Sadly.
I mean, yeah, I don't mean it as like a flame thing. Like, let's be honest, we had talked about this even earlier today, right? TL was doing really, really well last year.
Top of the world last year.
Exactly. You were kind of how I think people look at FlyQuest this year is how people looked at TL last year. And so how do you manage the kind of up and down of that with pro play? Is that it's like your circumstances can change like this, right? You guys are kind of like riding on cloud 9 right now, and you're having the more tougher time where you weren't finishing where you wanted to.
I mean, last year was just like, of course you're stressed when you're like in tournament competing, but at the end of the day when you go to sleep, you still have like a smile. You're like, I'm first place in regular season. I'm like first place in playoffs. Something like that. And then now like all these like high standards that you set for yourself, you're like, I'm getting first place, second place, no matter what. And then I get 6th, and it's like, holy fuck! What the fuck just
The
happened?
contrast is huge.
I mean, I think that's kind of like the beautiful thing about pro gaming, and it's also like the horrible thing, and competition in general, right? Is that it's like, you can win one day, and it's like the highest high that is possible, and then you lose the next day, and you're like, why am I even playing? What am I doing with my life? This is horrible, right? And I think that's like the kind of beauty of sports in some ways is that it's like 2 teams play a match, and one team is going to be on either side of that at the end of the day, right? It's like as amazing as you're feeling, Shopify is feeling equally horrible,
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
And that it kind of has to be that way for there to be the joy. There has to be the hard part too, right? And so it's like if you come back next year and you have an even better time, you're going to appreciate it that much more,
Of course,
because of the struggle, just like for you guys.
I think it's just all the a process of everything. I don't think if you lose, you will be that happy if you win. So every bad moment I had, it feels amazing now. You know, it's all the journey to here.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, but like from my perspective, it's like, finishing so low, it just gives me so much more, just like motivation for next year. Like, whatever happens for next year, it's just like, I'm like, I never want to let this happen again.
Yeah, it's for sure a complicated thing because the big majority of people like that compete, they lose much more than they win, unless you're like Cristiano Ronaldo or something like that. But
One team wins.
yeah, it's hard because only one team is going to win, and even if you're second, third, it feels really bad.
Yeah, absolutely. Talk to me a bit about Game 5. When you are going into Game 5, like, was the team still feeling really confident? Were you nervous a bit? Because B-Boy just had a monster Ezreal game. I don't know if you guys heard the stats or whatever, but he did the highest DPM of any player in a game in North American League of Legends history in all of the years. He did something, it was like 18, 16, something like that DPM. So he had a monster game. You guys lost. Now it's match point. Were you still kind of feeling confident going into that game, or were the nerves hitting a bit?
For me personally, I didn't have any nerves. I thought it was just we didn't play that well, and I think the composition we picked, it was not our best, and so going to the Game 5. We just talked about changing the plan, so we can do a lot more things, be more proactive. So that's why we picked Ari and Nocturne. So actually, we felt really, really well. So it was just thinking about changing the plan and doing more things and just to fight,
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, and it worked out well for you guys. Let's talk a little bit about the 100 Thieves Pain series that happened yesterday. It's interesting because talking to at least a lot of the people that I had from LTA South, they were saying they didn't even think, Pain really was a top 3 team and so on. But it was interesting because I was talking to some of the North American teams that had scrimmed, and they said they thought Pain was the hardest team to scrim.
Wow.
So it's like kind of like very different, kind of expectations. What did you guys think about Pain coming in versus 100 Thieves? Were you expecting them to do well, do poorly?
Honestly, I thought they were going to lose 3-0 like much easier.
Okay.
Because I think they had a really tough playoffs in the split, and I think they have really good players. I think all 5 of them can easily be champion again, and they have like really good individual performances sometimes. But you can easily see that the collective is struggling right now. I think everybody in Brazil kind of feels it. And I don't know, in scrims, I think maybe we need to step up because I was not expecting that information. But
it was just one team that told me that. Okay, it was someone's opinion.
Yeah. But I was kind of expecting a 3-0, to be honest.
Yeah.
I was expecting a 3-0. It was not about the gameplay. I just thought they were like mental boom. I think they are not feeling that well as a team. So I thought they will just crash.
Mental boom at the worst time. It just sucks, especially in playoffs.
As my thinking, I think Pain was a really good match to NA. I think they play well to NA teams, but the problem was 100 teams didn't play like a NA team. They like to play to fight a lot and do some
they
crazy.
Play like a Brazilian team.
So they struggled a lot to play in a versus this team.
Yeah. What did you think about 100 Thieves coming in your confidence level from the NA perspective? Because obviously, we talked about it, but it's like they went 1-6 in the regular season.
Yeah.
People were calling them the worst team in the league, and then they just, they changed it in Dokla. Teams kind of seems to be able to turn around, and they crushed through playoffs for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, like, at the start of the split, I was just like, man, these guys are so terrible when Sniper was playing with them. But then when Dokla comes in, it literally feels just like he's Superman on that team right now. He comes in, he's like, everyone's mood is shifted. He's like, feels like playing better than Sniper. Everyone feels like they're just playing better right now. And then they just hit they like peaked just like that, like right before playoffs. They beat Lyon, they beat me.
Yeah.
Shit.
Shopify.
They
They beat C9, they beat Shopify, and then like even the finals were super contested. So that like, I don't know. I think if they can keep the stride that they had going into playoffs, I'll be honest, like It's a tough matchup, man. I'm sorry. I would favor them.
Yeah, actually, I think for sure they are the favorite one, and I think for me it will be a lot more funny series because they like to play aggressive like us. So it will be decided in the fights. So it's more exciting for me.
How excited are you to play against Quid? Because Quid, I think a lot of people look at. I don't know what your opinion in the power rankings are, but I know that like pretty much everyone has like Quid, Loki, and Quad as the kind of the top three from this split, right? And Quid, I think when he's playing at his best with River, to me they're probably the best jungle duo, mid jungle duo I think in the league right now.
So I'm pretty excited. I think he's a really good player, and as I said, I like to play Millis a lot, and I know he likes to. So I will just try to do my best and watch what he does. If I think he does something better than me, I will just take that to myself and just that.
Yeah. I mean, I think from like what we've seen in playoffs, Quid's been the best mid.
Yep.
In my opinion, honestly. So like, it's exciting to see him because like I think you're completely gapping Palafox today. So it's like I kind of have high expectations, and then I've high expectations of Quid. So it'll just be like nice to see.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be a really bloody match.
For
We say that 100 Thieves is the North American Red Canids.
Yeah. They like to play a lot around mid and jungle, and we do as well. So it will be decided in fight and blood. So
Yeah, I mean it's really interesting because I know at one point last year, I don't know what the stats are like now, but there's a stat called like bloodiness, which is just like kills plus deaths, average kills plus deaths, and 100 Thieves had the highest bloodiness of any team in the world. So it's like they like to fight, right? And it's interesting. I don't know what your perspective is, but I feel like watching them, it always feels like no matter what, whether you think that they should drop a side wave or just play the side lanes, whatever, they're going to show up to the objective and they're going to fight you, right? And if they lose the first one, they're going to show up to the next objective and they're going to fight you again.
It always feels like they're just playing two lanes. They're playing mid top. They'll like push through that cycle, and then they'll play mid bot, push through that cycle, and then they're just like holding that fist up, waiting for you to come, and then if you walk into the fist, like it's a fist fight.
Yeah.
But then the fist is always up for them, like similar to how a lot of the Brazilian guys play.
Yeah.
So some people say that the best defense is to attack. So I thought it's the philosophy for them.
Yeah. I mean, I think that like a lot of NA people just talk about 100 Thieves and they say it's like they're the hands team, right? Like you have to be good enough at team fighting or you can't beat them because you have to team fight them like 10 times in every single game, right? And it's funny talking to some of their players, and sometimes the thought process is kind of like, if I believe I have better hands than my opponents, if I believe I have better mechanics than my opponents, I should team fight them as many possible times as I can because that gives you the most opportunities to kind of like outplay, right? And it's like, hey, if I think I'm going to beat you 7 times out of 10, well, if I take one team fight, that could be one of the 3. But if I take 10 team fights, I'm probably going to win, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So it should be a really, really exciting match. I want to talk a little bit about Vuocade. You guys obviously played each other in the finals, and I'm sure you would be hungry to get a rematch with them. But we have the FlyQuest match first. FlyQuest obviously, has been, I think, to most people looked at as the best team in the West over the last couple of years. They took Gen G to 5 games last year at Worlds. They took BLG to 5 games this year at MSI. Have been dominating Europe. They 3-0'd G2, etc.
I kind of feel like that's stretching the narrative a bit.
No?
Because last year I think I was on top of the world.
Okay,
but
okay.
This year for sure. This year I'll agree for sure.
Very sure. Well, okay, at least I will say from Worlds last year till now.
Okay.
That's mostly what people have been talking about. But they are playing without Bwipo, right? They're going to be playing with Gatghost. So, how confident are you guys feeling going up against FlyQuest?
Honestly, I'm a little bit unsure because, as you said, they're playing with a different roster, and I think Bwipo is a really important part of the team. I think all players are really, really good, but I think he's also a really important piece on shot calling and deciding things. And honestly, we're somewhat confident, but we respect them a lot. Like the whole year, we watch them play. Like we always watch as a team, like their VODs and stuff. So it's for sure going to be a really nice experience for us. I think they're by far the best team in NA, to be honest, right now. I'm sorry, but
I'm 6th place, man. There's 5 people ahead of me.
You.
I'm just really respectful. Just kidding. But yeah, I think they're a really, really strong team, and we're for sure going to learn a lot with this series, even if we lose. But we think we can beat them. It's going to be hard, but we're confident, I think.
I mean, personally, I think, from my end, it feels like has struggled when he's come in, and I feel like Quad's like kind of up and down. Like had a bad series, had a good series in playoffs. So it's like I feel like if you guys were to win, since it's only Gakkos, like that's how you guys can do it. You can win through the solo lanes, whether it's like you get red side go R5, get a nice counter pick, or you just have like strong like comfort picks that you're willing to play.
Yeah, I don't know what you expect about mid lane, but I think my mid laner is extremely good. He's like a really important part of our team also, so I think he can also be a really good win condition for us. I don't know how it's going to be the matchup against Quad, but I think it's possibly a win condition for us. So I think solo lanes can be really important this
that's where I would put like the 2 weak points of FlyQuest right now. Like of course I still think Inspired's like a great player.
Yeah.
I think Busio has been having like honestly the best split of his career so far.
Yeah.
I think they're the 2 best players in the league by far.
So
right now.
I think those 2 players have been smurfing.
Yeah.
And then like
For
with
North.
Quad's inconsistency, and then I mean I don't think Gakkos is like all that good. I'll be completely honest. So like I think that's where you can look to exploit.
Yeah, I think Boost is also playing really well, and it's good that we have Trimby. He's a really experienced player. He played like Worlds many times, and I think he's going to help us a lot on this match also because he's our main shot caller most games. So I think we can match them to their strengths. It's going to be hard, but I think we can win. I think we can do it.
Do you think so? You've played against both Miru and Quad, right?
Yeah.
So what's your opinion on mid lane matchup then? Because it's interesting. I know you were saying like you think Quad is kind of struggling right now, and we had an episode of Pros where we had coaches, and all the coaches were kind of saying FlyQuest is really beatable, but then right after that they kind of crushed in the next couple of series, right? And Bwipo kind of took exception to it and was saying, oh well, these teams are kind of just saying stuff based off scrims, but that doesn't matter. You have to beat us on stage and. So do you think that like they are vulnerable, or do you think maybe it's a bit like overblown based on scrim stuff? Because it seems to be like a lot of kind of like scrim drama. It seems like the split.
I don't even know if it's from scrims. I feel like on stage as well. Like of course they 3-0'd me from the upper bracket, but even those games, it's like I don't know if you recall, but my game 2, like my Ziggs game versus them,
Super winnable,
it's like Quad's down like 4,000, 5,000 gold. Like that's a massive gap. So I just don't think he's had like the best playoffs this play. I know he like smurfed for his Palafox, but like, come on, like anyone could smurf for his Palafox right now.
That's brutal. But yeah, no, I mean I agree. I tend to agree. Quad didn't have nearly as good a split as compared to like
last summer. I think he was gapping me.
Yeah.
He was crushing me, and like he was the best mid laner last summer. And then like I've seen the games that Gakkos has played, of course. Like he played the 1 game for Shopify, lost. They're only lose to Shopify, and all of his other games he's been like.
He's played 2 games, right? Yeah, they played I think the 2 Rumble games, the one where he did win, but he got solo killed once or twice, and then the one that they lost where he got caught a couple times. So
I'm like, that's my 2 worries about the FlyQuest team right now. Like of course, like I'm still an NA stan. I still want NA to win.
Yeah.
But like, you hear so much about FlyQuest, you kind of want them to lose just a little bit.
Yeah, we feel this like as a pressure, I would say, because it's for sure the biggest challenge for Brazil, in my opinion. I mean, of course, if they had Bwipo, it would be harder. But I think it's going to be like a really good accomplishment for our region if we win, even without Bwipo. So we're really excited for this match. I think it's going to be like really, really like hard, but we can win.
Have you watched much of Gakkos' games or anything like that since you found out that he'd be playing?
Yeah, I watched the games that he played, and the last time I came to LA, like 3 months ago, I scrimmed against him, I think once or twice. Okay. And I think he's good individually. He is for sure like going to be good in the future, I think. I don't know how he's performing right now, like macro-wise and communication and stuff, but I think he can for sure be good in the next years and stuff. And we even spoke a little bit after our scrims. We talked about matchups and stuff. So it's going to be nice. I think we have a good shot against them. And yeah, we're studying the new FlyQuest without Bwipo.
How do you feel about like top laners converting from solo queue to pro play? Because a lot of pros I talk to say that that's like the hardest role to translate because they feel like you're in these really weird spots, you're lane swapped on, you have to really know how to play weak side. So do you think that like is a pretty big advantage for you, having more experience, being able to play against Gakkos?
Yeah, I think so. Also because I used to be a little bit like this, like the solo queue top laner, and then I think
Aurelia.
Yeah, I used to be known for like Aurelia and stuff.
Yeah.
And I think this year I changed a lot my approach to the game, to scrims, and even stage games. So I think now I'm a lot better and different, and I'm really confident, to be honest. I think good job.
That's a big factor that we're also not talking about too much, is just experience.
Yeah.
Like he's played, what you said, 3 games, I think?
2.
Yeah.
Two games, and then like the 1 game in playoffs he did play, it was like a lose.
Yep.
Like honestly, kind of because of him.
Yep.
So like, he just doesn't have any of the experience that you have, like going through your playoff bracket, like that FlyQuest of course had going through their playoff bracket.
Yeah.
So
It's a lot of pressure on him.
yeah,
to be
it's so
honest.
much pressure because like
if they lose, everyone is going to blame
everyone's just
him,
gonna, like,
right?
point
Fair
at
or
him.
not, people are going to say it's because there wasn't Bubba. Yeah, which does make it tough for sure. I'm curious, what do you guys think about like the current meta right now, right? Because I don't know how you feel, like different pros feel different ways about Fearless, but I love watching Fearless. I think it's a lot of fun. And I do like the idea of rewarding players who are more flexible and can, bring out champions that they can really excel on in Game 5. How do you feel about it from kind of the South POV? Are you enjoying Fearless a lot?
For me, I really like Fearless because, as you say, that I like to play some crazy champions, so it makes the game more funnier to me. This year you had I don't know, you had Vladimir, you had Zed, champions that before didn't even appear in the League of Legends. So
Well, and you played Zed even, right? This year? Yeah, exactly.
I really like, so I think it's really funnier for the pro players and for the audience as well. I think it's a really good improvement to the scene.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun. Like I remember, like last summer when it was ADC mid meta, it's like game 1 you play Tristana, enemy mid plays Corki, then you swap sides, go game 2, then you play Corki into Tristana, then you go game 3, you're back on Tristana playing into Corki. So it's like, like as much fun as the ADCs mid were, it's like you can only get so much of Tristana Corki, Tristana Corki, Tristana Corki.
Yeah, I feel the same. I think even in scrims, it helps a lot you to practice different stuff. Because in the past, even for top lane, it would be like, oh, game 1, you play Rumble, Gwen. Game 2, you play Rumble, Sion. Game 3, Sion, Gwen. It would always be the same, like Cassante, that's always strong. And I think now it's much better, and you can practice a lot more, different champions and different playstyles. And on stage, I think it's much better for the audience as well. I think people enjoy watching different champions and different comps overall. So I think it's a really, really big change.
Yeah. The problem I have with Fearless is when you want to try something, then your team ends, and you don't have
one game,
and you don't have the rest of the day.
Yeah, you need to wait another day.
Yeah. Like it's all the fault
the
of
worst.
Zed.
You take a pocket pick and a little Kled mid action, and then it's like the game's over at 15 minutes.
It's just team gap. Do you think that Fearless could be somewhere where you can maybe punish FlyQuest? Because I know famously, Game 5, people talk a lot about against Gen G, even though FlyQuest is really flexible. Game 5 versus Gen G, there was the Smolder versus Yone game where FlyQuest they said in interviews that they kind of like forgot about that matchup and they went Yone, and then Chovy answered with the Smolder and kind of destroyed them. And then also Game 5 versus BLG, in the press conference afterwards, they said that they kind of just like ran out of mid lane picks, and Quad went Zillion and then got solo killed at what, level 2, level 3 by Galio.
Yeah.
And so like those were kind of like famous kind of Game 5 finishers. Is that something where you guys think maybe FlyQuest could be punished potentially?
I kind of think Quad's champion pool is big. I think like.
What do you think went wrong in those then?
This is from like the outside perspective, but I think like, for example, the Zillion one, I feel like that was like pushed on him, because it was like counterpicking the Galio if I recall correctly. It's like, I don't know. I don't really want to play Zillion into Galio. That sounds like such a trash matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know much about other players, the champion pool and stuff, but me and Trimby especially, we like to try different picks all the time. I think we're by far the two that try most often picks in the scrims and stage. And honestly, I don't know much about Geckos also because he didn't play many games on stage, so I don't know much about his champion pool. But I think on mid, it can be something. I'm not sure about the entirety of Quad champion pool, but Miru likes to play different things, and he's really good with multiple playstyles. So I think it can be a good factor for us. And for support also, I don't know much about Lucio, but Trimby has some really good pocket picks that can be interesting and a little bit freaky sometimes. But it's going to be, for sure, something that we can use to our favor.
That's cool. How much do you guys feel like it's important when you're playing to represent, you know, LTA South and Brazil well, versus just like, hey, I want to win? Because, you know, this is the first major best of 5 that Brazil has won internationally since I don't even know when. Like, it was back way back. I saw some people posting that maybe something around like 2013, 2014, 2015, something like that. It's been forever, right? So like, does that feel like a huge accomplishment for you, or are you kind of just like, nah, I just like wanted to win?
Oh, for me it was like I'm happy because it's the first of this year too. So I was just thinking about that. But the most I was thinking I just wanna win. So just for me and for my team, I don't really care about that much because as I said, I'm not Brazilian.
Yeah.
But I really like Brazilian community, so I was really happy. And I'm just thinking about to win for myself because I wanna go worse, I wanna do well, I wanna go to the other leagues and be the best player I can be.
Yeah, for me, it's also important to think about the fact that if we win against North American teams, we're showing the entire world that South American players are also good and can be like invested. And I think for me, that's the biggest thing because I think the dream of many players is to play in better leagues and go to other countries. And I think that's really important. I think if we manage to play well against North American teams or at Worlds, I think it's really important that we show that there's a lot of talent in Brazil and South America overall. And I think that's the biggest motivation for me, of course, besides winning normally. But I personally, I've always wanted to play in another league. So I think that's really important.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we have seen that development throughout the year from the LTA South. I mean, when you look at Split 1, it was pretty one-sided when the North came down to the South. You know, it was 8-1 overall.
Yeah. My bad.
There you go.
Yeah.
Could have been 8-0. Thanks,
My
APA.
bad. My bad.
Against Miru.
Yeah.
Against Miru.
And then, you know, we look at MSI, and Furia almost beat G2. A lot of people felt like they should have beaten G2, but that went 5 games. And then here, you guys did take down Shopify. So do you feel like the South is maybe being kind of like slept on? People aren't, you know, giving the players and the teams their due? And are you seeing that improvement as well?
I think for sure we are improving. I think the boot camp, the Furia that went to wars and then they came back. They crushed everyone in the screen when they come back. So I think everyone is improving the league in general. So I think we are getting closer to NA. I think it's a pretty long way to FlyQuest as an example, but I think we are getting closer.
Yeah, I agree. I think in the beginning of the year, we were not playing well as a region, but throughout this entire year, I felt like we were constantly improving as a region, I think. And now I feel like we're pretty close to NA, as you said, except FlyQuest maybe. Hopefully we can change this, but I think now it's much closer, the region.
It's hard to not respect FlyQuest because, you know, when you are in the West, you are like, FlyQuest your role model, you know? You are watching his game to replicate some things, so it's hard to not respect their journey.
Yeah. Is it inspired for you guys on FlyQuest that mostly, you know, you look at, or is it?
I think so. For example, my younger, he likes a lot Inspired. He watches him a lot and he watches his speak. So it's like inspiration.
Yeah, my jungler also likes Inspired.
I think a lot of junglers like Inspired these days.
Yeah, I think Whip was also a really good player. I think he has a different approach to the game, and it's really cool to watch him play in a different style than most people. And you for sure can learn a lot with him. And I think it's also really good to see it like this.
I don't know if you guys know, but there's this year, instead of individual conference MVPs, there's the Key Player of the Year for all of the LTA.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it's for all of the LTA, and it is not for just this split. It's for the whole year, right? So it includes international performances and everything. If you guys, quickly off the top of your head, because you didn't know that, who would you say we would be voting for?
LTA Player of the Year.
Yeah, so it's for both conferences and the whole year.
Kind of easy, no?
I think I will vote Inspired.
Yeah, me too. I would say Inspired.
Yeah, I mean, like, he went to MSI, had a solid MSI.
Yeah.
Like, won 2 of the 3 splits this year. His name should definitely be like minimum top 3 in that contest.
What do you think about players from the South then?
From the South? It's a little bit weird because, for example, in the first split, I think Pain was pretty dominant.
Yeah.
And in the second split, Furia was really dominant.
Yeah.
And, for example, Pain in the third split, they didn't play well, and Fury went 0-6 in playoffs. So I feel like most teams were constantly in a roller coaster, and it's a little bit hard to say. I think Titan is a really solid player. I think he had a good year overall, even though they didn't perform well recently. I think some players from Fury also had a really good job this year, and from Cade, my team, I think our first two splits were not so good, so it's hard to say. But the third split, I think, especially my jungler and mid, they had a really good performance. I think Miru is like our MVP on these playoffs, but the whole team played really well.
What do you think?
I think just talking about the whole year, I will choose. It's hard to know about Titan. I think he had a strong year, and after that I will choose both Tatu. I think they are the most valuable player of the South. I think Tatu did really well in the Messiah and LLC. I think I will vote them for sure.
Yeah, I think it's these two and Miru, I would say. I think they're the three most solid. Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. So it's going to be interesting to see who the votes are for, because I know that there is
Actually, now that he brings up, I do think Miru actually can be in that contest, because he was like first place winter.
Yeah.
First place summer.
Because he swapped teams.
Yeah,
He's
he
one
was
of the
in
few
Israel.
Brazilian players that's like actually stayed at the top.
If I'm counting LTA South, like I don't know, not foreign age, no, not Korean. I will say both two, and if I'm counting Koreans too, I will choose Miru because he was consistent, the best probably.
He's probably consistently like the highest placed.
Yeah, that's cool.
I agree.
No, that's a good point. And I mean, I know that for the voting, they're going to have like some of the fans are voting, and there's people from the South and the North, that are going to vote. So it's going to be people from different leagues and stuff like that. So it'll be interesting to see who does end up winning. But thank you all so much for coming in, and congratulations again. I thought you absolutely smurfed it today. So a well-deserved win. Next Saturday is going to be your debut here. We're going to have FlyQuest versus Vivo Kid. That's going to be really, really exciting. And then, of course, on Sunday, we're going to see you playing once again against 100 Thieves. And then, if you win, you'll be going to Texas, and we'll be getting to play in that venue there, which should be a lot of fun. You're already guaranteed to go.
I'm going anyway, so I'm excited to go to Texas. But yeah, I hope we manage to do a great match against FlyQuest. And yeah, we're looking forward to it.
And if not, maybe you'll get a second chance. If you win in the lower bracket, you still get two chances. That's the benefit of being the first seed.
It's OP.
I need to win everything.
Hey, 100 Thieves and you guys. 100 Thieves had their lower bracket run. Maybe you guys are going to have your lower bracket
Actually,
run.
we had almost the same run. We both went to 5 games. Then we 3-0 next. And in the finals, they win 1 game. We didn't.
There you go. We got the 100 Thieves of the North versus the 100 Thieves of the South. That's going to be on Sunday. That should be a lot of fun. I'm really excited for you to match up against Squid. I think that's going to be a banger. Thanks again, everyone, for joining us. Thank you, APA. Hung out all day. APA was on the analyst desk with us, watching your games. Hung out for pros. Appreciate it. Even casted. There you go. We're making them work hard. But we will see you all next weekend. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
winner of this best-of-5 goes straight to the finals in Dallas for a chance at becoming LTA champions and the LTA's first seed heading into Worlds competition.
I can still just walk in here.
Yeah, I mean, you can look, you can look. Look at Alistar. He will maybe slow someone. Bessa.
Versus also CC.
Akali is rooted.
Combo
Mark just
2.
ulted.
I have ulti.
I'm shielding you, Ariella, don't be scared.
They use so much. Yeah. They're really weak here, they're really weak.
Akali flash, Bard flashed.
He's rooted. I'm Bessa on the back.
B.
Ariella, don't be scared. Nice.
He's
We kill everyone.
I have to now.
I rooted the Zinzao. We come to wall if you want shield.
I have to now, B.
Yeah. We can do Nash already.
Okay.
15-0 for FlyQuest. They'll take game 1.
You can go to lane 2, Sivir.
They are going. That one is spirit.
Take it slow. He has
I'm fine,
Zarya.
but this guy
it looks
doesn't
good.
see him.
I have big shields.
I'm ulting
Korken
more.
har flash, no W.
Yeah.
I shield you quad.
Renata flash ulted.
Are we kinda excited? Or kinda?
Kind of exciting.
24 kills in 28 minutes, and the LTA North #1 seed is on match point.
I'm Wing for Maokai ult.
Okay.
I'm ready to go now.
Take it slow.
I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm blocking you. I ulted Maokai.
Oh.
Nice. Go mid. Kill this guy.
You can go lateral.
FlyQuest completes the clean sweep and earn their spot in the grand finals in Dallas next weekend.
Welcome back to Waiting Room. Good day for Inspired and FlyQuest. Maybe the best day for Gakos as well, having the 3-0 with FlyQuest. We have ThinkCard back once again. I'm Jat, Azael, Emily. FlyQuest was very fast yesterday. They destroyed VKS.
They were very good. Busio, Inspired, both played exceptionally well. And then Gapgos had like his first really good showing of 3 games, solid carry performances out of him.
Yep, biggest takeaway is VKS just as good as G2. Same result.
Same number of wins. It's really, can't argue with the math. Let's look at the bracket. As we know that FlyQuest is already in the grand finals of the LTA playoffs. VKS is going to be in that Saturday game in Dallas. But today is the big matchup. Today is the stressful matchup with 100 Thieves versus Red Canids. Winner will not only go to Dallas and still have a chance at the LTA Championship, but will be qualifying for Worlds.
We must win this. We cannot have one seed from NA going, surely.
Yeah, I mean,
we can.
No,
it
we
is
cannot.
possible. I think the big thing for me is that both of these teams are very similar in a lot of ways, but they're both just remarkably bloody teams, right? Like, that's not to say that their team fights don't have like thought to them, but they're 2 teams that really like to fight, and that's why I don't know, I'm really looking forward to today's matchup.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. The Kia All-Pro teams were recently announced. Both of these teams do have a lot of representatives across the board, both for 100 Thieves as well as for the Red Canids.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, Dokla didn't make it, but he was a late split acquisition. Quid River, the engine of this team. First team for Quid, second team for River, and Ayla, I think, deservingly makes it to the 3rd team All-Pro. A big way for him to step up. And then
I voted for FPI too.
If you could speak a little bit on Red playing against them over in the South.
Yeah, so just really strong solo lanes across the board. FMB and Kaze are very, very strong, but Doom and Rebello, they surprised a lot of people. They came out, people didn't expect them to be as good as they were this split, and they really stepped it up. And Frosty, he's actually been a very good support in the region for a while. I think he's a bit underrated, so I'm very happy that he got the 2nd spot here.
I feel like FMB, to me, was the player that really stood out when I was watching playoffs the most for them. I thought he played really well. And to be able to do as well as he did against Fudge, I thought was super impressive, because Fudge is stiff competition. He's one of the best top laners in the North, and he's just straight up outplayed him. FMB really stood out.
Yeah, also, we joke about these teams being similar to each other, but they are also really bloody teams. So we made this meter for combined kills per minute, and we're gonna figure out what temperature this game gets to today. So we have benchmarks of LPL, LTA, LCP, LCK, and LEC averages, I believe, and we'll be checking in on this throughout the day. I mean, personally, I'm hoping we hit over 1 and we just blow the top out of this meter by the time game 1 happens.
I also feel like we are in the second place spot behind the LPL.
Pretty good.
Because
these teams are in playoffs.
Because of these teams, right? Like because of these two teams, they're about to face off against each other. I had production draw me up a little meme where it's joking, where it's like corporate needs you to find the differences between these two pictures. Because again, I do think these are two teams that the way they like to play the game is really find creative angles for fights because they really believe in their team fighting.
Yeah, and also I would say I want to talk about some of the highlight plays we've seen from both of these teams. And it's interesting to rank them, and I'm glad we have ThinkCard here as well. Coolness versus impact. So how cool was the play versus how much did it lead to them winning the game? First one, we're going to pull up an FNB play in the top lane. He's going to be the first one. Let's roll this clip right off the bat. So this was some Yorick gaming, known for its flashiness.
I'm a Yorick enthusiast. Impact is like max impact because when Yorick starts 1v2ing in the side lane, unless your team is absolutely getting slammed everywhere else, the game is just over.
Yeah,
Coolness? I like Yorick, but it's Yorick. It's like, it's not so high on the coolest. But it gets
more impactful right here, actually.
Yeah.
As the play continues and they're able to do some stuff on the other side, he kills the Rakan by himself.
Yeah, this is impactful. And as you're saying, the mental damage from this, that impacts the game a lot. Yeah. You're not going down there anymore.
Does that also count as coolness?
Max
you're breaking someone's mental.
Low on the coolness.
Tell me where to stop on I mean, I feel like that's one of the most impactful things.
Really
he won them the game.
But it's like here, basically.
Not super flashy.
As a Yorick enjoyer, we're not cool, but sometimes we're impactful. Actually, we're always impactful, just sometimes for the other team.
All right, River, Kiana, let's watch this one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this one is both cool and very impactful.
Yeah.
People, I feel like, were kind of flaming a little bit, like, he's not really doing much, not getting much of anything. Boom. That was like a sick wombo combo. Nico ult, set W, Kiana ult, all at the same time, wins them the fight. To me, that really did decide the game as well.
It's hard to imagine a play cooler and with more impact than that.
Yeah.
Five-man
you're giving it
to the top.
Yeah, no, it's really
Baron.
cool. All right, move it. I mean, it was still really impactful. He didn't need to steal
They're not
Baron
losing the game
point.
after that happens.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
But then it's still Baron, maybe not the maximum amount of coolness.
Okay, we'll put it there.
Yeah.
Okay, there might be one that is cooler. Quid had a moment. This wasn't necessarily versus the South, but it was during the regular season.
Oh, the Yone ult.
My favorite part of this is that the rest of the team is telling him to play slow, and he's just like, no, I see the angle. And then in comms, they're all like, yeah, okay, all right, you were right. This was also the bye-bye, I think.
Yeah. Their player reactions were the best of this.
Great.
Like the team reactions. Because his teammates are like, whoa! Like, his teammates are freaking out. Like, that I think is the coolest, when your teammates are hyping you up.
Your teammates don't believe you did
pro
that.
players are pretty nonchalant. You like get a pentakill, you win the game, like, nice job. And exactly, in that moment, they're all screaming and popping off. So that has got to be.
That's
I'm putting this like off the, like, I'm sad we put all these, or not impact, coolness, sorry. This is more like here, I would say. Off the top of the board, coolness. Was it game winning? I feel like they were already winning the game.
It was like slamming the door in the game, so like I don't think it was as It definitely was not as impactful as the first two plays.
Okay, we're gonna put it here.
It was very cool.
It was very cool.
Very cool.
Kaze is also a big player in this game. He didn't have the big highlight moment, but as a Akali, I want to get your thoughts on this as well, ThinkCard, for Kaze as Akali. Actually, we're going to be talking about, this looks to be some random energy B-roll that we're going to get to later. We have Kaze as Akali as well. Where would you place this on the coolness versus impact? Because he played it very well in this game, made a lot of big plays, but they didn't manage to win the game one.
All right, let's see this. He does have a very insane Akali. He's also very good on Silas. So let's see his angle. He comes really nicely through the flank here. He always has really good target selection. That's what I really like about melee champs. Not easy to play. Instantly one-shots at Talia. Does he actually get out?
It's a fine fight.
I think it was okay.
It's a good fight.
Gold is pretty good. It was okay. I would say it was pretty cool, but and pretty good impact. Maybe just a little bit up to the top right.
Yeah, I feel like we put him in a tough spot after the other
some
three.
of the other ones, yeah.
It was like Quid in the river.
I'm gonna put him right in the middle.
Directly in the middle.
Five-man
Plays of the year.
Yeah. Medium cool.
And then we're like, here's Kaze killing a cannon under the tower.
Yeah.
You got 4 to 5 possible minions. How cool is
We kind
that?
of did Kaze dirty there, honestly.
Sorry. Some
bad.
classic North bias. Jacked.
Yeah, we're saying, look,
Hey,
when you look at the board.
F&B's was the most impactful.
It was,
sure.
but we're just saying that the
I'm
North
just
is
saying
so
stuff.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to mean anything. I'm subbing in for Raz. I can just say things.
That's a good Raz impression.
What I say doesn't have to mean anything. Just gotta say it
Oh.
with conviction, the Raz way.
So rude.
Speaking of more similarities, though, I do think it's interesting to look at their shared champ pools, right? Because I think these are 2 melee specialists. I am really curious to see them go up against each other. I think 100 Thieves, in addition to Dokla joining the rosters, their starting top laner, they started drafting a lot more towards what Quid really, really loves to play. And then, as we saw in the past, you need to ban that Silas away from Kaze. It's like absolutely his best champ. And I was glad that Shopify did at least recognize that.
Can you
first.
call yourself a melee mid lane specialist when you haven't played Viego and Lee Sin?
True.
Come on.
When you haven't lost on Diego and Lee Sin in playoffs.
He may be winless, but he's got
I was
heart.
gonna say, are you sure you really want to bring up this game? You really are doing the best Raz impression right now. I hope he's watching.
Thinkard, how do you feel like this matchup plays out between Quid and Kaze? Because Kaze really dominated the series last week against Palafox, but Quid is the first team mid laner from the North.
I think this is going to be an insanely good test because Kaze is kind of like the heart and soul of this team. The jungle support really play around him a lot. But 100 Thieves, Quid, River, like mid jungle, they're one of the best in the entire league. So this is going to be a really good test for Red.
Yeah.
I feel like it's just going to be a hands check because both these teams love to fight. Both these mid laners love to play melee champions. And like a lot of those matchups are so volatile, right? That it comes down to these trades and who's going to be able to outplay. And I think that's what I'm so excited for about these series is it's like I expect them both to want to do similar things, both to show up and take the fight. And we're just going to see, I think, an absolute scrap.
Yeah, I mean, that's what actually makes me a little bit nervous because as good as Quid and River are, they are flippy. That's part of what makes them exciting to watch is because they're willing to take so many fights. And I just know that Kaze is a really good player. So if Quid's a little bit off, if River's a little bit too loose, it could go wrong for them and they could really lose control of the game. But I would definitely favor Quid and River in this combo.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad Thinkard brought up the junglers too, because I think Doom did surprise me initially after he was promoted. I thought he was trying to find a lot of creative angles on mid in the Shopify series, right? And we know River is going to look for those angles, especially like level 3, level 4 ganks if he can get away with it. So that's another thing I'm really gonna be looking out for is how is mid jungle specifically working, and are the junglers going to pay attention to mid early?
Yeah, and then we have to also bring in the supports. Ayla and Frosty, they're going to be around mid as well. It's going to be a party in the mid lane. Both teams very rehearsed in that type of style, and like John said, it's going to be a lot of fighting.
Should be a banger. Kobe is standing by with Kaze, though. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Now, Kaze, you had a really good series versus Shopify to make it here to this series. This series has a lot on the line, a world spot. So first off, I want to ask you, how much would it mean to you to be able to make worlds, you know, going from LLA over to CBLOL and LTA South? What would it really mean?
Actually, it's like a dream to me to make worlds. Actually, when I was a child, like 13 years old, I was thinking about going worlds and playing versus the better players. So if I make 2 worlds, I will be really happy, not just for me, just for my teammates, because I really like them, and there is a lot of people that didn't win anything. We didn't win anything yet. So yeah, we will be really happy.
I like that. Do it for the team. So your opponent today is going to be Quid, and Quid won first team All-Pro for mid laners. So how different is it going to be playing versus him versus playing versus Palafox? Because Quid is also known as a melee specialist, similar to yourself, and played stuff like Viego mid even.
No, for sure it will be a more difficult matchup. I think he's a better player, Aran, but I think I will be pretty comfortable. I will be pretty confident of myself, but I'm hoping we will play some melee matchup for sure.
Nice. I hope for a melee matchup too. Take it away, analysts.
Thanks, Kaze and Kobe. Got to update everyone as well. This is the last train to Dallas. Both these teams are fighting for that ticket to Worlds. It's at the start of the train. So just stay with me. 100 Thieves is trying to get through the obstacles and make it to get that golden ticket. First obstacle, Kaze's Silas.
Yeah.
Easy. Ban it. It's gone. First obstacle out of the way. Other obstacle they're going to have to deal with is some cursed 100 Thieves drafts that they've been known to have. The one that we have up here was a Smolder, Alistair, Jace, Riven angle. Pretty easy.
Well, that was against the Nico Varus
Yeah,
one.
that was a tough one.
That's all they have to do. Easy. They fixed that. Another thing that is good here is Red Cannons is known to have a mid-game collapse. They're good in the early game. They take some bad fights. Also, Quid, as we just saw, can just pull out the 5-man Yone ult in the mid-game as well. So they're going to get right
Cause
at
the
that
collapse.
obstacle.
I'm with you, yes.
During the mid-game collapse, just smack them with the Yone. And then I will say, Otacon used to be an obstacle for 100 Thieves, but it's now their friend. So they're just going to ride the Otacon and the good fights all the way and just gobble up that ticket.
Just let Red Cannons start Otacon. That's the key.
Nice.
Let's go.
Never
I
hit
love this
Otacon
blueprint.
first. That is
Ticket
the
to
key to
Worlds,
winning
baby.
League of Legends.
I'm just going to take this with
Do
me.
you agree,
Hold
Coach
on to it for
Nickard?
him for later.
Totally. I think the Quid 5-man Yone ult is something they can
the
pull.
key to
They
victory.
can pull that out whenever they
I
want.
think that's what Golden Glue's really emphasizing in the draft. Quid, we're going to need you to get a 5-man ulti here.
Please
What
bail us
champion can
out.
you hit 5 members of their team
Yeah.
with?
5-man Lee Sin ult.
No.
5-man Viego ult.
Easy. Okay. On a more serious note, though, ThinkCard, you've gone to Worlds with a couple of these 100 Thieves players, FBI and Dokla. What would it feel like to do it again and maybe reminisce a little bit about that run you guys had in 2023?
Honestly, there's a lot of similarities. They're kind of the dark horse here. People didn't expect them to get this far, but they're very momentum-based players. And I think they both work really hard. They lift up their teammates a lot, and they're really good teammates to have around. So it would mean a lot to me to see them go to Worlds again and be able to showcase what they can do at the international stage.
And I liked what you said when we were talking earlier about FBI, because so much of the public persona of FBI is he's this kind of calming veteran, 80 carries going to work when the team is working. But you're saying he's actually a very swingy player. Like when he's on, he's maybe the best in the region. When he's off, things can go quite poorly. And they were in the dirt a little bit at the start of the split, but he is riding on such a wave of confidence right now.
Yeah, he actually does the majority of the team's damage. And I think it was a series against C9, he had some plays that were just like, wow, this guy is on point again. Like he's got his confidence. He's willing to walk up with sums, bait out spells, use his sums offensively like that. And when you see an ADC like FBI with that confidence, he is the best ADC in the league, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's been killing it. It's just been fun for me to see Dokla's journey because I feel like he's a player who's constantly kind of proving people's opinions about him wrong, right?
Yeah.
Where his career has been very up and down. Like he came back, I still think back to like the Optic days, and then going back into Academy and winning Most Valuable Prospect, and then going to Worlds, and then being not even on a team at all, and then he's in as a coach for 100 Thieves, and then he's in as a player, and they go from 1-6 to 1 series away from Worlds. And I just think it's cool to see that he is kind of disproving, I think, people's preconceived notions about him. And Kobe is going to be standing by with Dokla right now. So let's hear what he's got to say about this series.
Well, first of all, I have to address what's on my screen here because Dokla was on the analyst desk and in person he told us Aurora top is fake. But he's practicing Aurora top right now. Well, explain yourself.
Hey, don't believe everything you hear on the news these days, Yeah, propaganda everywhere.
All right, well, we'll keep that one. Well, I guess I've spoiled that one anyways. But this is a really big moment for you guys, and you have had a crazy year. So I wanted to get your reflections on your year overall, being able to join 100 Thieves in the first place, moving from coach, into playing, and then being on this crazy 100 Thieves like last dance run that just keeps going and going and going.
That's a really good question, Kobe. Yeah, this year has been crazy for me. I didn't play for, majority of the year, like 6-7 months, and I'm just thrown in. And then we have been at our last lives for I think I was recalling it yesterday, how many series, if we lost, we would have been home? I think it was 5 or 3. I'm not sure. But yeah, this is just another one of those where everything's on the line again. And it's exciting because it's just another opportunity to just keep going and going. And yeah, it's really exciting.
And some would say this is the most important of all these last chances that you guys get because this one could qualify you for Worlds. And you have been on a Miracle Worlds run before with one of your teammates, FBI, when you guys were on Energy. how does this, or how would this run, compare if you are able to make Worlds again?
Another great question, Kobe. I think this run would be similar, but different in its own ways because it's a different group of people, but similar in the trajectory of like, no one really thought we'd be here, especially given our start. And we qualified to Worlds on that side of the stage, so now we're going to qualify to Worlds on this side of the stage.
All right, that's confidence. I like it. Both sides, doesn't matter. Take it back, Lounge.
Hey guys, so I've got a bit of a scouting report for 100 Thieves here, and then I got one for Red right afterwards.
Nice.
I'm glad that we just saw Dokla on stage because he is a huge part of this team, and I want to really show how much he's tied into the macro because his champions played. He does play Cassante, he plays a lot of the weak side champions, and in this game he's playing Renekton. A lot of people think this is a strong side champ, but it can also be a weak side champion. So we got the Rumble, Cassante, Aatrox, and Renekton as his most played of the year. And in this clip specifically, if we're just looking at the bot side of the map, he's outnumbered. He's playing weak side. But on the other side, they have 100 Thieves Quid over here. He is getting gold. He's playing the Orianna. They have River on this side as well. So if we just play this out a little bit, we're going to see Dokla's job here is just try to survive if you can, but clearing the wave is most important because they're getting gold on the other side of the map. So he steps up, he ulties, he gets the wave. Ayla's around here just to give a little bit of assistance. But the important thing is, even though he died, he got the wave. This turret still stands. And now if we look at the map, we're going to be able to get top turret here, mid turret. And I was going through these games. This has happened more than once. This is something that they do a lot, which is just put gold into Quid, put gold into FBI. These people will carry. And Dokla, you're going to be weak side most of the game, and he always does a good job when team fights come around. So Dokla, very, very reliant, very, very enables his team, to be honest. And I want to talk about FBI a little bit because FBI, he's had a resurgence here. I think this is a really good clip because we can't see, but 100 Thieves already pulled their classic 100 Thieves.
Yep.
They threw a little bit, but this should be over. But this is how I know FBI is back on this game. He has both sums. And the way that he plays it with so much confidence is crazy. He flashes the Alistar ult, he sidesteps the Talia, and then he's able to kill Gnar, kill Loki. It's just like, was this even that bad for us? They're able to get double hit on this push, and he was able to save this whole situation. So FBI right now, he's on one. He's back. This is like the Energy 2023 FBI. This is like the Golden Guardians FBI we know. He's playing with that much confidence.
I like to hear it.
So, how does Red punish this? What can Red do?
Don't. There's no way. 100 Thieves is unbeatable.
Go home fast. Counterplay.
They have weak side. They play through Quid and FBI. Okay, let us know.
So this is the important thing, which is FBI. Ooh.
Oh,
got a bit of a.
we got a bit of a problem.
All right, perfect.
We're back.
All right, FBI right here. He's got no sums. He has no flash. I think something that 100 Thieves does a lot is that they play the same whether they have sums or not. And in this fight, they're playing really aggressively. FBI gets quick collapse on, boom, boom. FlyQuest very good. Punish, no sums. Okay, nice. Very next play. Oh, it's a string out. Very next play, same thing, which is we're going to see Senna on an FBI with no sums coming up in a second, but it doesn't impact the way that they play the game. So right here, once again, Senna no sums. The game is going really well, but they still play aggressively on this timer. And so if I'm Red, I'm looking at these types of timers. I'm looking at these timers where we're down summoners and 100 Thieves is still playing aggressive. They're stepping into our zone, and then we can punish and we can get objectives.
100 Thieves are always going to fight you. I mean, that's their kiss and their curse, right? It's like it's the blessing and the bad side. It's one of those things where it's just like you can count on it because they're so confident that they can out-hands you that they're just always going to show up and fight.
Yeah. So the next thing that I want to go over is Red. So this is 100 Thieves. Red, they know what they need to be looking for, but Red, when they play, they give Kaze so many resources. And these are just a few clips in a row, just versus the SR series, where they are going through mid constantly, and it's never a 1v1. Frosty's going to be coming, Doom's going to be coming, and it's just going to be a party in the mid lane because they rely on this guy so much. He is their heart and soul, and he carries a lot of the team damage. And it carries a lot of the playmaking as well. So they're giving him resources, and it's been working. So if I'm 100 Thieves, I need to be looking out for these timers where Frosty can be coming through mid, where where Doom can be coming through mid, and we have to be ready for this type of stuff.
When you talk about, 100 Thieves kind of being a bit predictable, where it's like they're always going to fight even if they don't have their summoners, do you think that the same is true about Red playing around mid?
For sure. They definitely come through mid a lot, and it's something that they had to be ready for. This is kind of a long, extended clip, so we can kind of fast forward this. It's going to be easier if we fast forward this if we can. But I just want to show, I can just show this on the main screen too here, which is the way that they play around Kaze on the map. You can tell that they're giving him a lot of resources, and this is a really extended clip, but I just want to show they're giving him resources, they're playing for push. He's on the Talia on this map, and then after they do all of this, they swap sides really, really well, so they get him the kill. All is good, getting gold into the Talia. But Frosty bases, we can see him running top here. We see Kaze basing, and he's also going to be running top. And they just fully swap sides. And now he has strong side again. Strong side Kaze on top side of the map. He's going to be able to play for gold once again. And now he's set up in a really good spot. And pause, we have these really nice wards from Seraphine, and he's strong side again. So they constantly put him into the strong side in a similar way that they do with 100 Thieves does with Quid.
I think it's going to be really interesting as a result, because it just feels like both teams really want to do the same things.
They're really similar, yeah.
And it just kind of comes down to, like, can Red actually outplay their counterparts? Because I just think Quid and River, to me, when they're playing at their best, are the best mid jungle in the league.
Yeah, so the next thing I just want to go over, since I don't want to go too long, is what can 100 Thieves be looking for? And it's similar things, which is Red, they take fights when they shouldn't. And if we're looking at the map right now, this is a replay, but Rumble, he has no TP, and they're still playing aggressively on the bot side of the map. So Red, they're pretty much just fighting 4v5.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty similar problem that 100 Thieves have, which they fight on bad timers. They're very aggressive. It's a double-edged sword. The aggression sometimes pays off, but sometimes it does not. And in this game, they were very punished from this particular move. So same story for both teams.
I love it.
Really aggressive. Play macro around your mid laner. Play macro around the support and jungle timers through mid. But once it gets to mid game, once it gets to late game, you have to fight on good timers.
Yeah. ThinkCard, thank you so much for that. The scouting report, very well done from both teams. And it makes me excited for the series.
Yeah.
Especially tracking how many players are going to be following Quid and Kaze around, because there's so much the playmakers of their team. But then also, it makes me really interested. Something that wasn't in there was just how the FNB versus Dokla is going to go.
That's what I was going to say.
Because FNB was dominating Fudge. A lot of those plays that you were showing are partially set up because FNB is just able to win his lane 1v1, and Dokla is so often weak side. So if Dokla does get pushed in by FNB, it's going to make it a lot more difficult for 100 Thieves to match numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like all the discussion is about mid jungle, because that's kind of the flashy part of the teams. But sometimes in those matchups, someone else can become the X factor, right? It's like if all attention is being put towards mid lane and Dokla or FNB, are really blowing out the other one, that can kind of destroy the game plan, right? Where all of a sudden you need more help up on the top side, and so the other team's able to get a big advantage through mid lane as a result. So I think it's going to be really exciting. But yeah, FNB has really, really impressed me, so I think he's going to be a big part of any Red Cannons win today.
Okay, time for predictions. We got a minute 40 seconds before these players walk out on stage to see who is going to Dallas and who is going to Worlds. And we have a 3-0 from ThinkCard for 100 Thieves, my man.
Okay, so before yesterday, I was going to say maybe 3-2. It could go either way. But honestly, I was really impressed with the 100 Thieves games. I went home last night and I watched a ton of their games. They actually do have very good macro. They just need to not throw. They get so aggressive sometimes, and they just chill out, take a deep breath.
They're never going to chill out.
Yeah.
That's why I'm giving Red Cannons a game, because they're for sure going to throw at least one.
That's actually why. So I think it's either going to be a 3-0 or a 3-2. Because either 100 Thieves do their typical 100 Thieves thing,
but
Red
a 3-1
do their
is
typical, their typical Red thing. It's not impossible, but like that's where I'm at with both of these teams, right? Because they are so similar. Because you will inevitably see plays from both of them where they decide to fight when their sums aren't up or when they don't necessarily have good itemization or setup, right? I think we're going to see that from both of them. I do think 100 Thieves, as kind of shown in the Pain series as well, do have better side wave pressure, but I also really enjoyed a lot of Red's draft adjustments in their Shopify series to adjust for that after their first game, especially their drafts in game 2 and 3. So, yeah, I think these two teams are really similar, and I think we're in for a bloody day.
I really hope so. I'm going for over 1 combined kill per minute, assuming both these teams are willing to throw down. As long as River is not trolling too much, because I feel like he never takes it 100% serious. That's part of what makes him great. But I love all the things that ThinkCard said about the mid lane fight.
That's fine, but you know what would be even better? Let's start the show!
Hello, Riot Games Arena! And welcome back to the LTA Cross Conference Playoffs. Today, the final LTA Worlds representatives will be decided. The last ever qualification chance for 100 Thieves across from the first time in history Brazil could send 2 teams to Worlds. Let's meet the competitors representing the North Conference. The heist continues, 100 Thieves! In the top lane, Big Dokes Dokla. In the jungle, River. In the mid lane, Quid. At AD carry, FBI. And at support, Ayla.
Representando o Brasil no que pode ser o jogo mais importante da história da região, podendo mandar 2 times pro Mundial, Red Kenny Scalunga! FNB na rota do topo, Doom na selva, Kazé na rota no meio, Rabelo, AD Carry, Frost, suporte!
Hello and welcome to our...
I had to run. I just ran all the way up here. I've been working on my cardio. It's okay.
You know, this is what us color casters do. We're just lost without our play-by-play to kind of push things forward.
We're all here now, though, for 100 Thieves Red Canids, a historic match. We got Emily, Kobe, myself, and we have ThinkCard joining us here on the caster desk for Pick and Ban. ThinkCard again. I start with historic because that's what this is. It's the last heist versus the first time in history. If Red Canids win this, first time Brazil gets 2 representatives at Worlds.
Yeah, it's huge, and it's huge for the region. It's huge for this group of players in particular, because these are a lot of Tier 2 players that got called up, and it's always such a good thing to see when the Tier 2 system pays off, you know?
Exactly. And from the 100 Thieves side, I mean, Kobe, we've been saying this for a while. The last heist, it just keeps continuing. It keeps delivering. You talked to Dokla, he said, like, how many series has it been our last chance to keep going forward?
Yeah, Dokla is super hyped on it. He was like, yeah, we won on that side. We've been to Worlds before, so now they're going to do it from this side with a different squad. Of course, with FBI still again, though. And this 100 Thieves roster, they just keep on building their momentum. Like, they ever since they put in Dokla, you know, this team has really completely changed. And they've even most recently got ThinkCard as their #1 fan. He's fully on board. He is 100%.
They're good.
I talked to Sheppy on stage, and he was very upset with you for that 3-0. He was like, this is betrayal. And I told him maybe he's trying to curse us. Which one is it?
You know, it's even inspired in his interview last night was after he won, he's like, yeah, 100 Thieves is going to be a tough series. Like, that series, FlyQuest versus 100, was close. Like, 100 Thieves had their moments.
I don't know who that is on that sign, by the way. I've never seen them before in my life. All right, as we're into Pick and Ban now here, there were expectations coming in already. One was that Silas ban. Happy to see that immediately off the table.
Yeah, I mean, I think the bans here are pretty expected. 100 Thieves have been banning the Poppy a lot more recently, but also was one of their most banned previously. So, and then taking away the Vi and the Pantheon from River.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense with the type of champions that 100 Thieves really like to play, especially River, always looking to get some sneaky engages off. But I'm also I'm very concerned about the Silas, which is a good ban, but I'm also concerned when you're playing against Red about the Yorick for FNB. That thing has actually traumatized me. So, you know, good thing right now Renekton is still up, so you know there's definitely some decent answers. But maybe game 2 or something like that, you have to worry more. 100 Thieves, the priority on Wukong still remains here. This champion is such a good team fighting jungle right now, and pairs with a lot of the you know, engage AP mid lane champs that Quid likes to play.
Yeah, and you still have Annie and Orianna in the game, so if Red doesn't take Annie, I expect 100 Thieves to take Annie. And it really makes sense when you're banning the Poppy here, right? So honestly, I'm a little bit curious what Red is going to do here. I'm probably looking at a Skarner Azir now, because when you take the Azir, you're going to go for Skarner, and Skarner's a pretty good matchup into the Wukong.
Yeah, it gives you good scaling team fight for later. Beefy front line, scaling Azir here, and a lot of playmaking. It's funny because we also talked about both of these mid laners are melee specialists, but for both of them, their most played champions of the split is Orianna.
Yeah.
And so he hovers the Orianna. Now he's going to play with the audience a little bit.
Only one's played Viego or Lee Sin, though. I'm going to remind everybody of that. They're hovering a lot of different options right here. You had highlighted the anything card, and maybe they switched to it at the very end, but no,
the
it's
Aurora. And I do want to bring out Kobe. Did you leak some draft strats earlier with Dokla? Because Dokla was so adamant in terms of how much he disliked Aurora Top when he was talking to us on the desk. However, in your interview earlier, was talking about how that still absolutely could be a flex pick for them.
Yeah, I mean, he was just talking about how you know, the champion auto attacks is nice to warm up with Aurora specifically and the combos, but I would say 99.9999% when 100 Thieves pick it, it is Quid mid, because Quid is so good with Aurora. We've seen him carry so many teamfights, and they've actually used this combo before too. The Nico plus Aurora is crazy good engage. These are the types of comps that I love the most for 100 Thieves. When they have this hard engage, they can pincer you from multiple sides. So the first 3 picks to me just look like vintage 100 Thieves, and makes me feel pretty confident.
Yeah, they have a bit of a better skirmishing comp for 100 Thieves. For the red side, the Bard is one of the better responses into the Nico. It's a lot of really good counter engage, and it's a pretty good lane, so you get a really nice scaling Bard. So overall, both comps I think are very standard. I'm a little bit surprised that they did go for the Aurora over Annie this game, but I think the Aurora is still strong. It still has a pretty good win rate against the Azir.
And it's technically still flexible. I just want to remind everybody of that. Technically, the Aurora can still move around. The Nico is expected to go into that support position for Ayla, as you had highlighted the Bard versus that. So now it's 80 carry bans from the side of Red, top lane bans from the side of 100 Thieves.
And that Yorick is taken away, Kobe, so you don't have to worry about it, at least for this game.
Yeah. Does mean that we will have to keep it in the back of our minds for the rest of the series, though, and doesn't get fearlessly taken out. But, of course, I think about top lane right now. And Red, of course, could save FNB till Red 5 for the full counter pick. So that's why 100 Thieves are kind of protecting a little bit.
Yeah, so the Kaisa ban, that protects stuff like Jhin. It protects more of the standard ADC. Since you're running Bard, you want a stronger AD, such as the Jhin. I'm surprised they banned Varus, because Varus is also pretty good for them here. So I do think they are looking for a Jhin. Whereas the left side, they really want like more of a diving, more of an aggressive AD, so that's why you ban the Kaisa on the red side. So Yorick ban, as we expected. I'm just really curious what 100 Thieves bans here, because if they ban the Jhin, it does make the right side composition just a little bit worse, because Bard really likes playing with Varus and Jhin the most.
Okay, interesting. Well, let's see if 100 Thieves have that same read. No, it's the Renekton ban, so they had the read that maybe FNB is going to pick that one up. And that's now, what, 3 top lane bans against FNB. A lot of respect to that player.
Yeah, but what I do want to point out, though, is now Mbessa is a lot higher prio. So now if they take the Jhin, maybe 100 Thieves are getting the Mbessa back. Dokla is 2-0 on the champion, so maybe that is what they're looking for here. So let's see if they take that Mbessa. If not, FNB, I think, is more than happy to take the Mbessa on 5.
I can imagine it.
And it really does go with the theme of the dive for this comp too. FBI has been quite good at times on Lucian, but some people get a little nervous with that hover.
Yeah.
I like the Corki, I like the Lucian, any of those that can go in and follow up the engage, either the Colin from long distance or Corki rockets. But the Mbessa, like you said, think card is locked in for Dokla.
Yeah, so now thinking about picks that FNB can do into that, he can play Camille, he can go something simple like Aatrox. They banned out the Yorick too, so the Yorick also he'd play into the Mbessa. So they're covering their bases for sure. But still curious what AD FBI locks in, because he doesn't have that many good options, and we don't have that many good options. You usually default to Corki, because Corki is just a strong option in most situations.
Yeah, I mean, Corki fits into such a wide variety of comps, including this one, also that Nico.
Rek'Sai.
Give them, ooh, interesting, okay.
So the tanky Rek'Sai, this champion can get so frustrating and annoying to deal with, but I mean, this front line here for the Azir looks quite good for Red. So if they can rely on Kaze to just scale and go with the Azir win condition, that looks like the plan here for Red.
And Thinkard Kaze, again, one of the younger players on Red. What do you think about him and his ability to pilot, kind of being the main pilot in this game one?
Yeah, so this is going to be tough. This is one of those games where on Azir, you really have to be getting prio once you get Nash's Tooth and getting push against the Aurora and making sure Aurora's stuck under turret. And if you can't do that, then the Aurora is going to be impacting the map a lot more. So this is really going to test how he can match up against Quid.
That has been the question on everyone's mind. Real quick, because we love having you for Pick and Ban. Who won draft?
I'm more confident with 100 Thieves in this type of draft because it's a lot more skirmish heavy, and I think these teams are going to fight anyway. So
there is expectation for that. Well, thank you so much, Thinkard, for coming on through Pick Ban with us. He thinks 100 Thieves wins Pick Ban for game number 1, but I love that Red have such a defined style. Frontline, Kaze on this hyper carry to be the main character going into a very high pressure situation. 1 best of 5 to end the season of one of these teams. 1 best of 5 to qualify for Worlds. 100 Thieves versus Red Cannons Kalunga. Game 1 starting right here.
And I just really, really want to see a lot of early looks from these players. We kind of touched upon in Desk, but Doom and River should be looking for plays, especially around that mid lane. So I'm curious to see if either of them will go for like a cheeky level 2, level 3, anything like that. But yeah, I really, really want a bloody series from these two, given their domestic and more recent cross-conference performances.
As do I. Definitely looking forward to it, especially because so much is on the line for this series. This is a world spot on the line for 2 regions, for the North as well as the South here. So I talked to both Kaze and Dokla beforehand, and they were talking about how much it really would mean to both these organizations with the runs that they have been on this year. And especially for Red with these, Doom, Kaze, and Rebello all being promoted up from Tier 2 and finding some very quick success on this team. Kaze very specifically said, I really want to win, especially for my teammates to be able to get there. So a lot on the line.
And on the other side for the roster, Rivers kind of last hurrah here before stepping away from pro play, at least for a little bit. But expectation, we'll see what that leads to in the future. Right now, in the laning phase, we have Dokla in the bottom side, and FBI actually started the game in the top lane.
Yeah, this is something we've been seeing a lot more from, especially if anyone's been watching those LCK playoffs, essentially sending your ranged AD to get that experience against a top lane pick. We saw this from KT. We saw it last night in the T1 Gen G series as well. And yeah, it's kind of the next evolution of a quote-unquote
lane swap. Oh,
right?
The cursed words. Yeah. But, I mean, at least we do still get to see that 2v2. Frost and Rebello with the range advantage do get the wave pushed in, and FBI gets the wave pushed in on FNB in the top side as response.
Yeah, and I mean, down here, it does mean that Red are going to be able to take control of that wave despite, obviously, the kind of laning pressure that you usually come to see from this Nico pick, as Ayla is already headed through mid. We'll see if he wants to mess around with this wave, but probably not.
Yep, on his way back to meet up for the lane swap with his duo, because you arrive there at around 3 minutes and it's all good. The 3-minute timer.
Here too, but Ayla, I mean, if Red go too aggressive, okay, no action there.
Okay, so pretty smooth pathway for him up to the top, and then we'll see about the recall and teleport out down to the other side. Currently looking pretty good for both of them.
As we see Rebello and Dokla's wave pushing slightly into Dokla yet again here. Now Frosty finally links up with FNB, so it's a 2v2 true in the top side now.
Yeah, exactly. So he's just going to stick on up there. Honestly, Dokla should be pretty fine here, farming under Tower 2. Rebello's holding 4th shot, but Dokla hasn't sustained as much damage as the Rek'Sai. And usually you're like, well, Rek'Sai's got way more sustain than Ambessa. FNB here taking a little bit worse for wear as River heads up too. With 3 people, they're really going to force the issue.
Would have been spotted by Frosty. FNB also sees him. So looks like he will go for a back here. Let's see if there's a dive. 100 Thieves have 3 members here, but missed the Tingle Barb, so most likely not. Back is completed. River's back and found.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Doom did kind of pass through mid lane as expected, right? Trying to get that wave in a good position for Kaze's Azir. This is something that we kind of talked about. We expected to see, if not both junglers, definitely Doom, because they really do like to get all of these resources on Kaze as quickly as possible.
All right, so Dokla's still doing pretty well down here, getting a little bit of the extra farm. Turret plate earned by Rebello, though.
Yeah, I think that's the trade-off, is that there's a lot of damage onto FNB topside, but he maintained health on the turret a little longer, so Rebello gets that first plate, whereas topside only half damage on that first plate. Frosty actually lands a nice little stun there, just harassing 100 Thieves as Rebello goes for a reset and is heading back to that top side.
Exactly. Now we're going to get the swap back, and FNB will recall and go for his teleport back out with his purchase. With the refillable as well, so extra sustain here for the Rek'Sai that already has a decent amount.
Yeah, and at the end of kind of all of these switcheroos and swaps, it's pretty even in terms of gold, but I do think that Ambessa is the main benefactor, right? As ooh, Kaze takes a pretty big chunk from Quid. He's gonna have to back off here. But yeah, I think that's kind of what they're looking for, right? Is get Dokla and FBI in some solid spots going forward. With the kind of benefit for Red being you do get gold onto that Jhin pretty quickly.
Yep, and they are keeping the swap going as well. Putting FBI back down there to the bottom side in the 2v1. And we'll see if they can make another pass towards mid, because that's something we didn't really touch on, but the Skarner kind of made a little cruise through the mid lane. Of course, Aurora is very hard to lock down, and Quid remained just fine there, but Quid's actually doing very well with his CS too.
Frosty's actually topside. Douglas dodged away from the Jhin W, so no further action there. And now the wave's going to crash, so let's see how much of Dokla this wave he's able to capture, because he is sizably ahead in CS over FNB after all that lane swap like you highlighted, Emily.
Yeah, he is ahead. I was wondering if after taking this crab topside, if Doom was potentially going to look for something since they are pushing the wave in, but no, he is backing off.
Yeah, it's interesting. Doom is level 6, and he's headed down towards the other side of the map. They're pinging like they want to contest Dragon.
Yeah, River's level 5, so this actually would be a level advantage to Red's jungler. He's spotted now on the ward. FBI has the push bot side, but FNB is just holding him up so he can't help out. As Kaze comes down, Ixel's impact into the wall. Doom hits the clone. 100 Thieves have to back off, but that's a leash on the Dragon. Now Quid comes in. 100 Thieves have a slight numbers advantage, but there's the Impale in onto the jungler. FNB's trying to knock him up. Kaze's the focus, flashes over the wall. FNB! First blood actually to Frosty. Dragon picked up by 100 Thieves as the fight continues. 100 Thieves FBI gets 1 kill on his own. He's completely sectioned off from the rest of the team, but will at least trade 1 kill for his death. Kill advantage to Red, Dragon to the Thieves.
And it gets bloody down here with the level advantage there. Doom crosses back and he's able to actually lock down River for a bit. But River escapes kind of to the side. He baits out the Azir ult and then goes to the Dragon. And then they get the Dragon. But the extra kills going over here to Red, we'll definitely track those. They went to less consequential champions than they would like. Obviously, they would love to have those kills onto the Azir. But they went to the Bard and to the Rek'Sai. But here's another look at it. Ayla flashes it. Meanwhile, River just takes it. And then here's where he goes. He baits out the Kaze ultimate. And then he goes back onto Dragon. Rek'Sai and Bard try and kill him before they can get it, but they still do. FBI then, of course, trading for the 1 and taking down the Azir.
Yep, and they're able to clean him up on the back half of this as well. So 2 kills over to Red. We did expect these kind of early objective contests to be a little bit bloody. I think this is something that 100 Thieves have said, like, okay, we are trying to work on maybe not giving up as many advantages when these kind of really early skirmishes happen. We're not necessarily in a good spot, so good for them that they're able to come out with that Drake.
And based on expectations, I think it's only going to get bloodier. That was first Drake, and we had essentially a 4v3 breakout.
Another thing to keep track of is the flashes that are all burned. 100 Thieves invested 3 flashes in that fight. So they did get the dragon, and it looks like they are also going to be able to get the grubs up here with their rotation. And bottom side of the map being, having 3 members at the moment with Skarner on the bottom side as well for red. So they are going to keep their lead with objectives, but, maybe red can target like FBI or something and look for a follow-up punish.
Yeah, and this is more classic 100 Thieves, though, right? Where they're like, Dokla, we're kind of relying on you to be on your own for a little bit while we cross-map, while we take something else on the top side of the map. And River actually might be looking for something up top side.
Dokla's the one focused right now. He's trying to trade damage back in under his turret, trying to clear the wave. Now top side, they are diving. FNB goes into the void and now comes out dead. 100 Thieves lose a player for it, though, as Ayla goes down and Dokla died bot side. So again, a kill trade up for red.
Yeah, we're full circle back to lane swaps and top laners getting dove. Kangas. This is, of course, this iteration is a little bit later, but both top laners going down. Top tower also so low that 100 Thieves have the luxury of just letting the minions die to the tower. They don't need to rush it down because bot side tower hadn't sustained as much damage. So FBI lets a bit more of the minions die off before he clears out the wave and gets all that gold, and this Corki is getting funneled a decent amount now.
Yeah, there's a lot of gold. Corki, Ayla.
Single webs lands, Kaze, big burst of damage, and Quid will make quick work of that health bar. Kill picked up by the Thieves.
I mean, that's funny because I mentioned all 3 flashes that 100 Thieves blew in the bottom side skirmish, but the one flash that Kaze blew for red actually gets punished, and that is just a good gank from Ayla.
Yeah, really, really nice look from Ayla. The thing I did want to bring up, red claiming the feats of warfare there, right? 100 Thieves, funneling that gold onto FBI, getting first turret on top side, and now off to a little 1K gold lead after that Ayla mid lane gank.
Yeah, the Triforce completed on FBI. Ayla getting more gold for Quid there in the mid lane. And I got to just talk about Ayla for a little bit here. I feel like he's having a resurgence in his career. One of his best performing years overall. Yes, he's had some rough moments here and there, but if you just look at the bulk of the work, very impressed with what Ayla's been able to do.
Yeah, I completely agree. He's been a huge part of this 100 Thieves resurgence. Let's just delete the Karma game.
Yeah, that one was the one I was thinking about.
We'll just delete that one from our memories. But he has had good Nico games, good Rel games, lots of good engages from him. And now 100 Thieves are set up with their gold lead, and the fact that they took the top tower means they could already push that wave in. And think about the next objective, this dragon. That will give them 3 objectives. For the full upgraded boots if they're able to get this dragon. So they make the rotation, and Dokla here only has a couple seconds left on his teleport, so they send him up to the top side and they prepare.
Yeah, again, nice map movements from 100 Thieves, getting that mid prio, right? Aurora is going to be pushing on this bot side to bot tier 1. River's going to be able to get this scuttle, and they're in a really good position to, if not take Drake right now, at least have their eyes on it.
And this is a pretty good stop there from Dokla. FNB still on components at the moment here for Rek'Sai, and Dokla's got his full Eclipse, so does get the interrupt there. Plenty of tunnels up here with this tunnel network for FNB, so he's probably not too scared. There's a lot of escape routes behind him, as well as everybody kind of being focused on this dragon. Look at all the wards behind Drake for red. They actually have fairly deep wards in through the jungle too, that can scout some movements from the Thieves, but Thieves have a lot of control through River.
And Dokla seems to just want to hold FNB here because he still has those components. Now he's going to try and back off, but if he doesn't go top and then TP in, he's going to lose this wave. So 100 Thieves have a small window here. They also had a window earlier where FBI had Trinity Force. Rebello had not finished an item. That window is gone. Rebello does have that Yomu's, and FNB will be able to just run straight back up to that top lane. Still a 1,000 gold lead for the Thieves.
Now, personally, I am the biggest fan of Rek'Sai with Titanic Hydra. I actually been playing some Rek'Sai jungle, not top lane like it is almost always used in pro, but the auto attack reset is insane. We're actually going to get the fight now, though, as some skill shots go out, and Frosty is forced a magical journey away. So Titanic Hydra is a very big power spike for the Rek'Sai, and allows you to have some threat and not just be this full tank Rek'Sai that people remember as this only knockup bot.
You can still build it later if you want to, but for now, wave clear, ability to scrap, do damage. 100 Thieves trying to control the access point to the dragon. Quid is on the bottom side of the river, pushing that wave in, or at least going back towards it, as it's a fight for the vision here. Top side, FNB actually takes a big chunk of damage from Dokla there. If Dokla can win the 1v1 on his own, I mean, that changes the entire dynamic of this Dragon approach.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still going to be difficult. Rek'Sai does have a good deal of sustain. She can kind of just park herself there. The bigger thing is if, as 100 Thieves are clearing out pretty much all of this vision from red, it's kind of a vision war for control over this bot side, and we'll see when the top laners decide to join in.
It's just so hard for Dokla to get on top of FNB. I mean, look at all these tunnels that he's got up here. Call him Shia LaBeouf. He's in the movie Holes right now. Dokla just cannot lock Rek'Sai down, so you're never going to find that 1v1 kill. Goes for the reset as Red now approach at the Dragon. 100 Thieves still have not started this up.
Yeah, no. River is here.
Does he go for the steal? Oh, Ixel's back into the wall. Doom now sees River as the smite went down, and River does steal it away.
I've got my eyes. I'm so tense right now because they've been fighting for vision around this dragon for must be like a minute and a half, and I've had my eyes on this Bard ultimate. They can save it and use it for a defensive option, as we kind of highlighted in Champ Select with all the engage that 100 Thieves have. But they also were possibly looking for an offensive one. And now with the recall, seems like they have finally won the war of attrition for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, I think River won the war of attrition with the Scuttle Smite, right? And then this has given FBI complete mid lane control, that Corki just constantly pushing in this mid wave. So with the mid prio, with the absence of vision from Red, really nicely done from 100 Thieves to pick that up, start their Drake stacking now with 2, and also picking up that feats of monster slaying.
There
right?
you go,
yeah,
you got it.
okay.
Also, credit to the Thieves for playing outside of expectations. I thought we would have 10 kills by this point in the game. 7's not bad, but this has been more about 100 Thieves playing control. They're playing the side lane. They're playing to always have mid lane push. They're stealing away those scuttles. They're almost picking out Rebello right there. That's no summoner spells burn, so Red do get their 80 carry to safety. But overall, this 1,500 gold lead almost entirely has just been from map play.
Yeah, and collecting all these objectives too. Quite nice of a boon for them. They've got the 3 grubs for later. See if they can push heavier on these towers. Dokla going for some fun trades with Ambessa. Eclipse Ambessa with the quick trades looks very good.
And now they're onto the Herald as well. So Red have just really not been able to find any of the neutral objectives so far. They throw out the Tempered Fate. They have Doom and Kaze coming in from the top side. Curtain Call, Herald picked up by River. And Red just aren't fast enough to the play, so 100 Thieves will go for their own engage. Emperor's Divide from Kaze, but now Quid jumps in on top of him. Pop Blossom defensively, as now Red trying their best to just lock down Quid. River, the focus, though, is ulted back into the wall. They got FBI. Carrie's in trouble, but Valkyrie's over the wall. Red just cannot find their kill. 100 Thieves are dancing around the man. Red finally get one. But 100 Thieves really made him work for it. Rebello in some trouble here. Is now Dokla going for his own 1v1 on the FNB on the bottom side. He's winning that one so far. FNB had the flash defensively. 100 Thieves just made Red look silly.
Yeah, FNB went and interrupted Dokla's teleport. It's actually a very good play from FNB. He stops the teleport because he was teleporting behind the rest of them. I think that would have been 2 more kills for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Dokla was looking to TP right in there. So that's actually nice coming out of FNB, as Dokla will be able to push this wave and get a little bit of turret damage, but isn't able to clean up some of those other kills on the low health Red members.
That was a hype one. 100 Thieves, you know, they get the Rift Herald and then they see the split from Red, so they feel like they can just engage on the top side. But Doom was so tanky. He was actually able to take a lot of that aggression.
Yeah, as soon as River went in, I was like, I don't know about this
Scary engaging on the
Thieves,
Scar.
but like, it's something you expect from them, but also something that did technically end up in their favor, but could have actually been a lot worse.
And then when he went back in for the kill onto the Bard, when he had like 150 HP, did get it, and he did kind of, force, you could say, Kaze to flash after him to kill. So by going in and back in to go for the Bard kill, it did also earn them an Azir flash. But here's another look at it, and here's the setup where the Bard does try and delay, but they're unable to like get Doom close enough for a smite fight or anything, and there's the turn on the top side.
Yeah, and As we see, Azir ult goes out. Quid really trying to look.
Oh, back to life. Kaze's getting caught in the bot lane. 100 Thieves make a pick.
So they immediately punish that no flash from Azir for the follow-up kill of the last play that he used to go kill River. And 100 Thieves are now breaking the map open.
Yeah, really nice. We weren't able to see that at the end of the team fight, but right happened when River kind of went back in to get the kill. FNB should be able to get this turret top side as well for Red, so a little bit of a consolation prize as Frosty and Doom are looking for something onto
Binding
Dokla.
lands. Doom has the Impale, but they just don't have a lot of damage there, so I think Dokla should be safe. He does go for the Impale, buffered by Dokla's ultimate. Doom trying to continue the chase down, but there's a wave there. There's 100 Thieves members nearby, so Red have to call it off.
I like that we are amping up the pace now.
Yeah.
They're getting antsy in that game.
Game one, here we go.
Pop Blossom used. They're trying to find the pick here. The Cosmic Binding will try and buy some time here as now Doom out of the Tempered Fate immediately. Burst it down. Rebello has to flash. Red lose a member and lose some summoner spells.
Yeah, the overload on the bottom side, 100 Thieves, basically sending everybody onto this side of the map. I actually love the play. Huge rewards for them, and they didn't give up that much on the top side. I mean, FNB is going to be able to get the wave into the tower. Dragon is spawning, but 100 Thieves still, they get paid, they get the flash off of the Jhin as well as the barrier, and have time to reset here before the Dragon and Otacon become the next targets.
Oh, fancy feed from Quid there. Using the Between Worlds to get across the wall. Frosty's not able to lock down 100 Thieves mid laner, and now 100 Thieves are on the Dragon. No answer from Red yet. They have a couple members coming nearby, but nobody close enough to threaten a smite. FNB takes the tunnel away, current call used. Now Kaze and Frosty are in the river. Doom's too far away. Now he's walking up, and the Emperor's Divide onto the front line here. They just take down Dokla for his attempt. It's top laner for top laner as Doom will fall as well. The chase from the Thieves. Red trying to get to safety, but no flash on Rebello. Gonna be tough here if Ayla can land this. Root is there, and Quid with the damage. Flash from FBI. Rebello's out of there. Rampage to Quid.
Yeah, really nice follow through by 100 Thieves. FBI wants more.
Oh, Kaze got into the wall. Kaze actually can get some damage here on the FBI, but not enough. Rooted again. Ayla is just sniping them over the walls.
This combination of the Aurora and Corki damage plus these Tangle Barbs that Ayla keeps landing onto Red Prio members is massive. Another really, really extended fight, but a huge swing in 100 Thieves' favor.
Yeah, this is why I love watching these types of comps in 100 Thieves' hands the most. These skirmish heavy, just go for multiple angles here, all forward, dive and getting these kills. They knew Jhin had no flash, and so they're able to hit the roots over the wall to pin him down, and then going for even more. So this timing, actually, River's going to decide, I'll go back and finish the Dragon, since it is going to be the top laners like smashing their heads together there, basically in the front, and 100 Thieves can push forward off the extra damage.
Well, and Red spends so much on killing Dokla, right? Then Quid and FBI are just able to clean up on the back half of this, as we see.
I love it. Flashing forward and valking forward.
And then another one here from Ayla.
There we go. Oh, that was so nice.
See ya. Bye-bye.
Hit him with the bye-bye again.
He was definitely like happier and more enthusiastic when he did it after Quid's Yone play. But it's like it's their theme song now.
How can you not be happy after a 5-man Yone ult, though?
Otacon's the focus right now. Oh, Doom tried to get into the area. Impale misses everybody as Frosty's trying to get away. Everyone from Red are trying to get away using their ultimates, but the slaughter continues. 100 Thieves are chasing down Red cannons. They'll get the Otacon and crush the fight. FNB finds one on the tail end of it as River will go down, but that's a consolation prize. 100 Thieves walk away the victors.
This 100 Thieves comp just has so many answers to get onto you, right? Like, oh, if one misses, then another one can follow up. As they're DPSing down this Otacon, Doom goes in, tries for the steal, ends up immediately getting stuffed. Then River and Dokla are instantly into the back line.
Actually crazy stuff from them. They just basically assassinate this Azir. Everybody focusing on the primary target here and chasing them down. I mean, this, you could tell the idea from Red. They were like, all right, this is getting out of hand quickly, so they really felt the pressure, and Doom wanted to go in for, you know, one of those big Otacon steals to try and get a turnaround for them. But in the end, it turns into just a landslide 400 Thieves. So not only the Otacon, but a ton of extra gold.
Yeah, the Otacon, they're still on Soul Point, right, with that Drake coming up in a little over a minute and a half. And 100 Thieves should be able to kind of just set up Vision as what they're doing right now, wherever they want, and then really force Red into bad contests.
Yeah, and at this point, I know that it was a slow ramp. Okay, I'll get back to that. Kaze in the side lane again. No flash available, has the Emperor's Divide, but Quid goes godlike. 7-0-8, 2 items completed with 24 stacks in the Mejai's. Insane performance from 100 Thieves' mid laner, and Kaze just cannot be in that side lane.
Yeah. Absolutely amazing performance coming out of FBI, coming out of Quid. They've both been doing so well in this series. Kind of like what Kobe said, right? Like, we love seeing compositions like this in 100 Thieves' hands. And I think the other big thing, as we pull it up, right? We have this bloodiness meter for combined kills per minute across all regions.
We're at 24 at 25 minutes.
We're kind of tracking it because we already surpassed it in this game right now.
Yep. We were going to do a whole setup thing where, like, oh, look, we passed LEC, we passed LCK.
They didn't give us a chance.
Yeah, it gave number one. They broke the thermometer already with the action in this one. Of course, the game is not over yet. We are in the middle of the action. And
maybe
now,
they just stop fighting.
It's going to keep going, though. Red, they're going to full send at Dokla.
Yeah.
This is literally just everyone going for one kill. Get one more kill on the board.
5 members of Red. The Tempered Fate will land. Dokla's fate is surely secured here, but can he take anything with them? He's getting damage onto Rebello, making Red waste a little time here for his death. Shut down over to FNB, but that took a long time.
It took a long time, and look at the timing, right? Like, Aurora is going to be able to push in this mid wave, and this is going to be Cloud Soul and an inhibitor turret over 200 Thieves for a kill onto Dokla.
I mean, FNB is going to have to make that worth it. Maybe they find more, though, as they catch out Quid right now between worlds. Has the flash available. Is he able to escape? FNB tries to chase, but Quid lives. 100 Thieves get their mid laner out of there.
I thought for sure he was dead there, actually. I was like, okay, Quid, another consolation prize, right? You give over the soul, you give over open inhib over here for another kill, but Quid, the great escape with the assist from his team.
And that's kind of what you have to do as Red, right? When the game is kind of out of hand, they're like, you know what? We're just going to full send to at least try and get some kills.
Sure.
You know, they feel like they can't win the team fight at Seoul anymore, so that's why they're hoping for sending everything on Dokla. But it does mean, you know, this is Chemtech Seoul now on top of the 100 Thieves, so if you're also getting people low, it's going to be even harder for them to finish off kills. But Red are just like dreaming and hoping for some, you know, miracle, either Baron or Elder Dragon team fight, because Elder Dragon can be those flips that can save games that are otherwise just completely out of reach. But 100 Thieves, they just have such control now. It is actually so easy for them to rotate Vision resources over to Baron and then just bait you in, because they have so many ways to engage on you and turn on you. It becomes very dangerous to approach for Red.
It's a 9,000 gold lead. It's the Dragon Soul. 4,000 of that lead is Quid alone. This Aurora, she is so far ahead as Frosty sees the enemy jungler in his own jungle, and now in comes Dokla. Frosty's gonna have to try and get away, flashes the wall. Doom's got a bigger health bar, so he can stick around for a little longer, but doesn't have that much backup. Redemption will keep him healthy, but now the public execution, Tempered Fate to delay the death, but it is inevitable. No, the flash over the wall, FBI Rocket will follow up, as now the Paw Blossom lands on the Kaze. He goes into the stasis next, FNB can't kill Dokla. Big Dokes is too strong, as Kaze will escape, but Red lose too.
And that entire time was without one of their major damage dealers.
Without the 4,000 lead.
Who's just pushing on the top side of the map, just 100 Thieves taking everything away from Red, now looking to push and close out this game.
All right, that's just good, clean fun.
That is good, clean fun. That puts us at 27 kills in 28.5 minutes, and we could get a couple more here under the Nexus turrets. 100 Thieves decide to back off instead, though. They want to close this one out cleanly. They'll just take the inhibitor and walk away.
I mean, Doklo is looking pretty smooth here on this M-Bessa. I thought that was quite beautiful from him, but really, everybody on 100 Thieves is dashing forward, including their AD carry, you know, flashing and valking forward. You know, Ayla's proto-belting forward, Quid is jumping forward. Literally, you know, 100 Thieves. Let's see what the next step is going to be, because they took 2 inhibitors, so they could just go back bottom. But let's take another look at it. River just waiting in the jungle here, kind of softens them up. But Dokla says, I'll take that to the next level. Chops down Frosty, and then they turn their sights on the Skarner, and they make Skarner look squishy.
Yeah. It's one of those moments where at the very beginning of Skarner, you're like, oh, I can take this. No, you cannot stay in that situation.
Yeah, and they have just so much damage coming out of FBI, and then Pop Blossom catching onto Kaze is huge. He's kind of the only major damage dealer on Red who could potentially turn around a fight, right? If he ends up popping off, taking out a few targets, especially with Quid on the other side of the map, right? So nice catch from 100 Thieves on the back half of that fight too.
Yeah, the little skirmishes are just so good for 100 Thieves. Obviously, they're really far ahead in gold, but also Red's ideal team fights looks like, hey, let's make uptime for Azir. And the Azir is just so far behind. Azir only has 2 items at the moment. Meanwhile, Quid is looking at 24 stacks on his Medjai's, 3 items and an arm guard, which is basically another item too.
And now they're just going to go in. 100 Thieves say, we will start the fight in your jungle. FBI has multiple members on it, but he just does too much damage as the rest of the Thieves hold the line from Red. It's looking like a clean ace. Double kill to FBI. The Thieves will chase down Frosty for the triple kill. 5 for 0. Clean ace to 100 Thieves.
Yep, and they're just going for the end as Quid is going to escort these minions in. Really, really nicely done from 100 Thieves, and they did it their way.
Hey, everybody, I heard you like bloody games. 32 kills in 30.5 minutes. 100 Thieves strike first in this best of 5.
Yeah, we already broke the bloodiness meter. I was like, oh, maybe we'll have to wait a game. Maybe they'll be a little hesitant. Not at all.
Yeah, exactly. Already right out of the gate, performing to expectations for these 2 teams. So will the fun continue? Let's ask the lounge.
I had a great time.
Of course it'll continue.
It'll continue, man. That's going to be exactly what we expected in terms of game pace, over 1 combined kill per minute.
Exactly. That's what the doctor ordered. You know, nice fun game for number 1. And we've got Thinkard here, who is going to be breaking us down some clips here pretty shortly. But honestly, a really strong showing here from 100 Thieves in game 1. I love their draft. They gave themselves so many different ways to start fights and be able to skirmish really, really effectively, which to me is them in their comfort zone. And as soon as I saw the draft, I was feeling really, really good about this first game.
I love the draft. We'll talk a bit about that later. Also, Thinkard, if you saw the start of the show, did a nice scouting report for us, and you're going to talk a little bit how that played into this game.
Yeah. Honestly, we were talking about how Dokla was weak side. It's a lot of the 100 Thieves macro, but we didn't think that it would happen so early. Straight off the gate, 90 seconds into the game, he's already weak side. He's already lane swapped. They have the Corki into the Rek'Sai, so they're able to dodge this matchup really well. The Rek'Sai does decently into the Mbessa. The Mbessa then gets to get that Eclipse quickly. So overall, it's a really good lane swap. They're able to get solo XP onto the Corki as well. We talked about how FBI is having an insanely good split. Immediately getting solo XP, immediately getting really good CS and poking out the Rek'Sai. And Dokla basically gets to scale for free this game, even though he is a little bit of weak side. So they're already doing their plan. Dokla weak side, feed resources into FBI, feed resources into Quid. And this was just a really well played game in general. I would say this is their only big mistake here, which is 2 full clears plus this crab is almost always going to give level 6 to the jungle. So this dragon, very risky. They're down a level. This was their one big mistake. You'd want to see River do 1 or 2 camps if you are going to start this dragon, just so you also get the level 6 onto the jungle. But besides this, really clean play. And then as soon as they get grubs, once again, looking at bot side, Dokla is playing on an island. They get these 3 grubs. Smack, smack, smack. Bard's down here. And now we're just full switching sides. We have the grubs. We know we're going to take this turret top side faster than they're going to be able to take bot side. Dokla is trying to greed a little bit, see how much of the wave that he can get. Not much. but it's okay. They're able to dive top as well. They get this entire turret, so this gold lead, it really balloons off this play, and we can really see this is how they play the game. They trust FBI and Quid so much with resources, and Dokla, he still impacted this game. He was still able to get Eclipse, be winning his 1v1.
Yep.
This entire standoff on this part of the game, he is winning his 1v1 even though he was weak side this whole game, and this is classic 100 Thieves. They know how to do this style very well.
Yeah, they played it really well. And I mean, right off of that, we saw FBI base, and he had his Triforce, right? Like, he comes back with Triforce, even though Dokla was in this kind of weird situation where a 2v2 where he's against a double range, range lane. He had more CS than the Rek'Sai got in the 1v1, right? Because Rek'Sai was just getting completely zoned by FBI and the Corki. So I definitely felt like they played out those early levels really well. A great point about the Dragon, but even that, I felt like maybe River could have flashed the Skarner ult and they could have potentially outplayed.
Yeah, and let's pull up the draft as well, because I do think that was a big indicator on how this game had to play out. With the Azir being picked so early by Red Cannons, and then not really having a lot of damage to support him, they needed him to take over. And 100 Thieves was constantly playing the numbers game around the Azir, making sure he never had a numbers advantage.
Yeah, when I'm seeing these two drafts, to me it seems like 100 Thieves, they're really leaning into their style, which is Red's gonna fight a lot. We like fighting a lot. They're able to get resources onto their carries and then like just take all the good fights that they see. Whereas this red draft is a little bit more controlled. I don't think it's particularly bad, but if I'm playing against 100 Thieves, I want to be able to match some of their skirmishing early game. I want to be able to take those fights. I want to be able to aggressively go for some plays and snowball the game that way.
I don't think it's particularly bad either, but just when I think of 100 Thieves, like they want to fight, and when you give them this sort of draft, like that is exactly how they want to play. Like that's like a blind pick.
Wukong Aurora is what they go for. Wukong Aurora Rumble would be what they go for in every single game if they have the opportunity to.
Exactly. I mean, I think 100 Thieves are fine when they're playing this slower controlled game, but they are definitely nowhere near as dominant as they can be. But remember, MasterCard is heading to the LTA Championship in Dallas. They are offering exclusive priceless experiences with epic perks like playing on the same stage as the pros, premium seats, merch, and behind-the-scenes tours. If you are a MasterCard holder, head on over to priceless.com. Terms and quantities are limited. Game 2 is next, but before that, the Summoners Cup is back. Let's take a look.
All the sacrifices they have made have led to this moment. Their legacy cemented in world's history. It's more than a trophy. It's a living symbol, reshaped each year by those who rise. For years, it stood at the center of every victory, and now, it stands again.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Dad, I'm a genius. I figured out how to make us penguins fly.
That's gonna be tricky without wings.
Exactly. That's why I've got Red Bull. It gives you wings. All we have to do is drink it.
And how?
Come on, Dad, just drink it. But why?
Why? It's 40 degrees below. Do you think we're standing here for fun?
Red Bull gives you wings, but only if you drink it.
Aww.
Why are we in Indiana? The retreat's in Nashville, Tennessee.
I could put Nashville, Indiana in the GPS.
Mr. Shotgun over here.
Okay. Let me just figure this out. Oh, we're cool. There's a charging station nearby.
Who puts in Nashville and Indiana anyway?
Yeah. Plans change, but the Kia EV9 is great for road trips and so much more.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
How to get out after?
Just be ready to fight. Don't be scared. I flash.
Yeah.
Yeah, look.
What's Gano?
Just hit front.
Yeah.
Azir
Azir no
no
flash.
Azir
Azir no flash.
Azir no ult.
I'm behind them.
Look, Jin.
I can
reach.
Okay. Looking.
I use header.
Oh, nice spell.
They're over wall.
Go mid.
We can't help.
We're fine.
No.
Go mid.
Archon up.
I use header.
Archon up.
Watch me.
Damn.
Fuck, styling on him.
100 Thieves strike first in this best of 5.
Bye.
Welcome back to 100 Thieves versus Red Cannons World's qualification match. We are here on the lounge, Jat, Azael, and ThinkCard to see what adjustments can be made. What's Tibbers going to add to the conversation, Azael?
I don't know. As much as Raz is today.
Raz is sick.
Yeah.
Raz is out sick.
Exactly.
It's not his fault.
People say, don't kick them when you're down. I say kick them when you're down because that's when they can't fight back.
Fair enough.
It's going to be a fun one. 100 Thieves, great first game for them. I'm really kind of curious what sort of adjustments we're going to see from Red. I'm surprised to see them banning out Yone, but I know Kaze doesn't really play Yone, even though he is like a melee guy. I always found that a little bit strange.
Yeah, I think it makes more sense on a blue side perspective because you have to deal with the 3-pick, and if Akali is going to be in the game, Quid will definitely slam the Akali into the Yone. So it does make a little bit of sense on blue side. I think last game it seemed weird for them to ban it on red side, but here you see the Viban, the Jarvan, River Classic, and then the Poppy and Talia being banned out. So Pantheon is a power pick that's still in the game. Annie's a power pick that's still in the game, but you still have Orianna into it. So pretty curious what they're going for on one.
I'd be surprised if Pantheon's not banned. In the North, it's like always banned pretty much. If they do leave it, then they're obviously trying to look for some sort of a trade for a power pick here. And it's going to be a Kali, so yes, I mean you can do that. We didn't really see that work in the LTA playoffs when that happened. But I feel like if you're not picking Pantheon here, you're losing the game. I feel like River on Pantheon is not going to lose. This guy it just fits his style so incredibly well. So I feel like maybe Red won't have expected this to be open, and now we're going to have to kind of shift draft priorities.
What do you think they're going to play into Pantheon here? Because it seems pretty obvious that they're going to take it. You don't have the Poppy, you don't have the Starter. You're just going to play Trundle into it?
That's what I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. That matchup has shifted a bit back and forth. I think it's supposed to
they didn't pick it.
So they took the Orianna here because maybe they think Quid's not that good on the Galio. Galio's like one of the picks into the Orianna, but Azir is one of the picks, and Akali is very good into the Orianna, and 100 Thieves showed that Akali
Rumble
ban.
Pantheon, I think, is what they'll do. Because Dokla's been perma playing Rumble every time it's up, and Pantheon, I know, is like, River just thinks it's omega OP. And so to me, it's like they were going to do this on 1-2, and I think on 3, we're just going to get something boring. We're just going to have like Victor Orianna mid lane, and he's going to be willing to play something like that. I mean, they could go Galio, but Galio's going to be taken away. So yeah, that's my expectation, is that we are probably just going to get Victor or something that is kind of like more control magey, and they're just going to feel that they can win playing off top side.
I honestly like taking away the Galio here because Galio Pantheon, FlyQuest did that a few times. Is pretty good, and we're going to we're going to get our first Sylas game, and now you don't have to worry about that for the rest of the series.
Yeah, because I was going to ask as well, with Sylas not being banned, and we've talked so much about Kaze Sylas and that being maybe one of the ways they can sneak the game here. So just in a sense, this is a series ban, because I don't think it's an amazing Galio angle. There's decent ultimates with Xin Galio right now, but he's going to be laning straight into the Orianna. I think Quid's a good enough laner that he'll get away with it, and they're just going to want to fly into teamfights with it.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. The other thing that I always like about Sylas is that Sylas can kind of act as like a soft ban on champions, right? It's like I was going to say, you now can't play Alistar on the red side, right? Because you don't want to give that away, but they're not willing to, they don't want to give it to 100 Thieves, so they're going to have to ban it. There's certain picks that it can deny, which can kind of be nice as well.
Yeah, and now if you're looking at the support champion pool, Alistar out, Rakan out, and then the Nico and Bard is out, which means a lot of the premier melee supports are going to be able to be played. So I'm looking at Rel right now. Rel is going to be really strong, especially with that Poppy gone. So I think if Rel's up, you just take it. If Rel's gone, then it starts to be that type of Nautilus, Braum, stuff like that, Leona. So I really think that if the Rel is up, 100 Thieves should take it. It really fits the competition, really good with the Rumble. Like, you slam that, and then Red, they're going to have to make a choice whether they match that engage or they try to go for something like Braum, something to kind of weather the storm.
There's a lot of fighting already picked. They get rid of the Sivir.
I really like Rel here.
Yeah, I agree, Rel. And then if you can fit a Kai'Sa in later on, that would be great, but it will depend on what Red picks here.
I mean, you can do Kai'Sa. You can also do like in these kind of drafts on his FBI will just play like Ezreal, and he's basically just saying like I'll be self-sufficient, I'll be pretty safe, I can help the dive with my ulti, can scale well, can work well in like weird situations. So it'll be interesting if he goes that to try to answer the dive, or if it is going to be something different.
Yeah, I was honestly about to say they probably need to go Lucian Braum here because I can't think of any other reason why you would even let this happen.
Senna I like as well.
The Senna does pretty well into this type of situation because we all know Senna doesn't care about Braum. You can just kind of auto.
You just restack off Braum as well.
And we all know FBI is one of the best Senna players in the world. So you have this really strong top side that's going to be fighting a lot. You now have the Senna ulti coming over the top. You have Rel setting up the team fights. I think it's 100 Thieves draft. Pretty much has everything that they would want as long as Quid does well in this mid matchup.
Yeah, and I think he will. He's really good at this sort of thing. This is his specialty, these melee versus range. And I mean, Senna, not only are you going to get stack off the Braum, even if there's a weird lane swap situation, you can stack off Galio pretty easily. So I feel like he should be pretty accelerated. I think it's a great 100 Thieves draft. Casters, what do you think?
I think FBI's Senna has been very good to 100 Thieves. We're already prepping the speed stacking graphics to get ready here because FBI has had a lot of very good Senna games in playoffs here for 100 Thieves during 100 Thieves, last heist run that they've been going on.
Yeah, it was funny because we always talked about him as like, oh, he's such an insane Senna player, and then it kind of fell out of meta and favor, and he had some shaky games on it that they ended up losing. And then now he's just back with a vengeance, right? Like, I know Thinkard was talking on the desk about how he thinks FBI is back. But then the Senna games that he had, and also the way that they used lane assignments and where they could put the Senna to accelerate those stacks was also really clever from 100 Thieves in some of these best of fives. So yeah, I think I'm very curious to see this comp specifically in the hands of 100 Thieves, because I think it has everything they want.
We even saw a little bit of that creativity in game number 1, putting FBI in that solo lane top side. But early on here, it's dangerous to invade a Braum, one of the stronger level 1 champions in the game. But 100 Thieves are still doing it. They have River coming in with the pincer maneuver here. as the
I don't
damage
know
is
about
coming in
this.
on the Quid now. Yeah, again, it's scary into the Braum. The stun lands. Quid is almost going down. Flashes away. Now FBI's completely alone. Chased out. Flashes as well. Can Red continue the chase? He also pops Ghost. Doom chases forward. Flash from Frosty, and that's it. First blood to Kaze.
As this is happening, I was like, this is some of the cockiest movement I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And into a face of a Braum. Like, they were so confident in calling River over with the 4 people. They were like, yeah, there's definitely not any more of them behind this Braum, right? But messing with a Braum, as you said, level 1, is very dangerous and can be disastrous. So in the end, though, looking across the summoner spells, the Orianna also flashed offensively to get that kill. That can be like your cope, like, oh, maybe we can do a level 3 gank. Pantheon can come gank because, Silas Pantheon combo could do a level 3 gank timing. But yeah, the train continues. The last heist continues for 100 Thieves. They did hit a little speed bump in level 1.
Yeah. And I mean, I think the other important thing is that kill goes on to Kaze, right? Because we talked about how important he is for this team, how they really love to play around him, especially to get him early resources. So I am looking at those down mid laner flashes and wondering whether the junglers are going to get involved early.
And I like where he invested that gold, too, into boots for move speed. So maybe he'll be able to just dodge the chains. Yep. With Ori speed and extra early boots for himself.
Last time around, Kaze was not able to get to that big item break point early enough on Azir that ThinkHard was highlighting, but this time around, much stronger early game start here as we see all the lanes currently. Kaze has more minions mid to play with. Dokla's getting pushed in topside. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves, they have push in the bottom lane, getting Rebello and Frosty under that turret.
Yep, and I am also curious to see, again, how this topside matchup goes, just because the Rumble has been such a huge, point of power for 100 Thieves. And they, snapped it up as soon as the Pantheon and Rumble were available. Obviously, Galio, really strong counter, and also goes well with what the rest of Red have.
Yeah.
And but yeah, Rebello's getting really low in this bot lane.
Look at the trading down here because FBI wants to utilize the sustain here in the Senna lane, and so they're trying to trade super aggressively onto the Lucian, making him chug his potion really early on. Since Jungle was pathing away from bottom lane for Red, there is not a lot of extra they can do about this. River is on bottom Scuttle Crab. He's going to secure that one, and FBI and Ayla just... We were already talking about the quick stacking of FBI. Guess what? This is going to be another one of those despite the early game and death.
Double digits, 3.5 minutes in, as he's already got 10 of those stacked up, now 11. Doom is pathing top side, though, so Dokla has to be careful up here. Back is channeled by Doom, and the poke continues, harassing under turret. River coming in now, and they just flash engage. Rebello stunned up, taken down. 100 Thieves find their own kill, but Dokla did not stay safe topside. Doom cancels the back and picks up a kill for himself.
They're still going. They're going for the second kill here. River does tank the tower shot. That is enough damage to force him off.
Frosty might just get this kill solo. One more auto. Oh, Ayla's able to crash down over the wall. He's out of there.
He's about to crash out if he did.
Yeah.
There because the second dive on the Braum, that one was a little bit risky there. But yeah, top side, I think ThinkHard was talking about Dokla on weak side, and actually does fall prey up there with the counter kill. So it's actually 2 kills here for Red. The next one will be the 3 for the feats for them. Definitely a little bit dangerous.
And from Red, we see the swaps coming in, right? The Galio is going to be pushing in this bot wave. Meanwhile, the Lucian is up against the Rumble on the top side. As Frosty's in mid, and they're going to harass Quid a bit, set this lane in a good position for Kaze.
Yeah, it doesn't land the Winter's Bite, so no big follow-up there, but I'm curious our thoughts. I mean, in my mind, Senna loves these melee matchups. If you're in the lane against a Galio, it almost feels like free stacking that FBI already was doing great against a Lucian. But if anything, this should mean that FBI can even accelerate that more in my mind.
Yeah, and as we watch the possible play on mid lane, bottom lane, they're just zoning him out. Look at this wave that they've got in such a nice spot. FMB's having a hard time here as Ayla kind of threatens him.
I almost wonder if that's one of those moments where maybe they were predicting the lane swap coming in from the Thieves. But let's get another look at that dive.
Yeah, so the original one is actually really nice, and we'll keep our eyes on Ayla here because he does do the Q flash, and then River can follow it up with his point-and-click stun. That one's clean and easy from them. Then they go for the second one, though, onto the Braum here, and Frosty's able to get up the Braum wall, so denying a bunch of that damage. And as you know, there is no terrible ending for Ayla after this.
12 months. That's what producers are telling me.
Very, very close, but he's able to jump out on his trusty metal steed. He's happy about that one because a lot of people are having flashbacks to the Karma Tower dive.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so
Maybe he was too. He's just like, oh. Whew.
You don't want to build a portfolio of failed, support.
The low light reel.
Yeah.
Yeah. But thankfully he did not go down there. Quid and Kaze scrapping in the mid lane here. Doom is nearby. Shockwave used by both mid laners as Quid stole one away, but Doom was not close enough to answer, so Kaze just takes a bigger chunk of damage. Quid will walk away from mid.
Yeah, and they're another early start of the Dragon for 100 Thieves. While Quid is kind of making some time in mid, playing catch with the Shockwaves.
That's Braum coming in here.
Coming in.
So not the most aggressive TP play. But Doku was winning that 1v1 versus Rebella right there with the range advantages. Quid lands the chains. Flash out of Kaze.
Really valuable here. Quid making some moves, some aggressive ones. Now the call will be no flash on Orianna, and Pantheon will be 6 soon. So you have to think about River's first ultimate. Doku's getting very good damage done in his 2v1 as well, although the equalizer is just on the wave. So probably the Pantheon ultimate looking towards the Orianna then, because Quid doing a lot of setup work himself.
Oh, they're just going to throw Pantheon over the top side. Immediately onto Rebello. Cleanse comes through, still goes down. Dokla gets the kill.
Yeah, I was wondering, oh, maybe they're going to set up a play with Ayla. Ayla's TPing in. No, Pantheon ult immediately top side, cleans up that kill onto Rebello. And now this kind of power lane that Red would have wanted to play around White with the Lucian Braum. FBI is in such a good position on this Senna already, and they're able to keep this Lucian from getting a lot of early laning leads.
Last game, it was all about Quid being far ahead. This time it's FBI with a strong start on the Senna of all things. You know, again, laning into the Galio now goes straight up to the top side. We'll get a turret plate. A lot of gold getting funneled into this AD carry.
Okay, Grubby started up. River is in the area as soon as he finishes up with red buff. Let's see, no teleport on Dokla though, so it's very risky for 100 Thieves because Galio is here and Galio ult is ready. This could be big for Red.
This could be scary for the Thieves. River goes in aggressively, but the Galio is still there to punish. Red claim feat of warfare, and they're looking for FBI as well. The culling comes in from Rebello, but FBI can dodge that. Either way, Red get the kill, and they will get the grubs.
Yeah, know about the communication there from 100 Thieves. If they talked about Galio being on the recall timing and walking from base, could definitely join and does that. So very big for Red to get their grubs, use their Galio ultimate, get their kill. And that is 3 kills for the Feats.
Yeah, really nicely done from Red. Also, 100 Thieves, like, again, when you talk to them, they're like, yeah, we need to stop maybe contesting some of these objectives, and we're not in a position to do it. This is something they've been trying to pay attention to in their early games, specifically. Another thing that maybe they shouldn't have gone for, because as you pointed out, Kobe, there was no way for Dokla to join the fight at that time. His TP was down. As a River potentially looking for something mid, gonna possibly path bot.
Ooh. Frosty and Rebello were getting aggressive there again. They just want this wave to fully crash under the turret. FBI was never even able to get that full plate on the top side, so Rebello's getting a little bit back in this game. Has still died twice, but relatively even in CS regardless. And the Lucian is starting to become a threat here.
And I have to say that Red should start thinking about the next Pantheon ultimate again already. Because the previous one, I guess you could say they were doing a lazy recall up in that top rush because they weren't thinking about, oh, he's about to hit level 6.
Yeah.
And the first one, maybe there's some leeway because you're like, oh, it depends on his clear speed and tracking that experience, exactly is a little rough. But the second one, they definitely should be expecting this here from River. And so I would still say, Kaze, you have to be careful with no flash. Even Alo is kind of sniffing around for something on the rail, but Orianna with no flash still is just such a juicy target for 100 Thieves.
especially when Ayla has the Magnet Storm available now. So the engage tools are so strong on 100 Thieves side. Not only just the Pantheon ult coming in, but if Quid ever steals F&B's ult, you also have the heroic entrance coming in on top of it.
And Ayla, as you talk about him, does have a very good record there on the Rel. Has played a bunch of this champion. We mentioned that along with the Nico as one of the big engaged champions that he has found some success on.
Yeah, he's been really, really good on these engaged supports, and it also just plays a lot into what 100 Thieves want to do and how they like to play, right? Like, they want so many different ways to kind of jump on top of your carries as a unit, as we see potentially setting up for something on this top side, but Doom and Frosty are both here.
Yeah, I mean, look at FBI just whittling down this Galio. River's got to run, though.
Ooh, Glacial Fissure aggressively on the River. Pantheon shield already down, and that is a lot of damage coming in from Red Cannons. A knock up, he can't get out of there with a flash. Frosty picks up the kill.
Nice in evade there, Braum plus Zin. You are not getting away from that one. Red chased down the extra kill.
Yeah, and now they're able to get mid-prio as well, kind of threatening on to Quid. I don't think they'll be looking to make a move on him, but with this mid-prio, they should easily, as you already see, Doom is headed straight for it, be able to get that Drake and kind of stop what happened in game 1 with this early Drake stacking from happening again in this game.
I was holding my breath because River has ultimate, but with Dokla backing off here, Quid actually could be in some trouble. Winter's Bite misses, he's jumping over the wall, follow-up from Doom, but there's River already. That's flash out of Quid, Summoner spell used defensively, but it did delay the Dragon. It was not taken by Red.
Yeah, the most important thing is they do peel off
the
that
Magnet's over from Halo. They just want to go for the snap engage. 100 Thieves thinking maybe they can catch Red, unassuming with the Shockwave back. 100 Thieves are maybe but not more than they can shoot, but everyone just ulted everybody! A stolen ult from Quid, as now comes Galio. Kaze barely lives! Kaze, the hero FNB, saving his life. Red will pick up 1 kill.
Kaze's flash coming back in time for this skirmish, and the Galio ultimate is the decider here, as FNB comes in like a hero.
Yeah, you can see why 100 Thieves are like, okay, we think we can go on here. The Dawning Shadow comes across after Ayla engages. Doom survives for a really long time. Shockwave comes through. Then the counter Shockwave, where it looks like surely they kill off Frosty. He's able to flash out. Doom flashes out, and then the heroic Galio ultimate to clean up that kill onto River.
It does mean, of course, and you can see it on the mini-map, that they drop the minion wave of top side. So it's something to keep in mind with a lot of the teams that go super aggressive with a lot of skirmishes. How many minion waves you are dropping while you join extra people to these skirmishes.
Sure.
Because FBI has a static Shiv now done on the Senna, and he had been farming up on that top side.
Already big damage onto Rebella right there. Rooted up. The choline absorbed a lot by the minions. FBI trying to get to safety and does so. So Rebello still, I mean, behind 630 gold, but he's really making FBI work for it, as now River getting engaged on here by Doom. Now Frosty as well. Red just playing at such a high tempo game, as now the re-engage comes in from Ayla, but FBI's already dead. Doom picks that kill up. Rebello onto Ayla. A double kill to Red's jungler. 100 Thieves are biting up more than they can chew. Red Cannons Kalunga have shown up in game 2.
Yeah, they're just coming down to fistfights, Kangas. It is a skirmish difference right now. Red get the counter engage on the turnaround there on top of FBI's head on this Senna that we have been highlighting, that has been stacking. He burns his flash and his ghost, but he still gets caught there. Red with a nice little turn to take out the Senna.
And I love how Red have kind of kept up the pressure where they can. As we see TP coming in.
100 Thieves are trying to burst this dragon as fast as possible. They get the dragon. Dokla actually burns that one down, but now they got to get out of there. They still just turn onto Doom. All the damage in onto the Zinja, but the Braum shielding him up. Doom is still alive. Flank from Quid will finally get the kill, but Rebella will trade one back. 100 Thieves have a double kill for their mid laner. In a 3v3 scrap, can they keep the chase going? Quid throws out the Glacial Fissure, does not land. Red get out, Dragon to the Thieves.
The 2 for 2 going there
or
as
do
up.
they? Frosty's just solo stacking up the Braum passive on Ayla. All right, he's out.
I was going to say 2 for 2, Drake over to 100 Thieves, which is actually really, really crucial for them, considering how much Red have really liked to push the pace of this game. And the big thing for me in this contest is Dokla being here, right? Because this rumble damage, Kobe, is something they've sorely been missing in so many of these team fights.
Yeah, they needed that rumble damage to burn through the dragon, and he flashes back into the pit. So he's down here in the 2 versus 1, and he's going to go down. But look at the top side also. This is another fist fight at 100 Thieves. They get the double kill for the Silas because Zin's ulti was not back up from the previous fight since we're fighting so frequently. So everybody's getting involved in these fist fights now. That one did result in the dragon for 100 Thieves, but with the frequency of these, Red, you have pulled ahead with their 1,000 gold lead despite 100 Thieves being up 2 dragons.
I just want to say that was a 5v5 at 15 minutes in the game. Not something super common in League of Legends, but get used to it. With 100 Thieves versus Red Cannons, we might just have another one. We're looking at the Herald. FNB's not with the team, but he has the Galio ultimate available, so we can always get there fast with that cheat code. Is now Rebello looking at damage onto FBI, takes one turret shot. FBI's got to back off. 100 Thieves have pushed Red out of the river, and they don't start up the Herald themselves. It's all about priority over this mid wave.
Yeah, you could tell FNB was like, please, can I go grab that side wave?
Yeah.
Because he kind of went down like a quarter of the way, then came back, then went down, then went back. And now they're like, okay, cool. Everybody disperse. You can go get your side waves at the moment. Silas top, Galio bottom. But the Rift Herald still remains, and Ayla wants to make it dark here so that it will make Red scared. And Red are dropping another top wave of minions, as Kaze will only get over there for the last couple of ranged ones.
They also know that Doom is on the bottom side of this map, right? So it could potentially open up a window for 100 Thieves to make a move onto this Herald, although it looks like both Rel and Senna will be backing off here to reset.
Yeah, Doom's actually just going for the full clear right now as Quid actually looks for an all-in onto Kaze. River comes in with the ultimate as well. Shockwave from Kaze, flash to safety. He's actually out of there. Has to invest an ultimate and a summoner spell, but 100 Thieves do not get the kill.
Yeah, let's see if that sets up for anything during the cooldown of these key factors for Kaze. Frosta is going in to check as Braum. Zin's behind him, though.
Yeah, this could be a big play for Red. 100 Thieves did not get the Herald because they sent the Pantheon to try and find the pick on Kaze. So yeah, no Shockwave, no Flash and Orianna, but now Doom has cleared and is back at the Herald. And 100 Thieves, do they look to contest? I mean, FBI's here.
Let's go.
Yeah, what an interesting
To
setup
contest? It's
for
just
the
how
objective.
They're going to contest.
It's going to have to be River and Ayla in front of FBI. Teleport coming in. Quid alone here on the top side as he's pushing away all members of Red as now Doom comes in, gets onto FBI, but the rest of the team's not quite behind him. Quid's holding the line back there with the help of Ayla. Now FNB comes in. River flashes to safety. Quid donned it up. Quid down. FNB with the kill credit. A 1 for 0 as no members of Red fell.
No members of Red fell, 1 for 0, but the Herald does end up going over 200 Thieves, which gives them that feat. So now it's going to come down to first turret between these two teams for feats of warfare. These fights are so close, too.
They were, and Rebello and Frosty, the duo there for Red was like close to going down, but Quid couldn't quite finish the job. He had to flash out as well. Both Rebello and Frosty using their flashes to live. Does mean more flashes were invested by Red in these recent skirmishes. And you can look at the gold. They're getting the extra kills. It's now 10 kills for Red, but the gold was only like 400 or so gold lead. And let's take another look at both sides of the fight, because the Rift Herald is coming back and regaining patience. So first of all, River's going to be able to combo and get it on the Pantheon. But look at the top side here. This duo, they almost get Rebello with Quid and Ayla, but he flashes over the wall, and then Quid has to try and flash out. But Red are able to pincer and grab their kill back for themselves. So even though they lose the Rift Herald to the Pantheon, they do get the kill on the Quid.
Fantastic Glacial Prison from Frosty. I thought he was going to go forward to help out Doom. Instead, he went back to peel, and that was a big difference maker. And that we're back to live Dragons on the Rift. And anytime I see a neutral objective, I'm just conditioned at this point to start to expect action.
And I want to, again, like highlight the CS for both teams basically overall, because we keep on dropping a lot more waves on the side of red. So you can tell, their top laner, their mid laner, and their AD carry. A lot of these carry roles are down in CS. And if we keep track of FBI stacking on Senna,
a little ahead.
He has set a lot of the records that we have, and currently looking at it in game, doing quite well for himself as well.
Still ahead the curve.
He's in a good spot.
Just ticks over to 63.
Oh, Dokla face checks a brush and is punished for it. Multiple ultimates coming down, but he has the shield, trying to get to safety, has the flash. Doom chases him down. Redemption coming in. Dokla almost gets out, but it's not meant to be. Red find the pick onto 100 Thieves, the top laner.
And they're not done. I mean, they want to try to move up into this mid lane potentially.
They
know
Glacial
Silas
Prison.
is top.
So no Braum ultimate, but they still have Crescent Guard from Doom. River's able to take away the blue buff and backs off.
Yeah, and Tower Gold for Quid. So they do get Tower Gold for Quid, but Dokla investing his flash there, trying to escape. I mean, the flashes have been critical in these team fights. I get these fist fights that we keep on getting. So that actually might be something that Red can use to their advantage next time around. Plus, you get to put a stop to the dragon stacking as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think this is actually huge, right? Them being able to pick up this Mountain Drake, third Drake overall, stops 100 Thieves Drake stacking, so gives them a little bit more leeway. And that was done because they were able to push out 100 Thieves in that mid lane after they got that kill. 100 Thieves, though, keeping the gold even. They did, like you said, Kobe, get that entire tier 1 top onto Quid's Silas. So I'm really, really looking forward to the next time these two teams decide to fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's really fun because we've got globals on both teams.
Yep.
We've got Senna, you've got Galio and Pantheon, wherever River does decide to go. If they can, spread the map again, push side waves, and set up for some sort of pick with a Pantheon ultimate, the rewards are Otacon. And everybody knows, Otacon on the map means that there should be some action, and everybody kind of heading up there too.
Blind start the Otacon. Let's do it the old NA special.
I'm hearing you, and I'm not liking what I'm hearing.
I don't like it, but I do like what 100 Thieves are doing now, which is pushing out bot wave to get this tier 1 bot side turret.
They're doing it with 2 people that can join. We mentioned the globals. Pantheon can ult back up to the other side of the map to the Otacon. So basically, they're daring Red to start Otacon. Red, take the dare.
There we go.
And they can answer.
Dokla even sees FNB in here right now, so FNB will watch the Herald charge in out of the turret. Kaze, very early flash there, but he is completely surrounded. 100 Thieves look for a pick onto the mid laner, but he's just so fast. The phase rush to get him to safety. A couple more autos is what they need. They get it. FBI does secure the kill, but the Otacon is still focused. Otacon over to Red. Quid follows the flash over the wall. Frosty's still in trouble. Dokla teleported up. FNB TPs to follow. Now Dokla's focused down. FNB with the kill, but it's the Quid show. Double kill to the mid laner as he'll chase down Doom. Red will get the objective, but that's a hefty price to pay. Multiple kills to the Thieves as River ults to lock down FNB. Quid gets the kill off camera. FNB will die on your screen. 100 Thieves, ace red cannon.
I love this play so much because 100 Thieves over the course of playoffs have evolved from them being the ones to start these Otacons to them being the ones saying, hey, we're going to use our globals on the bottom side of the map and dare you to start Otacon and then get 5 kills out of it in the craziness. And so the whole time they're making this call, they're like, yeah, we are going to let them start the Otacon. We're going to look for the picks as Red try and get to the Otacon.
Yeah, and it starts with this catch on to Kaze, right? Quid is already heading up to where the Otacon has been started after they clean that up. The Rumble is also headed up here. And I do love, again, this Rumble ult coming out, and then it's really just the Quid show. He gets immediately onto Rebello, takes him out, is able to clean up Doom on the back half of this as River then ult in to try to help the fight in the jungle to clean up the Galio from FNB. And the big thing to me...
My KD is going to be a little rough this one.
It doesn't matter. But yeah, I think I love the way they've set up these cross-map plays. I loved initially when Quid told us on the analyst desk, he's like, yeah, we've been looking at LPL, LCK Otacons. They always go for the fight, so that's what we want to do.
Yeah.
They set it up beautifully with that Herald play on the bot side, using their TPs, like you said, using their globals, able to clean up the fight, and a massive gold swing in their favor.
And it's okay, Big Dokes, you're making some team plays, and he built a Bloodletter's Curse to shred magic resist for Quid.
For the Quid show. He's got his tickets also. On sale now, everybody. Quid is just a monster. 5-1-0, 2 items completed with the Seeker's Arm Guard, 5 stacks on Dark Seal, and he might even get more here. FNB is going to get locked down the Glacial Fissure defensively. Doom spotted as he's looking for the flank approach, but again, Quid just holding the line. 1v2, everybody else onto Doom. Now he's pulled back in. Big entrance from FNB will turn the play for Red. Multiple kills, a double to the top laner. Quid's in trouble, has to flash away from the wind becomes lightning. Dokla will get 1 kill on the Frosty on the side. Quid's still alive. FBI now says, tag me in. Look at all those low health bars. The Senna doing damage. Dokla over the wall for the double kill. It's a slaughter under the turret. Triple kill to Big Dog.
He improves his KDA instantly, flashing in, and they save the team fight. I thought that shockwave from Kaze was just going to be the end for 100 Thieves, but they pulled it back. Big Dokes from the top. He made so much space. FBI hitting the whole time. That was insanity.
Initially, I thought he was going to be too late to the fight as well, right? Even when that Rumble Equalizer came out, I was like, okay, it's still not going to be enough. They're still already 2 dead. But Dokla, the massive difference maker there.
Watch me. I flash. Looks winnable. Orianna no flash.
Or no flash.
I like that, Dokes. I like that. Prep them.
Wow. You're a man.
That's the extra large Dokes.
Yeah. Cue the Mulan music. Dragons now focused up here by 100 Thieves. They will take their 3rd of the game, and wouldn't you know it, 28 kills in 27 minutes, and we might just get another one right here. Quid spots out Doom in the jungle. Doom hit up by the W, is able to get away, but now Quid says, I got a new target. FNB's here, and I took offense to that one. FNB's got to walk away. Quid still chasing him down. The damage from FBI on top is just too much. Frosty desperately trying to get his top laner out of there. Might just trade his life for it. Barely limps back to his base. Red just cannot enter their own jungle.
Yeah, Red can't enter their own jungle. Quid just looking for everyone. Meanwhile, Dokla just casually pushing in. This bot wave is River's onto Doom.
Oh, the Crescent Guard used. Both flashes invested. River thought maybe he could find the pig.
Okay, how about like a Baron bait or something now?
Yeah.
Because we got a fight, but we didn't get kills. Kangas, didn't they see the thermometer? The thermometer was exploding.
We needed it to break even more.
It's no longer exploding.
We need more. Need more blood. Well, he actually is doing it. I mean, River's inside. They clear out the vision, and they're trying to bait Baron.
He's not stacking up the Q though. Come on, throw that out there. It's a completely dark River.
The bait wasn't working, so
now he's actually starting Baron. There we go. Ward goes down. They'll know that he's on it. The rest of Red are headed up here.
Okay, can they approach? Frosty no ultimate, but they have Shockwave, they have Choline. The big damage dealing ultimates are available for Red as the Equalizer comes down, trying to pick off the support right now. Now engage onto the jungle. If they can kill Doom, that Baron is free. Doom will fall. Red no longer have a jungler to smite contest, and the Thieves will get out like bandits in the night.
And we're not even done. They go back.
Double tongue comes in from FNB. Now they're calling in from Rebello. Alo goes for the miracle engage, but Rebello still gets a kill. Now turn attention on the FBI. Flashes to safety. Rebello's got Quid on top of him. Will go down. FBI barely dies to the Winds of War. Red are not done fighting yet.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are split. I feel like they were making a call to return to Baron, but then they had FBI and half the team, getting minions still in midway. We're not done again.
No, under the turret, Kaze picked off. Stolen ult from Quid, and now they want to get under Frosty as well. Oh, wait. All right, we'll give you that one, Quid, because he wanted River to get the kill. Steals it at the end. 18 to 18, chaos on the Rift.
Oh,
all right.
This is
that was a YOLO stasis.
What is happening? Does anyone know that meme?
Yeah, what is happening? With better penmanship, but still the same meme.
100 Thieves are answering the aggression of Red and doing it in style.
I was about to say, I really liked the wherewithal from FNB to recognize that he could go for the play. We're actually starting way before that with the initial Baron bait as the equalizer goes down. As soon as Frosty gets rooted, they're on to Red and then take out Doom, prio target before the Baron. But then I actually really like this from FNB, right? He's like, they're split. We potentially can go in. The Rel tries to go in for the engage. FNB is stuck to FBI like glue, trying to take him out. But now it's the Quiver show.
Oh, the Quiver show was canceled early. I wanted to see the golden statue because
Golden Glue is just as confused as we are.
They were like,
also, because they kept fighting, I don't actually know at what point in time these reactions are coming from.
Right? I'm telling you, come see the LTA in person. You're going to be crying, laughing. This is some good stuff here.
You having fun, everybody, at the Riot Games Arena? Yeah? This is entertainment right here.
Okay, whoever interviews is going to have to interview Quid and say, was it an on-purpose ego golden statue? Because I would sign a petition for a Quid golden statue.
It's for the aura.
Yeah, exactly.
He's farming it right now. If it had just been the arm guard upgraded to Zonias, I'd say yes, but that was the Zonias just coming off cooldown right now. But getting back into the game, I mean, Baron's still on the table, but so is Dragon's Soul in 40 seconds for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, as you see, 100 Thieves, they can make it just so dangerous for Red to kind of have to come in, have to face check for vision. 100 Thieves should have complete prio over this.
The wave's already pushed. Red are going to try and catch that one here, and everyone's grouped up. We got a straight-up 5v5 Barnyard Brawl in preparation.
Quick check, FBI's at 112 Centistacks at only 31 minutes, almost 32 minutes here, so the range is getting crazy. He's looking for harassing.
Also, River's just waiting to use his ult, right? He's just kind of waiting in fog.
Dogo throws
now
out the
he's going to
equalizer.
turn onto the Drake.
Onto the wave. Thought maybe he could also hit Rebella right there, but Rebella's still full health. Quid now in an interesting flank right here, a little away from the rest of the team. So Red think that maybe they can engage in onto him, but he has the Crescent Guard defensively. Just doesn't take any damage right now, and the Thieves had the trap laid. Quid said, hey, I'm all alone, look at me. One answered as Rebello will find it. Actually a double kill to Rebello, but only one member of Red is still alive. FNB chased down. Quadra for Quid. 100 Thieves are gonna give it to him. Get your tickets to the Quid show. Pentakill for Quid.
Oh my gosh. 100 Thieves games are always so much fun. That trap was set up beautifully. He had...
Look at here, guys.
Yeah. Run now.
Ori has ult, has ult. Ori has ult. Watch his ult.
Yeah, I'm fine, I'm fine.
Pentakill.
Nice flash, nice flash.
Penta.
No flash, no flash.
Penta, guys. Penta, guys.
Penta.
No flex, no flex. Wait.
Yeah! Penta.
The most important thing in League of Legends.
Give your teammate the penta. We've seen so many homie pentas this split.
We
I
really
love it.
have, actually. Yeah, LTA teams are a lot kinder to their would-be pentakillees than some other teams I've seen from some other regions. I'll just say that.
I do want to say that this actually, we've had a lot of pentas this year, but that was Quid's first ever penta!
Congratulations, Quid! Well deserved, well earned. 12-1 and 4. We'll give you the golden idol play from earlier and the penta in the same game.
Yeah, that is mega aura.
That is mega aura. 43 kills in 33 minutes as well. One of the bloodier games that we've seen, but it's still going. Quid's looking onto Rebello, has a Crescent Guard yet again. His favorite ultimate to take so far. Rebello's turned down to Dogo, but Quid just making it impossible for him to actually get the damage down. Quid with another kill. Crescent Guard pop, Dogo flashes to safety. Red commit everything to get him, and it will crumble around them. The Shockwave onto 3, but still a double kill to Quid. 100 Thieves just answer every play Red throw at them.
Red trying to scatter right now to get everyone out in different directions, but they're still getting chased down.
FNB's soloing Ayla right now, or should I say Ayla's chasing down FNB. Low health bar on the Galio. Can he actually win this one? Doom, meanwhile, getting chased by River and FBI. Ayla, just a little more damage. Come on, you can pull it off for the support mains all around the world. Do it for us. No, FNB goes into stasis. Barely lives. Back to the live. Quinn gets a kill under the turn. Who died? Wait, they're still alive. Both of them are still alive.
Everybody except FNB. I love how 100 Thieves are always doing literally 3 objectives at the same time,
That was chaos.
This is truly a what is happening game. Squid was in the base. They're DPSing Baron.
Oh.
Both Ayla and FNB got out.
I love League of Legends.
I love League of Legends. Can we write that on the screen, Emily? Write some I love League of Legends. This is a treat of a game here. And it's only game 2 in a best of 5. A world's qualification match.
It's so messy.
And we just got chaos on the Rift. I love League of Legends, baby. Let's go.
All right, everybody focus up. Come on, everyone, focus up here. Here we go. Lock in.
We are serious.
100 Thieves have a 12,000 gold lead with the Mountain Soul.
Woof.
Do you think that they can end this game?
I do,
And do you think that they can get 10 more kills before they end this game?
They think they can, which I think is the most
it's going to be
important
hard
thing.
because you only get 5 right now. And you have to let them respawn. You gotta let them respawn.
It's going to be tough.
I think it's only going to be 5. But they are pushing in all 3 lanes.
Right now it's Quid all alone here on the side. He has done this so many times. Quid just got main character syndrome right now. He's going in! 1v5 onto Red Cannons. The team will back him up. Has the stasis that time around. Plus Crescent Guard. Red with blinking health bars retreat under their turrets. And there's no escape from the onslaught of the Thieves. Double kill to River. They'll chase for more. Looking at Kaze. Do they dive Frosty? The Lonely Braum under the fountain. 100 Thieves make quick work of Red Cannons in game number 2. And we'll go up 2-0 in the series.
Congratulations to 100 Thieves. In game 1, we talked about their cross-map plays. Game 2 was just chaos. I can't wait to see the lounge watch all of those team fights back.
Man, that was something.
They were funning it a little bit at the end.
I feel like they were.
I absolutely think they just didn't want to end it, man. We have all had those games where you start getting really, really fed and you're like, wait, don't end it just yet.
I mean, I was concerned in the early game because it looked like 100 Thieves was playing really disrespectfully and sloppy. I still have that same concern, but they smashed them in the end.
Yeah, what's interesting about this game is at the end it seemed into a bit of a bloodbath playing for fun, but this game was, majority of this game in the beginning was very close. Like, I honestly didn't know who was going to win this game. The Orianna started 2-0, so this by no means was an easy game for 100 Thieves, but once they got like that lead and once Quid got some shutdowns, the game did seem completely over.
Yeah, let's get into some of these clips. So again, it's weak side Dokla. So there's still some of the same skeleton of what we've seen in game 1. They're executing a dive, but then going for the second dive is just, we were talking about this thing card, never worth it, even if it works some of the time.
It's a little greedy. It's one of those things where it's like, can we die this guy or not? It's a support. You already killed the AD. Usually not a good idea to risk it. But we saw how much pressure they were putting around mid lane. Doom and Frosty around mid a lot. They got this kill into FBI. A lot of 3v3s, 4v3s, even the Galio moving and the Orianna moving to mid a lot of the fights. So Red, they definitely had this game in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, Doom especially, I thought played a really good early game. He was very ahead of River. River was honestly really struggling to actually get involved on the Pantheon. It was super late in the game before it felt like he had an impactful ult, but this to me was a game breaker. Catching Kaze in mid was such a big deal. They were stuck on this Otacon. Even though Red was able to finish the Otacon, it just doesn't matter because 100 Thieves are playing for the fight at this point, right? You are up a member, Dokla's behind you, Quid gets in onto Rebello, takes him out very, very quickly, and then this was just, I think this was kind of lights out.
Yeah, look at Quid. He gets 1, 2, 3 kills right here. They kill the Galio. This is a 5-for-1. And right before this, Red was in a pretty good spot, but after this, Quid, like, he got 3, 4 items. He was able to keep stealing the Xin Zhao ulti, which is really insanely good on Xin Zhao. or on Silas, and they were able to just kind of run over these fights. This fight here, though, this was FBI.
It was. I have to apologize. I can't press clear screen. I'm not sure. There we go. Production got rid of the faces for me.
I was like, why do we hate these plays,
This was
Dad?
crazy, this fight. It's, again, disrespectful 100 Thieves, and this is why the team composition was so good for the Senna. And FBI doesn't even have to burn Flash in this fight.
Yeah.
Dokla also having the full trust to flash over the wall. And I think it was a static Shiv or even a Leandri's burn that gets Kaze down in the bottom there. That, to me, was a bit of a turning point where it looked like the game could have gone away from 100 Thieves, and it's, I think, the point where they started kind of just messing around a bit.
We talked about it in draft, where Senna had the ability to get a lot of stacks early on in the game. FBI did a good job with that. And then you just look at the composition that Red have. They don't really have a lot of snap engage, so Senna can very confidently walk forward, can just start autoing and hitting people in front of them. You have to worry about like a flash taunt from FMB. You have to worry about Xin Zhao. Like, that's not that threatening, right? And we saw it in the later stages. FBI started going crazy. Quid had gotten so much gold off that topside fight by the Otacon that then he, I think, really did start for funning. At this point, they're kind of messing around. They're not ending the game when they could. They just wanted to fight.
Look at the amount of time he buys. River's just sitting in the pit, waiting for the right moment to flash over.
Yeah, this is just one of those things where we're talking about how good carries Quid and FBI are when they get resources, and they just showed up time and time again. If one person had a bad fight, the other one had a good fight, and they just kind of kept alternating until they just had too much gold and they were able to run them over.
First ever Penta for Quid. Kobe let us know, so definitely an exciting moment for him. They were able to get it, but they didn't want to end the game. They were like, oh, let's do Baron, let's do Soul, let's push the waves, let's reset. They just wanted to keep fighting.
Look at that, though. 47,000 damage on Silas. He was over 7,000 gold ahead of the Orianna by the end of the game. He had more gold than he could deal with. His inventory was completely overstacked, but my God, Quid and FBI put it in carry positions, as Thinkard mentioned.
Yep, and remember, every game brings us one step closer to the LTA Championship in Dallas, Texas. It's your last chance to buy tickets, and we are almost sold out, so do not wait. Reserve your tickets now to join us on September 27th and 28th to crown the best in the Americas. If you're going to be joining us there, check out the primer on the LOL Esports news page. But now, we're heading to break, and then we'll be back with potential series-ending Game 3 for 100 Thieves, or maybe the start of a reverse sweep.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's gonna be
Kill,
4v. I'm
Yeah,
coming.
look at Dean, look at Dean. Look at Dean, guys.
No flash.
Yeah. Watch Ori ball.
Orina ulti. Orina ulti.
Yeah. Ori nice flash, guys. Ori nice flash.
Illusion flash.
Look back.
Oh. I can still fight.
Yeah, I'm watching
Doesn't look
it.
too good.
Nice. Watch me, watch me. I flash.
Looks winnable. Orina nice flash.
Or no flash.
I like that, Dogs. I like that.
Prep them.
Oh, you're a man. You're a man.
100 Thieves make quick work of Red Cannons in game number 2, and we'll go up 2-0 in the series. Hello and welcome back to what's shaping up to be one of my favorite series I've ever casted. 100 Thieves versus Red Cannons. 2-0 up for the Thieves. But man, are Red Cannons fighting them tooth and nail at every moment. And we got ThinkCard back with us here on the caster desk for Pick and Ban.
So I'm glad that Red chose Red side. They're going to be able to get a little bit more counter picks. I think that they've blinded mid 2 games in a row. The beginning of last game went pretty well. Like, the Orianna was 2-0 to start the game, but at a certain point, Quid, the skirmishing power did pay off. So I think they're going to probably lean more towards a counter pick for Kaze and have a more reactive draft, have something a little bit more skirmishing.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen, and I know you have also seen, like, Red has had some really nice adjustments in series on Red side, and then they've had some also, like, very unhinged, like, quadruple flex swap drafts. So I am curious to see where they prio their counter picks. I definitely agree with you, ThinkCard, in that one of them will definitely be going towards Kaze because they just want to get him into as good of a position as possible as early as possible.
Yeah, so something that I want to touch on too is Talkers is kind of known for kind of giving teams all that they want for like the first game, and then they don't have to worry about it for the rest of the series. I don't know if you want to do it for the first 2 games,
yeah.
But maybe it's something where it's like, okay, a lot of the champion pool is out of 100 Thieves, and if you watch 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest, their Game 3 and Game 4 drafts were a little bit shaky. They had like Nefiri, Karma, and then they had their Gwen, Zyra, Lee Sin draft. So so maybe they're thinking, okay, we have a lot of their champions out of the pool. Maybe we can get some good drafts against 100, and 100 Thieves don't have these deep champ pools.
100 Thieves might be thinking similar things too, because you know they like some similar things, like the Silas and stuff also out. So that was something that they banned in the first game. They're not going to have to waste a ban on that one this time around. So I kind of want to see where their target bans might go. The Yorick is still something in my mind as far as counter picks for top lane as well that Red could use. So both solo lanes, I think for Red, maybe have some options.
Well, it's not going to be the Yone that's banned away from Red. So as on the Red side here, they're going to get counter pick for at least one of their solo lanes. If not, 100 Thieves giving them a couple there, but they don't want to go up against Quid's Yone no matter what. That is one of his scariest champions that you can't pilot. Poppy banned, J4 banned. I know there's one member in the audience who just very disappointed about that, but it has been banned all game so far. So now, let's see what 100 Thieves' blue 1 pick is.
Yeah, there's a lot of still strong picks in the game. I'm curious what they go for. Sivir's still in the game. Annie, I think, is still in the game as well. And Orianna's not in the game anymore, so Annie's quite good when Orianna's out of the game. But there's not that many good AD jungles left to pair with it. So this 1 pick is going to pretty much shape the draft for 100 Thieves. They just go for a quick Scion.
Okay.
Pretty interesting. Trundle is banned and makes sense with the Trundle ban.
Sure.
So now 100 Thieves, they've kind of let us know we're just going to put Scion to Dokla, play a little bit of weak side, and we're going to play reactive for the rest of the map because it fits their game plan, right?
Yeah, I like that a lot, and it's one of the reasons they brought Dokla on to be able to do, you know, like blind pick tank type stuff and slam down Sion here. So we'll see about the response from Red. The other thing is, Sion is quite good into Yorick and being able to stack up a lot off of killing the ghouls and stuff. So it is kind of a dissuader there. I'm not so nervous anymore. I would be fine if it was a Yorick answer, but they go already instantly into that Rise. You're hoping for some Kaze counter, but how happy are you with an early Rise with what's been taken out of the pool already?
Well, at least he can move around the map. Rise in general usually does have push in a lot of matchups, or you can trade HP to get push to go for these side lane dives. They're taking the Sedge. Doom pretty decent on the Sedge. I kind of really like the Cassante answer against Sion, so I'm a little bit nervous what they're going for when they lock into Sedge, because you usually want to play more of those carry top laners against the Sion with the Sejuani pick. So kind of curious what FNB has in the bag against this Sion.
I'm getting flashbacks of that Lee Sin hover right now. If it's locked in, we don't even know where it's going, but it seems like it would be jungle pick here.
I think
I've got a pretty good idea if they locked it in.
Okay, well, at least that question is no longer on our minds. It's Cassiopeia as the answer into that Rise.
And with the Cassio coming out into the Rise, I did want to ask you, ThinkHard, how likely is it that they flex that Rise top for FNB?
I'm not too sure, especially with the Yone ban. Like AD champions are not that good against Cassio. So it would be interesting. I'd be down to see it. I just don't know how good it is. And I am a little bit worried if Quid is super polished on this Cassio. It is going to be a little bit hard to take him down with a Rise Sejuani mid-jungle duo when you can just kind of stack HP and play front to back with the Sion Alistar.
Yeah, already, like you have to worry about a lot of Merc Tread's value because Red are showing a lot of CC and the Rise too. So they have to be very careful about any extra AP that they would add in. So definitely looking for the ADs on the other sides. Honestly, I feel pretty good about this like solid structure for 100 Thieves. They had really heavy skirmishes, but now they're going, okay, we have really beefy front line, and then we've got machine gun Cassiopeia for a DPS carry for later.
It's the AD carry is the big question on all of our minds, I imagine. Sivir's banned away. I could imagine another AD carry ban. Plus, Red can fourth pick here an AD carry. So FBI's champ pool theoretically could get very pinched here at the end.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of ADCs that are still in. You have the Varus, you have the Xayah. Xayah Rakan obviously pretty good, but Xayah's not the easiest to play against Cassio as well. Cassio's pretty good against like the mid-range ADCs because that's kind of the range that Cassio has. So maybe Red is looking a little bit more towards the Varus. But they don't allow crit balls in draft throughout the day, so I wouldn't be shocked if they do something I don't expect here.
Red take away the Kiana instead, so some of those AD carries are still on the table. They were really only concerned about that Sivir, and yes, they could pick the Xayah, but like you had just highlighted, not the best into that Cassiopeia, and that just makes 100 Thieves' core so solid here, as they will take away some top laners, the Aatrox and the Yorick ban.
So with the Kiana ban, I guess River's looking at like Nefiri level. He already hovered the Lee Sin. I still think Lee Sin would still be a good pick for him. But we get the stacking Smolder here for Red.
Okay, interesting. So they're trying to answer some of maybe the late game potential here. Smolder can scale very, very well once you get those stacks under your belt. See what the answer is from the Thieves is they already have the Cassiopeia.
So it's an interesting read. If you're looking at what Red did last game, maybe they felt like they had control of the game and they didn't trust their scaling. So they're trying to lock in a little bit more scaling to get them over the hump. That being said, it is a pretty tough blind. Ziggs is going to be pretty effective against this short-range team composition that Red has. They have the Rise and the Smolder, so not too much range and not the easiest dive either.
So this like has to be a Nefiri or some carry AD jungle then, right? Okay, because they have a lot of AP on the side of 100 Thieves. All right, carry Lee Sin. Let me see that.
Can you get through the Sejuani health bar? Because, yeah, that was my concern as well, Kobe. With the two AP primary threats, yes, Sion's got a little more AD scaling these days, but, like, you need something to go with that AP to threaten the armor potential.
So this is the curveball, which is a Smolder top.
Smolder top.
Oh!
Which has popped up a lot in scrims in the South. They like playing it against Cyan and Cassante. Cyan's not the easiest to play it into because we just saw 100 Thieves. They did that pretty good swap already, so they're pretty comfortable with doing swaps at a certain point, whether it's at a minute 30 or at 4 to 5 minutes. So if they do get a good swap opportunity and trap Smolder on weak side, it does get pretty hard to play. But this is the curveball that they kind of wanted. They have the Smolder in a decent matchup. Now they have Kaisa who can dive onto the Ziggs with the Rakan. So it is a bit of a better team composition with the Smolder flex.
Okay, so some flexibility in the draft we are seeing in Game 3 for Red Canids, who again have their back against the wall. So Thinkard, I got to ask, definitively, I mean, you've been pairing 100 Thieves. I think you're 2-0 for favoring their draft, right? What do you think about this one?
I think 100 Thieves does win the draft again, just because like the Smolder, you do have to have really good macro to pull it off. If you miss one timer and you're stuck on weak side, it's very punishing. And 100 Thieves macro has looked pretty good the whole series.
All right, well, you heard it from Thinkard. You predicted the 3-0. Thank you so much for joining us for Pick Ban here. I'll let you go backstage to watch the rest of the game while we get into this. Backs against the wall for Red Canids Kalunga. They'll have to win 3 in a row to maintain their season and give a historic first time ever that Brazil gets 2 teams at Worlds. 100 Thieves, meanwhile, need 1 single game to qualify for Worlds and continue the heist.
Yeah, the 100 Thieves story this year. What a roller coaster it has been. Announcing very early that the organization is going to be leaving the LTA at the end of the year. And this team had such a rough beginning as well, this split. But these 100 Thieves, they have grown together and they have really been on such a big surge throughout playoffs. And they've been able to ride that momentum here to just being 1 game away of making Worlds. So huge possibilities here for the Thieves to get to the international stage. And
take a long time to get to Dallas.
I like how this is also implying that both teams are trying to rob the train, right? To get the ticket to Dallas and Worlds.
One last job until, if they win this, one last job after that, as has been the story for the Thieves so far. Their backs have been against the wall for so long this summer split here. As now Quid versus Kaze is again going to be a match to highlight for sure. The Cassiopeia counterpick onto Kaze, who has gone blind pick all 3 games so far.
10 gold lead for that Cassiopeia.
Yeah, there you go.
They killed the ward.
Good point.
Wow.
Back it up. GG. 100 Thieves are going to Worlds.
I am curious to see too, because Thinkard kind of brought it up as far as the lane assignments possibilities later for 100 Thieves. Having a Scion and having a Ziggs gives you a lot of options because the Ziggs, notoriously known for being able to wave clear quite well later on, as well as take down those towers if they do swap around.
Well, and as we see the lane assignments now, right? FNB, who is theoretically playing the Smolder top, is bot lane with this Rakan. Meanwhile, Rebello on the Kaisa is actually leaning against the Scion on this top side.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these swaps where the 80 carries go top lane, where top laners go bot lane. It's just funny that in this instance, it's 2 80 carries in both positions. But the Smolder will try his best to stack up down there while the top lane shove comes through for Rebello.
Yeah, and this is where I also think mid lane prio is going to be really huge here, as I want to see what junglers are going to do around the mid lane. A little bit of damage going down on both sides.
I want to point out the Lee Sin route here for River as well. So this is a popular route on stuff like Zed that can clear super fast, but you do the first 3 camps, or not on Zed, on other champions. He did the first 3 camps to grab his longsword on the first back. So he is going to have this like small purchase advantage for a fight on the top side if they do decide to fight up there. And Sejuani will finish the full clear a little bit earlier because not going for the recall, but I want to see if the longsword start actually means something for River.
I think you're right, Kobe. It was on Zed. I remember Tarzan doing it on Zed.
Zed can do the full clear. Zed does a similar thing,
doesn't have to.
Zed clears so fast that he does full clear and gets 2 longswords.
More damage bot side as FNB has to flash early. Level 3, 3.5 minutes into the game, almost goes down.
So
yeah, almost goes down, and the heel burned as well from Frosty.
I want to see topside, yeah, because this is what we're talking about. Lee Sin with the extra longsword comes on the timing for the dive for River.
Perfect timing.
This is really nicely
Dokla's
timed.
got a full stacked wave under here. Rebello's got flash and ghost. Already pops the ghost as Dokla starts tanking up the turret. That's flash from Rebello. He's fighting in the wave. Dokla will sacrifice his life for this. River taking up too many turret shots, though. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of Rebello.
And that's massive. Rebello getting both of those kills on a slightly botched dive on the top side from 100 Thieves. I did like how they set it up. The execution, not as good.
Okay, so they need more than one extra longsword's worth of damage, I guess.
Turret does more than one longsword. I think that's what we just learned.
That guy's... that is big stuff for Red, though, in a must-win game in this series with so much on the line. For Rebello here, you know, lane swap up on the top side, 1v2. Let's see what he can dodge. He dodges away from the E initially from Dokla, then he flashes there, the Q charge, and just creates enough distance under tower. 100 Thieves had clearly made the call. They're okay with Dokla dying, but they were probably not okay with also River dying.
He's still laughing. River can be such a troll, especially when you look at him in comms. As we take a quick look at Rebello, because we've talked so much about these three players who kind of got promoted from Red's Academy team. We've talked a lot about Doom. We've definitely talked a lot about Kaze because of how good he's been. But Rebello, I think, was one that surprised so many people because he just started playing League of Legends not that long ago, was a former professional Free Fire player prior to becoming a League of Legends AD carry.
Yeah, and now he's on stage getting 1v2 double kills under tower.
There you go.
As 100 Thieves tried to dive him.
With his mid laner popping off for him as well. I love how these teams are so supportive of each other. We show the replay. It's not the player themselves popping off, but the teammate alongside him. But Rebello with that 2-1 lead now picks up the recurve bow and the Cull. So going to be stacking that Cull up, getting a little ahead as Dokla also answers back. And no further lane swaps. It's still Rebello in that top lane at 1v1 versus Dokla.
Yeah, he feels pretty confident up there. And Sejuani does her second clear all the way up to that top side as well. So it's going to have a little time after the full second clear. Isn't quite level 6. Would need a Scuttle Crab as well on top to get to the level 6 for the truly potent Sejuani gank. But looks like he's just going to head on over. Bottom side is where the Scuttle Crab spawns. So Sejuani is out of luck up there on the top side. And River's going to jump on that one.
Yep, and we saw a little bit of harassment coming out of Ayla just being kind of obnoxious to Frosty as he's trying to place that vision down. They get that cleared out. Meanwhile, Dokla doing a little bit of dirty farming on the top side.
Ooh, they actually find an engage here onto Kaze. Quid logging him down. Benchbind Gaze in, and a kill to 100 Thieves' mid laner.
And the big difference maker here is the duo lane moving up so quickly. Ayla instantly flashes there. To go for the
Ayla's got
engage.
flank right now. FNB could be in some trouble. Still doesn't have the flash from the earlier play, so Frosty's trying to keep him alive. Ayla goes under the turret, takes 2 turret shots, and has to walk away. Big damage onto Frosty, but Red get their top laner and support to safety.
Yeah, I thought they might be able to follow up there. Ayla took a few too many turret shots on the little attempted wraparound, potentially onto the Smolder or the Rakan. So Rakan should be able to just TP back to this lane as Doom is actually starting up this Drake now off of that play.
But we see Dokla walking down already. Quid just reset though, so no TP. I thought maybe there'd be a window 100 Thieves could look to contest, but no, they actually are going for the resets. This is a clean dragon for Red.
That's a really nice recognition of the window that Red had, right? When 100 Thieves weren't able to get the kill, they weren't able to kind of push that wave up, and it changes a dynamic that we've seen from the past 2 games, right? Where it was 100 Thieves getting this early Drake stacking, really relying on that to kind of bait Red into potentially disadvantageous fights or contest them themselves. You never know with 100 Thieves. However, nice pickup for Red. And once again, I think even though 100 Thieves are slightly ahead here, they're in a pretty stable position in this early game.
Yeah, and I want to see where the first Sejuani ult does get used for Doom here. So you've got a timer where Rakan has roam timer and Sejuani has ult. So that's just like mega engage possibilities. They're going to use it first with the Rakan roaming up to the top side to finish the push.
Might
but here goes
to Quid. Petrifying Gaze is still on cooldown here. It'll be up in a couple of seconds, but Doom does not fully commit to the play.
Now we see waiting in a brush from Frosty and Rebello. They'll show themselves. We're going to be scrapping over the grubs. How do you like that, Kobe, as your first Sedge ult prediction?
I do like it, actually. The only thing is that Quid's ulti is ready too for Cassio, so he could do like a flash Cassio play here if 100 Thieves want to fight him on it. So I guess Red got a little nervous. They're like, we'll take one for sure with our smite, the secure one. But as soon as 100 Thieves start to collapse from their lanes, they vacate, and we actually don't get blood.
I'm surprised. We're learning. So that means 100 Thieves will end up with this objective despite the one grub claimed from Red. So that'll be neat for them, even up in objectives with Red having claimed the first Drake. But yeah, I mean, this Cassio is already kind of such a big threat now that her ult is back up. So Red peel off. They might be looking to overload here, though.
Well, more progressively, they had Sejuani, but Ayla and FBI were able to back off in time. FBI throws up the laughter and the energy emote. And 100 Thieves are safe.
He's laughing because that gives up a mid-wave at the moment. You know, that is a little bit costly there. Cassiopeia pushes another one in, and that is just going to straight up die to the tower. So the recall is also good for Cassio. So this has been very nice for Quid.
Dokla landed the full charge Q onto FNB, so then goes for the ultimate. FNB answers with his own flash. Flap away. Dokla really punishing FNBs for the approach.
Yeah, I mean, now that that flash is off of the Smolder, though, as we see Rakan and Sejuani kind of both shadowing over onto this bot side. But that's big, right? We'll see if 100 Thieves will be able to punish the flashless Smolder at all in the next minute or so.
No dragon to fight for 2 minutes, but still will not have that cooldown for that dragon fight if it breaks out. Red had gotten that first one. It might put a stall to their stacking as Ayla has the Hex Flash, doesn't want to commit over the wall. Frosty was there to help out Rebello anyway, so didn't really expect much there. But only 4 kills in 11 minutes here. A more tempered game, I'd say, this time around. Although they've all ramped up throughout the game, I'd say.
Yeah, exactly. Turn up the pace as soon as people start getting some items, maybe. And some items are starting to come in, at least on the 100 Thieves side. The first ones here starting to trickle in. We did mention Quid had got a really good recall, and so he had perfect gold there, so he finished his Rod of Ages. And as well as started stacking the tier pretty early on. So the Cassio with the double stacking, mana was on a very nice curve for 100 Thieves, but Red still have some decent options for themselves. Even though FNB doesn't have his flash, he has been stacking pretty frequently, so you'll have to keep that in the back of your minds for later. Of course, he's only at 94 right now, almost 95. So still definitely a long ways to go.
And I just want to bring up a general trend that I noticed here. It's been 100 Thieves making a lot of the action happen. They got 2 kills to 2, but the 2 kills that Red picked up were a dive, and 100 Thieves are going for another dive. No flash on FNB, and they say, why wait for the dragon to spawn when we can kill a baby dragon under turret? It's Ayla with the kill credit.
Yeah.
The angry cow gets the last kill here, and I love when Ziggs can just like roam a quarter of the way to the lane to be able to add the Ziggs damage over there. Yeah, the alley-ope. Usually it's like, oh, 2 tanks, I could probably be okay.
Yeah.
But Ziggs bomb is the difference maker there, the extra bit of damage, and now
play here onto River. Doom looks for the engage, but Ayla trying to keep his jungler safe. Now he's frontlining. Rebello's getting a lot of damage in onto the Alistar. Does pick up the kill. Teleport coming in from the flank. Rebello hit by the Dragon's Rage, and now it's Quid coming in. Petrifying Gaze only lands on a 1, but Frosty will fall down. Gorilla walking into all the Ziggs damage as Kaze even joins up with the fight in the TP. End of the day, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Support's falling.
That's more like it with the scramble on mid that we see. As soon as Quid teleports in, he's like, oh, I got to slither out of here. And does make it back to safety in the end. They do answer with the extra kill onto the support. But I think it could have been worse for 100 Thieves. But Ayla has some nice little peel here on the Sejuani engage. They go for the combo. He's like, okay, I'm going to instantly go in. I'll pop my ultimate. But still, this early on, he's not able to soak enough. The kick here from River makes enough time for Quid to then teleport in, and Rebello's a bit scared, so he has to use his Kaisa ult to get under tower and get the extra shield. They still get the trailing extra kill, though.
I'm impressed that Rebello was able to live there. Quid wasn't confident enough to go for that kill. Instead, like you said, was like, I got to get out of here. I don't want to give up my own life for this. Rebello is where a lot of the gold is for Red, though, right now. He's the one with a gold lead currently, as Dragon is started up. So if Red are going to pull anything off, I imagine it will be around the Kaisa, who is nowhere near this objective.
Yeah, and as we see the Scion headed topside, they will have a small window where they have TP advantage, as we see Quid just pushing in this wave. Bot, River will be able to claim this Drake, and they might just turn on to Doom.
Yeah, they got the Cassiopeia for damage, but Doom will walk away. Dragon secured.
And you mentioned Dokla. I mean, Dokla has been getting a lot of Scion value here. A lot of the gold lead that he has is from turret plates that he's been pushing in. Of course, he's kept up his farm really nicely, which is big for your Soul Furnace, but also getting extra money off of turret plates as well for the team, and he's laughing himself to the bank as well.
He got the Cole first, or rather finished the Cole first over Rebello as well, because he's just been farming, pushing. Rebello trying to group up with a team in some of these smaller skirmishes here. As we see the plate gold, a lot of that picked up there by Dokla.
Yeah, on all of it to the side there of 100 Thieves. Let's see, with the Rift Heralds spawning up here, Ayla and Quid are first in position, but there's some deep wards that saw them kind of rotate over there that Red have up over on that blue quadrant of the jungle. So they...
100 Thieves have a trap laid. Doom has damage behind him, so they instead just go straight in onto the Smolder, grounded up, stunned up, taken down. Quid on a killing spree now, as 100 Thieves had target selection priority on the carry. Now they're on to Doom, under the turret. That dive is successful. Double kill to Quid.
Kangas, what? Can I get a second episode?
Okay, wait, Kaze 1v1 under his turret? Was that the second episode you were
I was going to say second episode of the Quid show.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Season 2?
It seemed like they just decided to fund it on the top side of the map, so it's gotten greenlit, and we are now in the process of making the second episode of the Quid show. But bottom side, Kaze here now has 2 people.
Has to roam warp away and does have the time to do so he's out of there. But the Herald's targeted by River, and it is still the Quid show. 4-0-0. The second season's been greenlit. And filming has already begun as well.
I love that. I hate when my favorite shows get canceled.
Right?
And I love the Quid show. I also really liked how 100 Thieves were able to set this up on the top side of the map, right? Kind of waiting, really good target selection, like you pointed out. And then off of that top side pressure, able to end up getting the Rift Herald, having claimed feats as well. And this entire wave is just potentially, oh no, Rise will get it.
And FMB is nicely on track with those Smolder stacking. He is at 144 at the moment, and only 16 and a half minutes in the game. As we just saw, got a look at the breakpoint. So he's stacking well, even though a lot of other things are going well for 100 Thieves.
Yep.
Maybe you can always tell your team, we're scaling, don't worry, let me get my 225, and then we'll talk.
That's when the Smolder wants to come online, but again, Rebello does have still a lead over FBI. 1,000 as the Herald will charge mid, does not crack the entire turret, so no turrets have fallen on either side. But Rebello really is like the thing keeping Red in this game. It's a 3,000 gold lead to 100 Thieves otherwise. A lot of that being on the top lane, a little bit in the jungle as well. But if this Kaisa can do some damage, it's big for them. Turret is claimed by the Ziggs with the cheat code, so 100 Thieves will finally crack a structure.
Yep, you gotta love Ziggs, you know? How you just move him around the map and turrets die.
I can hear the love in your voice, Emily.
I just love when that happens.
I believe APA called it the Ziggs special.
Yeah,
I mean,
the Ziggs special.
This wasn't exactly what he was referring to, but I think it's a general term, I know. Red are trying to defend their own control ward here in this Tri-Brush, and we're just fighting for it regardless. There's also a dive top lane. River just kicks FNB into the wall and shuts him down.
Yeah, FNB is in a really, really tough spot if they ever decide to go in on him. This is going to be yet another turret for the Thieves as Rebello goes in.
Rebello actually went very aggressive with the ultimate, but Ayla's got his own, so not enough damage from Red, no answer.
He also has an unbreakable will.
He does.
Courtesy of Alistar.
Oh, but they just recommit for it. Oh, Ayla went in for the gun, but Quid! Petrifying gaze onto 3! Double kill to FBI, set up by Quid, knocked down by his 80 carry.
The Petrifying Gaze, the Ziggs ult on top of it. They They didn't even need Dokla. He was TPing him on the back half of that fight, but they did not need him. And now this game is blown wide open for 100 Thieves. 7K gold lead. Quid sitting at a cool 5-0-2. This is a very scary snake, Kobe.
Yeah, episode 2 is looking good to me as well. This is action-packed. So Red made the initial engage because of the topside play. They're like, hey, we have an extra person on bottom side. Let's force it. But look at this. He puts down the miasma, so the Kai'Sa's grounded, and then he gets all 3 of them in the petrifying gaze.
Incredible stuff. Hard to nail a sequel, but I'm getting tickets to this show here. Quid is popping off right now. And again, FBI the hype man as usual.
So he got a pentakill in the original. Can he follow up with another penta in the sequel? That would be pretty crazy. Regardless, he's in a commanding spot in the game, as are 100 Thieves. After the kind of map control, after getting kills on both sides of the map, which is fairly rare to win plays on both sides of the map simultaneously. They do get the Dragon too.
But to your point, Kobe, the power scaling is kind of thrown out the window already. I mean, we peaked early in episode 1, and they beat it now.
We had too good of a premiere to the Quid show.
I know, yeah. Now we got to introduce like aliens or something to make it exciting.
But now, if we're looking at where 100 Thieves are at, I mean, they were able to clean up that Drake perfectly free. They've taken over, if you look at the vision on this bot side of the map, completely taken over here as they're pushing up. It's just going to be really difficult for these squishy carries, in particular FNB, who has had a really hard time stepping up anywhere. We're going in again.
Yeah, he thought maybe he could just engage onto Quid all alone, but River and Ayla were both in the pocket, so Quid's got backup. Red do not have many options right now. It really does feel like they're just waiting for that smolder to scale.
And as we see if something else will happen on this bot side, Dokla is coming from the base!
From the base! Engage into all members. It looked cool. Maybe not advised, as the rest of 100 Thieves cannot back him up, but he can flash over the wall. He's still alive. He's out of there. No Ayla for the re-engage. FNB throws in the Smolder ultimate for damage. Rebello looking for it as well onto Ayla. Rooted up, taken down. 100 Thieves will lose their support, but the Petrifying Gaze lands on a one member.
Oh my god.
A chaotic fight as Kaze, still healthy, will push back the Thieves.
I was going to point out, oh, Dokla's dirty farming. Look at him. As I was about to say that, he pops ult, comes in around
what a mad
behind the base. 100 Thieves are getting a little aggressive here. I did not think this was going to work out. I really didn't think this was going to work out.
But it was funny, Kobe. Have you given that a thought?
It was funny, Kangas. You're right. He wins the game of Red Rover, and he gets back to his team eventually, but then his team gets melted.
What the f*** is that?
Thank you. He said it. We're all thinking it. We're all thinking it.
We're not allowed to say that.
Play. Dokla was the one that called for that play.
He
Can
did
we
call for
infer
that. Yeah.
He's just coming around the side. The rest of his team was not expecting him.
Oh, we got an Otacon start here by the Thieves, by the way. Let's look at the teleports. FNB has it. Kaze has it, but they have no vision. Now they do, so they know that it's happening. Do Red Cannons want to contest? I mean, it's already down to half health. Cassiopeia just shreds this thing, and they have the smite as well, so Otacon stolen away here. Thieves in the night to 100 Thieves.
I don't know if it was stolen. They had complete
well, I'm
control.
using again the
theirs.
Thief thing, stealing away,
What was theirs?
The best,
careful.
The best time to steal
vision.
stuff is when no one is watching it.
Exactly.
True.
Yeah.
They cleared out the security cameras, aka setup vision. They pushed it out.
It's like reverse security.
They pushed up really far on bot side, maybe a little too far into the enemy base, as we saw from that team fight we just went over. But yeah, completely free Otacon going over to 100 Thieves. They still are in such a commanding control of this game.
Yeah, Dokla got in their heads. The mind-boggling play.
Yes.
He could be coming from anywhere.
We call that the mind breaker. Like, what are they supposed to do about that? All right, well, 100 Thieves get the Otacon. And now the next objective will be in a minute and a half with this Dragon. But in classic fashion, they're just staring out against each other here in Red's topside jungle. Even though there's nothing to really fight for, the Thieves are still just trying to take all this territory away.
Okay, so Smolder has passed his 225. He's at 230 stacks now. Are you ready? They are only 8,000 gold behind and an extra Dragon behind and an Otacon behind.
And now flash behind, as FNB has to flash away from another engage. Dokla has played so aggressive with the Realm Warp. Everybody in onto the Scion, knocks up 2 with the Q, but River does not want to go in on that fight. Dokla will be punished for his over-aggression in the side lane. Shut down gold to FNB.
Shutdown actually kind of big here. All right, he's got his stacks ready. Now he can get his execute ready. He's got his Sojin all ready to complement. Let's see what 100 Thieves can do, though. They got 1 tower in payment for Big Dokes. Would you take that deal?
I think I'd take that deal. I mean, when you're...
Even if it's a shutdown to Smolder?
Well, I thought you were saying from Red's side. Yes. Yeah. I think you need gold on this Smolder right here. So if you're saying from 100 Thieves side, I'm not taking that deal. I'm not taking that one.
Yeah, I mean, I actually really like the way that Red set up that play. Again, like, I feel like their carries in particular, we saw it from FNB on the Galio previously. Here we see it from Kaze. It's kind of a team call to use the Realm Warp to overload, get on to Dokla. 100 Thieves do clean up that turret mid, and it is still going to be a little difficult for Red to kind of contest 100 Thieves head-on as Dokla's now back on the map.
Engage comes through here. The Glacial Prison lands with the Smolder ultimate on top, but not enough damage to really go all in, and I think Red are going to have to back off right now. The Dragon has spawned, but they do have TP for Kaze, so he goes, heals back up in the base, can look to re-engage.
They have TP for Kaze, but they also don't have those ultimates anymore, right? So we'll see how they necessarily want to contest this if they do.
Looks like they're backing off. Yeah, without the engage tool of the Sejuani ult and the damage from Smolder ult, it is a 3rd Dragon secured by the Thieves.
Okay, next up, rotate over to that Baron and rinse and repeat. Sejuani ultimate is still down, so they're going to head right on over to this area, look if they can get some bait action going on, if anyone from Red will face check.
So far, it's just Kaze nearby as he's on that top wave. Looks to go for another reset here. River's just taking away all the jungle camps now, suffocating that gold lead, giving so few options for Red to even get back into this game. I mean, the Raptors are spawning here soon for Doom, but like this Sejuani just cannot get gold in their pocket.
Yeah, and Kaze sticks up here for another wave after he saw all those 100 Thieves members moving into this top side of the map, getting that vision down. Around the Baron area, Frosty is going to replace some of Red's vision there. So now, yeah, it really is just kind of a scrap for vision for Red. See if they can get some sort of neutral objective setup where they can use the Realm Warp cleverly like they did before, where they can get the Smolder damage down and the damage potentially coming in from this Kaisa to assassinate a prio target like the Ziggs, like the Cassio.
And it's at that point in the game where I want to remind everybody this is backs against a wall for Red Cannons. If they lose this game, if they lose this next fight, their entire year might be over in Tier 1 competitive League of Legends. It's going to be a long ride to make it to Dallas and Worlds, but it would start with a Game 3 win. They are heavily backs against the wall.
And for this next fight, FBI did just lock in his hat there, so those Ziggs bombs are going to be doing even more damage.
Ooh, River goes very far forward, looks to find a pick on a Doom. Dragon rages him back, but now he's engaged on. It's jungler for jungler, as now Ayla, new frontline, Dokla tags in as well. Quid's walking forward very aggressively. Cassiopeia is trying to like dance around, figure out which way to go, and it's in on Kaze. They have the damage. The poison surely finds it. Dokla with the kill credit, but now Dokla could be in some trouble. FNB, the Smolder damage coming through. Rebella now finds himself in a 1v2. He'll get one, but is taken down. 100 Thieves get aggressive in Red's jungle and will win the fight with a 2-for-3.
All right, FNB, he could flap around looking for people, but it is a little bit dangerous.
The important thing is that the smites went down, so I don't think anybody gets Baron off of that type of play.
Yeah, the junglers,
junglers
go
went
down
too.
Instantly. So junglers, as you say, they're going to go down instantly here because River wants to kill Doom, so he kicks him back, but then Sejuani bumps him right back in, so they get blown up. Then we've got the re-engage here for Ayla. Dokla barely curves his ultimate around that wall, so he gets into range here and can get his Q onto Kaze to knock him up and interrupt the Realm Warp. So they do get that extra kill. Then in the end, we have the supports going down.
Oh, and whoa, wow.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a death cap Ziggs ult right there. Frosty just gets picked right as we come back into live. So that means no support for Red as the Baron has started.
Yeah, I didn't see how that's set up, but I assume he just walked over a ward, and 100 Thieves saw the potential for the pick, so now they will be on this Baron, and it looks like Red are not even going to contest this. You already see Rise pushing in on this bot side of the map, and the rest of Red kind of following.
Was it just Sion sitting on a control ward and he just Q channeled?
Oh,
yeah, he just Q channeled. He's on a control ward and he just Q channels to set up the Ziggs bomb.
Oof.
Nice. That's all it takes.
Bam.
The control ward here opens up a space for the Assassin Scion to set up.
And now it's a 10,000 gold lead plus the Baron power play coming through here for 100 Thieves. Such few options for Red Canids at this point in the game. They're going to have to find a miracle right now. It's 2 items on the Smolder, full stacked, but just doesn't have that many items to get through the armor of Dokla, to get through the health bar of River and Quid.
Yeah, Dokla literally has 4 items to Smolder's 2 at the moment. And Dragon is approaching very quickly. Dragon Soul only 45 seconds away.
Well, that answers that question. FMB just purchased an entire item right there. So Rapid Fire Cannon completed. Now it's 3 items, but still that doesn't help you get through the armor as much. It just helps you get some damage from afar and spread that passive. Let's see. Ooh, aggressive from Quid right here, flashing in on the Kaze, but he's able to walk away. No flash in on the Cassiopeia, but now the rest of 100 Thieves engaging onto the front line. It's Doom who's got a flash to safety. Red are just getting pincered in the mid lane. In goes River. Can't quite find it from the quickness, but now Alo to the turret. Dokla with a knockup as well. 100 Thieves want to end this game, end this series right here, right now. Red under their inhibitor turrets will fall. 100 Thieves will stand tall. Red Cannons picked up a series win against North earlier last weekend, but they will not do it again. 100 Thieves look to march in and take this game.
This weekend, the North goes 6-0 versus the South.
100 Thieves have 1 member of Red in front of them. The heist is going international. A 3-0 for 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves are going to Worlds.
We heard it from Dokla when you talked to him at the beginning of the day, Kobe. Last time, qualified for Worlds on this side. This time, we're qualifying for Worlds on the other side of the stage. Fantastic games from 100 Thieves. Very fun games from 100 Thieves as well. They were really enjoying themselves today while they punched that ticket.
Yeah, they were definitely having some fun there. A lot of loose plays, especially.
Quid was feeling it, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he gets the pentakill, but right before that, the Golden Idol there at the end flashing for the final play as well.
Yeah, as we see 100 Thieves take a victorious bow. That Scion ult is going right next to the Huanfeng Jin ult for weirdest base plays, you know?
And you got to give credit to Red for trying the best they could. I mean, Shopify's one thing, but 100 Thieves are a different opponent, and they really showed up. Kobe, you said it, 6-0 for the North here in this weekend. And this was one that I'll admit I was a little concerned for as well. I mean, even with FlyQuest having a different top laner than they've played most of the season here with 100 Thieves, we know how volatile they can sometimes be, but they cleaned it up. But well played to Red Cannons Kalunga. Take your bow, fought their hearts out, and push 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and I mean, I think today at the beginning of the day, I was like, this is either going to be a messy 3-2 or it's going to be a 3-0 with how similar these two teams are, right? I think where Red kind of fell flat was in these cross-map plays the 100 Thieves were able to do, and I think that's where the unsung hero of all of this actually ends up being Dokla, right? Not only did the Scion kind of set up for so much in that game 3, but this kind of game, the Scion, the Rumble, is exactly what they wanted to see out of them. But now it's time for another episode of the Quid Show featuring Azael.
Thank you very much, Emily. I'm here with Quid. Quid, first ever pentakill. You just qualified for Worlds. How are you feeling?
I'm really happy we can keep going with this roster, and yeah, I'm just really happy.
The ride continues. The fans are loving it. How does it feel to be getting this much support from the crowd here? You know, it's the last run for 100 Thieves. Not the last run for Quid, though.
I mean, it's really thankful that people cheering us and enjoying our gameplay, and yeah, I'm just happy we can keep showing our game.
So, yeah, let's hear it for Quid. How did you feel about the actual series today? Because, coming in, I think people were thinking, Red Cannons looked pretty strong against Shopify. They were able to take them down. Kaze had a really good series there, but today it just felt like you were in complete control. Even in some difficult situations like the Silas game where Oriana got first blood at level 1, you were able to really take over in a lot of these games.
To be honest, I was quite scared because, Kaze looks pretty scary in Shopify series. And game 1, I tried to land my spare on Azure and I missed some of the spares and I feel like, oh, this guy has mechanism. And, I was a bit nervous, but after we won game 1, I feel better and we played pretty good, I think.
So how are you feeling about the next potential matchup then? You're going to be going to Texas, you're going to be going to Worlds, but you're still playing for the LTA finals here. So you have a chance to play against VKS. That will obviously be on Saturday. Have you thought at all about that matchup yet, or what you think about that team?
I think VK is way stronger than Red, in my opinion, and I think it's going to be a fun series.
Well, we're going to be really looking forward to it. Congratulations, Quid. Great performance from you. Let's hear it for Quid one more time. Back to Lounge to close out the day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Azael. We just saw that scoreline, 29, 1, and 26. 1 death in the whole series for Quid.
Yeah, that's crazy. Honestly, I didn't realize how dominant his games were until I saw that stat line.
Yeah, he had a 25 stack Medjai's in games 1 and 2, and then Cassio in the game 3. But we were talking about Doka just now while we wait on the player of the series vote to get tallied. Doka's not going to win player of the series. He's not even going to win like best player in 100 Thieves. But I was shocked that 100 Thieves went from a 1-6 game record in Split 3, and now they've played 7 best of 5s. 5 of them have been elimination best of 5s. They've won all of them aside from the 1 loss they had to FlyQuest, which wasn't an elimination best of 5. Like, the turnaround of the team has been incredible.
Yeah, I think that's really, teams should look at this and rethink the way that they build rosters, because Doka hasn't been on a team, for I think the most of the year, if not the whole year.
Yep.
And the way he came onto this team, you would think he's the best top player in the league. They went from being a non-contender to now being second place, going to Worlds. Inspired in the interview was actually saying how he thinks that it's going to be a close series. It's going to be a tough series against 100 Thieves. He did predict 100 Thieves to win, and he thinks he's going to see them in the finals. But this team is good, and the value that Doka has been astronomical for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and you pointed out in your scouting, and we also got to see it today, he was weak siding the whole time, right? Level 1 lane swaps, they're diving the other side while he's tanking dives every single time, but then he still managed to find impact in the game. So wanted to shout out Dokla. He's not player of the series. Quid is the player of the series. That's the thing we haven't been doing a very good job of hiding. 29, 1, and 26, almost 1,000 damage per minute. 1 pentakill, 1 solo kill. Can't really say enough good things about Quid.
So what I want to point out for Quid is game 3, obviously very dominating. He got the 4 kills early on Cassio and completely snowballed. But game 2, this game was not easy for him to play. The Oriana got first blood level 1, came back with boots. That is very, very important in the Silas matchup when you have to hit your E's and your Q's in lane. So he fell behind early in the lane based on the 1 kill, but he was able to weather the storm, scale, and it seemed like after he got those few kills on the Otacon fight, he had fights like this where he completely took over the game, kept stealing Xin Zhao ulti, making space for his team, and he got rewarded. He got his first penta.
Yeah, team definitely saved it for him in the end. That's one thing about Quid is when he does have that big advantage, he pushes the limits really far. He'll fly into people, 2v4, 1v4. And yeah, that's kind of what he looks like in game. Just a giant buff dude, which is a big juxtaposition with the guy we see interviewing on stage in his second language. He's been so incredible. Let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week, as we are going to be heading to Dallas next week for finals weekend. Gakos, I think, nice to see him on top fastest 100 CS. I thought he played really well coming in a tough situation.
That might have been the Irelia game. Remember the Irelia game? He had 99 CS. He pointed it out at 930. So he probably got that last piece of CS. That's insane CSing. Inspired 557. Not surprised about that. But we also have some LTA South people on here too. We have Trimby 719 for the fastest item transformation and fastest kill. Red Cannon's not surprised, very explosive team.
Yeah, I love seeing 3 mid laners under 10 minutes for fastest legendary item. That's actually pretty rare to even have a single player under 10 minutes. Some bloody high gold games. Also remember, upgrade your storage and load games fast so you can play more and wait less with Samsung SSDs. You can scan the QR code on screen or head to samsung.com to learn more. With that being said, it's been really great to have you on, ThinkCard. You bring in so much insight. I love the scouting that you gave us. This is the bracket that we're going to have for next week, and I'm going to get your predictions real quick for this one. We have VKS versus 100 Thieves. That's going to be Saturday, September 27th. FlyQuest awaiting the winner in the finals. What do you think is going to be happening in the lower bracket finals and the grand finals?
This is going to be a really interesting one because even 100 Thieves in the interview, they said they think that VKS is a much stronger team than Red. I think VKS has much better macro, and they do have very good explosive team fighting as well. So it is going to be more of a test for 100 Thieves. I think it's going to be a really close one, to be honest. I can see it going either way. We heard FlyQuest inspired did predict 100 Thieves to win. But the amount of respect that Quid gave to VKS makes it seem to me that they scrimmed a little bit, and it wasn't easy playing against VKS.
Yeah, that'll be fun to watch. FlyQuest is going to be very confident. I think their biggest fear would be overconfidence because they've already 3-0'd both of these teams in best of fives within the last month. But I do feel like waiting in the upper bracket when the other team gets stadium experience in that game one can end up being a bit of a disadvantage. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Also, if we're looking at the year, Split 1, they did choke a little bit in playoffs. They didn't even make it to the finals.
Thieves.
Yeah, 200 Thieves. And Split 2, they did well. So now it's Split 3 again. And so they definitely have that in their heads. I think that they're not going to disrespect, but it's something that they have to conquer mentally, that they need to perform the way that they normally do. It is expected that they win, but when something's expected, you do get a little bit less dopamine from it, and you start to kind of get these thoughts in your head of like, is it going to happen again? Are we not going to perform again?
Yeah, for sure. 80% winner on the year domestically for FlyQuest. They've been super dominant. One more announcement. Tier 2 playoffs have also finished, and the teams facing Disguised and Asurus have been decided. So for the LTA North, the challengers are Luminosity, Conviction, STM Tigers, and Estral. So come watch Disguised here on the LTA North Twitch and YouTube starting October 4th. So this is going to be on after the LTA finals. If we're looking over in the South, Flamengo, Red Dragon, Seacar, Alpha 7, and Farenvey look to take down Asurus. LTA South promotion starts September 30th over on LTA South, Twitch, and YouTube to see who can make it in to the next year for those promotional slots. I want to give you a second to say anything else that you feel like has been missing. You've done such a great job this weekend. It's been great having you.
Oh, it's just been super nice to see these two conferences play against each other. We saw Red take down Shopify. 100 Thieves has just been extremely dominating, super impressed with this team. Glad they could have this run, but thanks for having me. It's been super fun being on the cast, and I hope that the fans enjoyed these series.
Yeah, I'm just sad Fury didn't get to play. You guys were so good in Split 1 and 2. Split 3 didn't work out for you. Thanks for joining us. That's it for us. We'll be back next week at 4 p.m. Eastern, same time as always, 1 Pacific, for 100 Thieves versus VKS. See you then.
The last heist versus the first time in history. If Red Cannons win this, first time Brazil gets 2 representatives at Worlds.
Try to get out after.
Just be ready to fight. Don't be scared. I flash.
Yeah.
Look.
Watch Gano.
Just hit front.
Yeah.
Azir flash.
Azir no ult.
I'm behind them.
Look, Jin.
I can reach.
Okay. Looking.
I use header.
Oh, nice spell.
They overwalk.
Go mid.
We can't help.
We're fine.
No.
Go mid.
Archon up.
I use header.
Archon up.
Watch me.
Damn.
Styling on him.
100 Thieves strike first in this best of 5.
Bye.
It's gonna be 4v5.
Yeah, look at Din, guys.
No flash.
Yeah. Watch Oriball.
Orina ulti.
Yeah. Orina flash, guys.
Illusion flash.
Look back.
Oh. I can still fight.
Yeah, I'm watching
Doesn't look too good.
Nice.
Watch me. I flash.
Looks winnable. Orina and flash.
Or no flash.
I like that, Dokes. I like that. Prep them.
Wow. You're a man.
100 Thieves make quick work of Red Cannons in game number 2 and will go up 2-0 in the series.
Rakan can flash out.
Yeah.
For me, Drake.
Coming. Rise no flash. Oh,
Nice.
this way.
This is Cassiopeia!
This is us, I guess, guys.
A 3-0 for 100 Thieves! 100 Thieves are going to Worlds!
Works, guys.
Let's go,
Worlds.
Worlds! Yeah!
Yes, sir. No flash.
Bow down and show respect. Stacking the weight, mounting the pressure enough on my plate. Moving the muscle, I'm making my way, leaving my opponents in disarray.